Hello guys, welcome to Harry Crossover Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry discovered he was an Addams through a Gringotts blood test and gained ancestral dark magic. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, Blood and Inheritance. The cupboard under the stairs had taught Harry Potter many things. How to sleep folded like a letter in an envelope. How to breathe quietly enough that the Dursleys forgot he existed. How to swallow rage until it sat in his stomach like a stone, heavy and permanent and so familiar he'd stopped noticing its weight. But the cupboard had never taught him what to do about the dreams. They'd started 3 weeks into summer holiday, the same night Aunt Marge had arrived with her bulldog and her gin-soaked contempt. Harry had lain in his bedroom, the upgrade from the cupboard, though Dudley still called it the freak's cage, and listened to Marge's voice bleeding through the floorboards. Bad blood. You see it in dogs all the time. If the bitch is rotten, the pups will be rotten. He'd fallen asleep with his fists clenched so tight his nails left crescents in his palms. And then the dream came. Not Voldemort. Not the high, cold laugh or the flash of green light. This was something else entirely. He stood in a hallway that stretched in every direction, no walls, no ceiling, just floor and shadow. The darkness wasn't empty. It breathed. It had texture, like velvet pressed against his skin, and it was warm in a way that darkness shouldn't be. Warm like a living thing. Warm like a mother's hand. At the end of the hallway, every end, all directions at once, there was a door. Black. Not painted black, not built from black wood. It was made of absence, a rectangle of nothing so complete it hurt to look at. And Harry felt, with a certainty that went deeper than thought, that the door knew he was there. He'd woken up gasping. Not from fear. From want. He wanted to open that door so badly his chest ached with it, and he didn't know why. The dream came back every night. Same hallway. Same warmth. Same door. And each night, the door was a little bit closer. By the third week, Harry noticed other things. His shadow didn't always match his movements, subtle, just a half-second delay, like it was deciding whether to follow him or do something else. The Dursleys' cat, a mangy thing that usually avoided Harry like every other living creature in the house, started following him everywhere, purring against his ankles in the darkness of the hallway at night. Spiders gathered in the corners of his room in patterns that almost looked like writing. And the rage was changing. Not growing, sharpening. When Marge called his mother a drunk for the 5th time over dinner, Harry didn't feel the usual hot, clumsy anger. He felt something cold and precise slide into place behind his eyes, and Marge's wine glass cracked straight down the middle without him reaching for his wand. She screamed. Vernon went purple. Harry watched the wine bleed across the white tablecloth like a wound and thought, I didn't even try. That was the night he left. Not the blundering, panicked escape he might have made a year ago. Harry packed his trunk methodically, let Hedwig out the window with instructions to meet him in London, and walked downstairs at 2 in the morning. Vernon's snores rattled the light fixtures. Marge had passed out on the sofa with Ripper drooling on her stomach. Harry stepped past them, opened the front door, and felt the summer air on his face like a first breath. He raised his wand hand. The night bus exploded into existence, purple, 3-decked, driven by a maniac, and Harry climbed aboard with the calm of someone who'd already decided where he was going and why. Diagon Alley, he told Stan Shunpike. Bit late for shopping, innit? I'm not shopping. Stan opened his mouth, looked at Harry's face, and closed it again. Smart man. Harry sat on one of the sliding beds and stared out the window as the night bus pinballed through sleeping English towns. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a scrap of parchment, torn from the corner of a library book last term, which Madame Pants would murder him for if she ever found out. He'd copied down a passage from ancient bloodlines and their magical legacies, the Gringotts blood inheritance test is considered the most comprehensive genealogical tool in the wizarding world. Unlike ministry records, which rely on self-reporting, the Gringotts test reads the magical signature encoded in the subject's blood, revealing all ancestral connections regardless of adoption, name changes, or deliberate concealment. The test is available to any witch or wizard for a fee of 50 galleons. 50 galleons. Harry had more than that in his vault. He'd had the money since he was 11 and never thought to ask the most basic question it could answer: who am I? Not Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Not the Dursleys' unwanted nephew. Not Dumbledore's carefully managed weapon or Voldemort's marked enemy. Underneath all of that, underneath the scar and the fame and the cupboard, who was he? The dreams had made the question urgent. Something in his blood was waking up, and Harry was done waiting for other people to tell him what it meant. The night bus screeched to a halt outside the Leaky Cauldron at 3:30 in the morning. Harry paid Stan, shouldered his trunk, and walked inside. Tom the barkeeper was wiping glasses behind the bar, because Tom was always wiping glasses behind the bar regardless of the hour, as if he'd been placed there by the universe specifically to greet late-night travelers with a gummy smile. Mr. Potter. Bit early I need a room for the rest of the summer. I can pay in advance. Tom blinked. Well. Right then. Room 11's available, nice view of the, of the alley, I suppose. Breakfast at 7. Perfect. Thanks, Tom. Harry took the key, dragged his trunk upstairs, and collapsed onto a bed that was lumpy and narrow and still more comfortable than anything at Privet Drive. He slept. The dream came, hallway, shadow, door, but this time, there was something new. A voice. Not words, exactly. More like the shape of a voice, an impression pressed into the darkness like a fingerprint. Come home. Harry woke at dawn and didn't bother with breakfast. Gringotts' marble steps were cold under his trainers. The bank opened at 7, goblins were early risers, or possibly they never slept, Harry suspected the latter, and he was the first customer through the bronze doors. The vast hall echoed with the scratch of quills and the clink of gold being counted, a sound that never stopped, day or night, as if the goblins weighed every coin in existence on a rotating schedule. Harry approached the nearest available teller, a sharp-featured goblin whose nameplate read Griphook. The same goblin who'd taken him to his vault at age 11. Harry didn't know if Griphook remembered him. Goblins were hard to read. I need a blood inheritance test, Harry said. Griphook's quill stopped moving. He looked up slowly, and his dark eyes, clever, ancient, distinctly unimpressed by wizards as a species, fixed on Harry's face. That is a significant request, Mr. Potter. I know. 50 galleons. The fee is not my concern. Griphook set down his quill with the careful precision of someone handling an explosive. The blood inheritance test is old magic. Goblin magic. It does not care about human politics, wizard laws, or ministry classifications. It reveals what is. Many wizards who take the test do not enjoy what they learn. I'll take that risk. You say that with remarkable confidence for a 13-year-old. I killed a basilisk last year. My risk tolerance is pretty calibrated. Something shifted in Griphook's expression, not a smile. Goblins didn't smile the way humans did, but something adjacent. A sharpening of interest. He climbed down from his high stool and gestured for Harry to follow. They went deeper into Gringotts than Harry had ever been, past the cart tracks that led to the vaults, past the offices where goblin managers conducted their business, through a series of doors that required Griphook to press his palm against increasingly ornate locks. The corridors narrowed, the torchlight shifted from warm gold to cool silver, and the air developed a weight to it, a thickness that pressed against Harry's skin. The testing chamber, Griphook said, stopping before a circular door carved from a single piece of obsidian. The carvings on its surface moved, not like wizard paintings, but like living things trapped in stone, slow and sinuous and old. You will need to provide 7 drops of blood onto the inheritance parchment. The parchment will do the rest. I must warn you, the process cannot be interrupted once begun, and the results cannot be falsified, concealed, or destroyed. Goblin magic, he added, with unmistakable pride. Understood. Griphook opened the door. The chamber beyond was circular, perhaps 20 feet across, with walls of the same black obsidian. In the center stood a stone pedestal, and on the pedestal lay a sheet of parchment that looked like it had been made from something other than animal skin. It was too white. Too smooth. It seemed to drink the torchlight rather than reflect it. Beside the parchment lay a silver knife, simple and unadorned. Harry stepped forward, and the door closed behind him. Griphook remained outside, apparently this was done alone. Fine. Harry was good at alone. He picked up the knife. The blade was cold, and when he pressed it to his left palm, it cut cleanly, almost eagerly, as if the metal had been waiting for blood. He held his hand over the parchment and let 7 drops fall. 1. 2. 3. Each drop hit the parchment and was absorbed instantly, leaving no stain. 4. 5. 6. 7. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the parchment moved. The surface rippled like water, and the blood, Harry's blood, rose back to the surface. But it wasn't red anymore. It was black. Deep, liquid black, like ink distilled from a moonless night, and it began to write. Not in English. Not in any language Harry recognized. The script was fluid and angular at the same time, letters that seemed to exist in more dimensions than they should, and Harry felt a spike of frustration. He couldn't read it, what good was, and then he could. The shift was instantaneous and disorienting, like a lens clicking into focus. One moment the script was alien. The next it was as readable as English, as familiar as his own name, and Harry knew without being told, that this language had always been inside him, waiting. The parchment read, Harry James Potter born, July 31, 1980 father, James Fremont Potter, House of Potter, noble lineage, confirmed, mother, Lily Potter née Evans, born Lily Addams, blood adopted into Evans family, age 14 months, maternal bloodline, House of Addams ancestral classification, preministerial, unregistered, primordial inheritance status, tenebrous heir, dormant. Awaiting acknowledgement. Below this, a list appeared, each entry pulsing faintly as if alive, tenebrous inheritance. Abilities pending activation, shadow sovereignty, command over shadow as physical substance death speech, communication with the deceased and death-adjacent entities curse intuition, innate understanding of all curse-based magic umbral step, movement through shadow as a physical medium the door, sealed, requires full awakening, at the very bottom of the parchment, in script larger than the rest, a final line. The blood remembers. The shadow waits. Will the heir acknowledge? Harry stared at the parchment for a long time. Lily Addams. His mother, Lily Evans, Lily Potter, the woman whose sacrifice had saved his life, had been born Lily Addams. She'd been adopted. Everything Harry knew about his mother's history, her Muggle parents, her perfectly ordinary childhood in Cokeworth, was a lie. Or at least incomplete. And the abilities. Shadow sovereignty. Death speech. The door. The same door from his dreams, it was on the parchment, listed like a feature of his blood, sealed and waiting. Harry's hand trembled. Not from fear. From the same feeling he'd had in the dream, that desperate, aching want. Something inside him was straining toward the parchment, toward the words, toward the acknowledgement it was asking for, and it felt like trying to hold back a tide. He thought about the cupboard. About the Dursleys. About every time he'd been told he was nothing, unwanted, a burden. He thought about Dumbledore, who had placed him there and visited once a year at most. He thought about the wizarding world, which treated him as a symbol before treating him as a person. He thought about his mother's voice in his dreams, come home, and realized he was done letting other people decide who he was. I acknowledge it, Harry said. The parchment blazed with black light, light that was somehow dark, that illuminated nothing but made every shadow in the chamber deepen in reach. The obsidian walls came alive with the same moving script, and the silver knife on the pedestal hummed a single, pure note that vibrated in Harry's teeth. And then the magic hit him. It wasn't pain. Harry had expected pain, he was 13 and had already learned that meaningful things usually hurt. But this was the opposite. This was relief so profound it brought tears to his eyes. Like finally scratching an itch that had covered his entire body for 13 years. Like breathing after drowning. Like every shadow he'd ever hidden in had been waiting to embrace him, and now they were, all at once, a dark tide rushing in through every pore. His vision shifted. The chamber, already dim, should have been harder to see. Instead, it became clearer. The shadows weren't absence anymore, they were substance. He could see their texture, their depth, the way they layered over each other like silk. The darkest corners of the room weren't empty, they were full, teeming with a presence that pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. Harry raised his hand and watched his own shadow on the wall. It raised its hand a moment later, and then it waved. Independently. A little wave, almost playful, like a friend greeting him after a long time apart. He laughed. It burst out of him, surprised and genuine, and the shadows in the room rippled in response, a visual echo of his amusement. The darkness liked him. The darkness was happy he was here. The cut on his palm had healed. Harry looked down at his hands and noticed that his skin was the same, his body unchanged, but something behind his eyes felt different. He caught his reflection in the polished obsidian wall and leaned closer. His eyes were still green. Lily's green, the green everyone always mentioned, the green of the killing curse that had failed to kill him. But now there was something else, darkness moved behind the green like ink dropped in water, swirling in slow, hypnotic patterns. Not covering the green. Living alongside it. Shadow and light, coexisting. The door to the chamber opened. Griphook stood in the doorway, and behind him was a goblin Harry had never seen, taller than Griphook, older, with deep lines carved into a face that looked like it had been hewn from granite. This goblin wore armor. Actual armor, black and steel etched with symbols that matched the ones on the parchment. He carried a war axe at his hip like it was part of his body. Ragnarok, Griphook said quietly. Director of Gringotts. Ragnarok stepped into the chamber. His eyes, dark, fathomless, and far more expressive than any human gave goblins credit for, moved from Harry to the parchment to the shadows that were still swaying gently in Harry's presence. He went very still. Well, Ragnarok said. His voice was deep, resonant, the voice of someone accustomed to being listened to. That explains the readings. Readings? Harry asked. Every ward in Gringotts registered a magical event 4 minutes ago. Shadow class energy, pre-ministerial classification, origin point this chamber. My security team thought we were under attack. Ragnarok's gaze returned to Harry, and something in his expression shifted, not deference, goblins didn't defer to wizards, but recognition. The Addams line. We thought it had died in Britain. Apparently not. Apparently not, Ragnarok agreed. He moved to the pedestal and read the parchment with the speed of someone who could parse umbral script as easily as English. His jaw tightened when he reached certain lines. Blood adopted at 14 months. The Evans family. That was done deliberately, someone separated an Addams child from the bloodline. Who? The parchment doesn't say. But blood adoption at that age requires significant magical intervention. This wasn't a Muggle adoption. Someone in the wizarding world placed your mother with the Evans family and masked her heritage. Ragnarok looked at Harry with an expression that, on a goblin, might have been sympathy. You should know that the Addams family has an account here. Vault 713, one of the oldest in the bank. It has been held in trust, awaiting a British heir, for over 40 years. I'd like to see it. I expected you would. The cart ride to Vault 713 took them deeper into Gringotts than Harry's own vault, deeper than the Philosopher's Stone vault from first year, deeper than he'd thought the bank went. The temperature dropped. The torchlit walls gave way to raw stone, and then to something else, a darkness that wasn't absence but presence, thick and warm and welcoming. Harry's new senses tingled. This deep in the earth, shadow magic saturated everything like water in a sponge. The Addams vault predates the bank itself, Ragnarok said, navigating the cart with casual precision around a bend that would have killed a less experienced driver. When Gringotts was founded, the vault was already here. We built around it. How old is it? We don't know. Our records go back 3,000 years. The vault was ancient when those records began. The cart stopped. Vault 713's door was unlike any other in the bank, no locks, no keyholes, no enchantments visible to the eye. It was a slab of darkness, literally a rectangle of shadow standing unsupported in the stone wall, and Harry understood instantly that no key would open it. No spell, no goblin mechanism. He pressed his hand against the shadow door, and it melted around his fingers like warm water, and the vault opened. Inside was smaller than Harry expected. No mountains of gold like the Potter vault, no stacks of coins or jeweled goblets. Instead, the space was intimate, almost personal, a study, Harry realized. Someone had used this vault not as storage but as a sanctuary. Against the far wall, a writing desk held stacks of journals bound in leather so dark it seemed to eat the light. Harry touched one, and the umbral script on its cover became immediately readable, the Journals of Vesper Addams, 16th century, on the nature of the primordial dark and its relationship to the living world. There were dozens of them, spanning centuries, written by different hands but all in the same language. On the desk's corner sat a weapon that drew Harry's eye like a magnet. A blade, not a sword exactly, more like a long dagger, about 18 inches from pommel to tip. Its metal was blacker than the vault's shadows, and it moved. The surface of the blade rippled and shifted like oil on water, and when Harry reached for it, the blade reached back. The shadow metal flowed up his wrist, wrapped around his forearm like a bracer, and settled against his skin with a contented hum he felt in his bones. "That is a shadow blade," Ragnarok said from the doorway, watching with an expression of professional fascination. "Forged from condensed shadow by an Addams ancestor whose name has been lost to time. It is said to bond with the bloodline's heir and cannot be wielded by anyone else." Harry flexed his fingers. The blade responded, extending from his forearm back into dagger form in less than a second, then retracting just as smoothly. It felt like an extension of his body. Like it had always been there and he was only now noticing. The vault's final treasure was the one that mattered most. Hanging on the wall beside the desk, in a frame carved from black wood, was a mirror. Not a regular mirror, its surface was dark, reflective in the way still water is reflective, showing not just the viewer but the shadows around them as living things. The Addams family crest was carved into the frame, a hand reaching upward from absolute darkness, fingers spread, and above the hand, an eye. Open. Watching. A communication mirror, Ragnarok said. Connected to the Addams family's primary residence. It has hung here for decades, waiting for someone with the blood to activate it. Harry stared at the mirror. In its dark surface, his reflection stared back, green eyes with shadow swimming behind them, a thin face with a lightning scar, a boy who had been a stranger to himself for 13 years. He had family. Real family. Not the Dursleys, who had never wanted him. Not the wizarding world, which wanted the boy who lived but not Harry. Somewhere across an ocean, there were people who shared his blood, his real blood, the blood that ran black on goblin parchment, and they didn't even know he existed. Harry took the mirror from the wall. He took the journals. The shadow blade was already bonded to him, a comfortable weight on his forearm that could be summoned or dismissed with a thought. He left the vault and rode the cart back to the surface in silence, Ragnarok watching him with those ancient, unreadable eyes. At the surface, Ragnarok stopped him. "Mr. Potter." You should know that Gringotts is required, by ancient treaty, to notify the Addams family when a new heir is activated. This notification was sent the moment your blood turned black on the parchment. They will know by now. Good. You should also know that the Ministry of Magic monitors your magical activity specifically. The blood inheritance test is protected by Goblin sovereignty. The Ministry cannot access the results without our consent, which they will not receive. But the magical event that accompanied your awakening was detectable outside these walls. If the Ministry has anyone paying attention, and they do, they will have felt it. Harry absorbed this. How long do I have before they come asking questions? Hours. Perhaps a day. I recommend you decide what you want to tell them before they arrive. Ragnarok paused, then added, with something that might have been warmth buried under centuries of goblin formality, the Addams family has banked with us since before your ministry existed. They have always dealt with us fairly. We do not forget this. If you need the bank's assistance, Mr. Potter Addams, you need only ask. Potter Addams. The name hit Harry like a physical thing, not unpleasant, just significant. A new name for a new truth. He nodded to Ragnarok, thanked Griphook, and walked back out into the August morning with an armful of shadow journals, a sentient blade bonded to his forearm, and a communication mirror that connected him to a family he'd never met. Diagon Alley was beginning to wake up. Shopkeepers were opening their doors, early customers were trickling into the street, and the morning sun slanted between the crooked buildings in golden bars. Harry walked through the light and noticed, for the first time, how the shadows reached for him as he passed. The shadow of a shop awning stretched just slightly in his direction. The dark space beneath a cart shifted. A cat sitting in a doorway shadow watched him with knowing eyes and purred. He wasn't imagining it. The shadows knew what he was. The darkness of the world recognized its heir. Harry returned to the leaky cauldron, locked himself in room 11, and spread the Addams journals across the bed. The umbral script came as naturally to him as breathing. Whatever the blood inheritance had unlocked, this language was part of it. He opened the oldest journal, written by someone called Mordecai Addams in a hand so elegant it looked like calligraphy, and began to read. The Addams family, he learned, was old. Not old like the Malfoys or the Blacks, who traced their lineages back a few centuries and called themselves ancient. The Addams family was old like stone was old. Their earliest records spoke of a time before wands, before Hogwarts, before the very concept of a wizarding world existed as a separate thing from the mundane world. They had been practitioners of shadow magic since before anyone thought to call it dark. Mordecai's journal explained the distinction with a clarity that made Harry's blood sing. The magic that the modern wizarding establishment calls dark is a corruption. A perversion. It is human cruelty given magical form, the unforgivable curses, the creation of Horcruxes, the deliberate infliction of suffering through magical means. This is not our magic. This is not what we are. The Addams bloodline carries the tenebrous inheritance, a connection to the primordial dark, the shadow that existed before creation itself. Before light, there was dark. Before life, there was the stillness from which life emerged. Our magic draws from this source, and it is neither good nor evil. It's simply is. It is the raw substance of shadow, of death, of the spaces between things. We do not curse. We do not corrupt. We commune with the dark, and the dark communes with us. This has made us feared. This has made us hunted. The world of light does not trust those who walk comfortably in shadow. But we do not seek their trust. We seek only to maintain the balance, to be the bridge between the light that creates and the dark that cradles, between life that burns and death that rests. Harry read for hours. He devoured Vesper Addams's treatise on shadow sovereignty, the ability to command shadows as physical substance, to shape them, weaponize them, use them as extensions of his own body. He read Constance Addams's account of death speech, written with a matter-of-factness that was almost funny. The dead are, as a rule, better conversationalists than the living. They have had time to think about what they wished they'd said. He read about curse intuition, the innate ability to understand any curse-based magic on contact, to feel its structure and intent the way a musician hears individual notes in a chord. He read about umbral step, moving through shadow as a medium, stepping into one shadow and emerging from another regardless of the physical distance between them. And he read, in every journal, references to the door. No Addams had ever fully explained it. Each journal approached it differently. Mordecai called it, the threshold between is and was. Vesper called it, the gate that opens when the blood is ready. Constance simply called it, the thing we do not speak of until we must. But every journal agreed on one point: the door was the final stage of the tenebrous inheritance, and it was the most dangerous. It was a literal connection point between the living world and the primordial dark, and opening it was the Addams bloodline's ultimate purpose and ultimate risk. Harry closed the last journal as the afternoon light began to redden. His head buzzed with information, with history, with the weight of a legacy that made the Potter name, old and respected as it was, look like a footnote. He was heir to a family that had existed since before history. He carried magic in his blood that predated every institution in the wizarding world. And somewhere across an ocean, that family was waking up to the news that he existed. Harry picked up the communication mirror. Its dark surface reflected his face, the new eyes, green shot through with moving shadow, staring back at him with an intensity he didn't recognize as his own. He looked older than 13. Not physically, but in the eyes. In the set of his jaw. He pressed his palm against the glass and felt the shadow magic in the mirror respond to the shadow magic in his blood. The surface rippled, went dark, and then cleared to show a different room, a study, richly appointed in dark wood and velvet, with bookshelves that stretched to a ceiling lost in shadow. Candles burned in sconces shaped like skeletal hands. And then a woman walked into frame. Harry's breath caught. She was tall, pale, with black hair that cascaded past her shoulders like a waterfall of ink. Her features were striking, not beautiful in the conventional sense, but compelling in a way that made it impossible to look away. High cheekbones, dark eyes that held depths no light could reach, and a mouth curved in an expression that was simultaneously warm and dangerous. She wore a dress that fit like shadow itself, black and seamless and flowing. She saw Harry. Her dark eyes widened, just slightly, the smallest fracture in an otherwise perfect composure, and then softened with an emotion so raw it hit Harry like a bludgeon to the chest. Recognition. Not of his face, which she'd never seen. Of his blood. She could feel it through the mirror, the same way he could feel the shadows reaching for him. "You must be Lily's son," Morticia Addams said. Her voice was low, measured, rich like aged wine. Harry opened his mouth and found, to his embarrassment, that his throat had closed. He swallowed hard. "I'm Harry. Harry." She said his name like she was tasting it, turning it over, finding it acceptable but insufficient. "We have been waiting for you, darling." The endearment was casual, effortless, and completely disarming. Nobody had ever called Harry darling. Nobody had ever looked at him through a magical mirror with eyes full of fierce, immediate, unconditional recognition and said, "We have been waiting for you," like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "You know about me?" Harry's voice came out steadier than he felt. "We know as of 4 hours ago, when Gringotts sent notification of an air activation in Britain. We've been searching for you since then. Well, Gomez has been searching. I have been sitting here, waiting for you to find the mirror, because I suspected you were intelligent enough to use the resources your vault provided rather than waiting to be found." A flicker of something warm in those dark eyes. "I was right." "Who's Gomez?" "My husband. Your second cousin by marriage, through your mother's bloodline. He is currently attempting to book passage to England and threatening to duel anyone who suggests a later flight." She paused. "He is very enthusiastic." "About me?" "About family. The Addams do not have many living members, Harry. Every one of us is precious. And you, Lily's child, alive and hidden for 13 years, you are more than precious. You are a miracle we didn't know to pray for. Her expression shifted, the warmth crystallizing into something harder. We were told Lily's branch of the family had ended. That there were no heirs. Someone lied to us very deliberately. Someone ensured that you grew up alone. The way she said it, not angry, not yet, just certain, made the hair on Harry's arm stand up. This was a woman who, when she got angry, didn't scream or throw things. She became something far more dangerous, precise. I grew up with Muggles, Harry said. My mother's adopted family's relatives. The Dursleys. And how was that? Harry thought about the cupboard. The locks on his door. The bars on his window. Dudley's fists and Vernon's belt and Petunia's stinging indifference. He thought about going hungry because Dudley wanted seconds and thirds. About being told his parents were drunks who died in a car crash. About 13 years of being reminded, daily, that he was unwanted. It wasn't great, he said, which was the understatement of several centuries. Morticia's expression didn't change. But the shadows in the room behind her moved. They darkened, deepened, pressed inward like a closing fist. The candles in their skeletal sconces flickered, and for a moment, the beautiful woman in the mirror looked like something that had crawled out of the primordial dark itself. I see, she said, very softly. Harry, darling, I want you to listen to me. We are coming to England. All of us. We will be there within 36 hours. And when we arrive, several things are going to happen. First, you are going to tell us everything, your childhood, your life at Hogwarts, all of it. Second, Gomez and I are going to have a conversation with these Dursleys. And third, she leaned closer to the mirror, and the shadows swayed toward her like flowers toward the sun. We are going to find out who separated you from your family, and we are going to make them profoundly sorry they did. Harry stared at her. Something was happening in his chest, a cracking, a splitting, like ice breaking on a river. He realized, with a shock that ran all the way to his foundations, that he was about to cry. Not from sadness. From the sudden, overwhelming experience of being wanted. Of having someone look at him and see not a symbol or a weapon or a burden, but a child who had been stolen from his family and who deserved to be furious about it. He didn't cry. But it was close. Morticia seemed to sense it. She waited, patient and present, until he had himself under control. 36 hours, Harry repeated. Perhaps less. Gomez is very determined when motivated, and he is extremely motivated. In the meantime, have you read the journals? Some of them. Mordecai, Vesper, Constance. Good. Keep reading. The Tenebrous inheritance doesn't wait for convenient timing, it will continue to awaken now that you've acknowledged it, and you need to understand what's happening to your body and your magic. Shadow sovereignty will manifest first. You'll notice shadows responding to your emotions, your intent. Don't fight it. Addams' magic is not something you control through domination, you partner with it. The shadow is alive, Harry. Treat it with respect and it will serve you faithfully. The parchment mentioned something called the door. The first crack in Morticia's composure. Just a flicker, a tightening around her eyes, a momentary stillness that went beyond her usual poise into something more guarded. We'll discuss the door when we arrive. That is not a conversation for mirrors. She recovered smoothly. For now, rest. Practice feeling the shadows, don't try to command them yet, just feel them. Eat well. Sleep. And Harry? Yes. You are not alone anymore. I need you to understand that. Whatever has happened before today, whatever you've been told about yourself, whoever has failed you, that is over. You have a family. You have us. And the Addams protect their own. The mirror went dark. Harry sat on the bed in room 11 of the Leaky Cauldron, holding a communication mirror that still hummed with residual shadow magic, and let out a breath he felt like he'd been holding for 13 years. Then he reached for the nearest shadow, the one cast by his trunk against the far wall, and felt for it the way Morticia had described. Not commanding. Not grabbing. Just reaching out, the way you'd offer your hand to a shy animal. The shadow moved. It flowed across the floor like water, pooled at the foot of his bed, and climbed his bedpost to settle on his pillow like a cat curling up. It was warm. Alive. Present in a way that mundane shadows were not. Harry touched it and felt it pulse under his fingers. It was happy. The shadow was happy to be near him, the way Hedwig was happy when he let her out of her cage, the way Fong had been happy to see him at Hagrid's hut. A simple, pure delight in connection. He laughed again. The shadows in the room rippled, pleased by the sound. This was what had been sleeping in his blood. This was what the Dursleys' cold house and the cupboard's cramped darkness and 13 years of neglect had been sitting on top of. Not a curse. Not something to fear. A birthright. A living, breathing connection to the darkness of the world that wanted nothing more than to know him and be known by him. Harry lay back on his pillow, the sentient shadow warm against his cheek, and closed his eyes. The dream came immediately, the hallway, the shadow, the door, but this time, Harry walked toward the door without fear. It was still sealed. Still black. Still made of absence so complete it should have terrified him. But when he pressed his hand against it, the door was warm. And from the other side, something pressed back. Not threatening. Not hungry. Welcoming. Harry slept better than he had in 13 years. Morning brought complications. Harry woke to a sharp knock on his door and opened it to find a ministry owl carrying an official-looking scroll sealed with the purple wax of the improper use of magic office. He broke the seal, scanned the contents, and snorted. Dear Mr. Potter, the Ministry of Magic has detected an anomalous magical event at Gringotts Wizarding Bank, London, at approximately 7:23 a.m. on August 4, 1993. As this event coincided with your presence at the bank, per standard monitoring protocols applied to your person, we request your attendance at the Ministry for a routine interview at your earliest convenience. Mafalda Hopkirk. Improper use of magic office, routine interview, Harry muttered. He tossed the scroll onto his bed and pulled on his clothes. The shadow blade hummed against his forearm, sensing his irritation, and he stroked it absently with his other hand. It settled. He wasn't going to the Ministry. Not yet, and certainly not without preparation. Ragnarok had warned him, the Ministry monitored him specifically, and the magical event from his awakening had been detectable. But the blood inheritance test itself was protected by Goblin sovereignty. The Ministry could ask all they wanted, they couldn't force Gringotts to reveal the results. What they could do was speculate. And speculation, in the wizarding world, was just gossip with political ambitions. Harry ate breakfast in the leaky cauldron's common room, a full English that he devoured with the appetite of someone whose body was rebuilding itself from the inside out, which, based on what the journal said about the tenebrous inheritance, it probably was, and considered his position. He had 36 hours before the Addams family arrived. The Ministry wanted answers. Dumbledore, presumably, would learn of the magical event soon if he hadn't already. And Lucius Malfoy had informants everywhere. If the Ministry knew, Malfoy would know within hours. Harry needed to be strategic. He needed to be smart. And he needed to practice. He finished his eggs, returned to room 11, and drew the curtains. The room fell into comfortable dimness. Not dark enough to be blind, but dark enough for the shadows to come alive, and they did, immediately, perking up like dogs hearing their owner's footstep. Harry's shadow on the wall behind him sat up straighter than he was sitting, which was mildly disconcerting. "All right," Harry said to the empty room. "Let's see what I can do." Mordecai Addams's journal had described the basics of shadow sovereignty in characteristically poetic terms. The shadow is not your servant. It is your partner, your extension, the dark twin of your physical form. To command shadow, you must first understand that you are asking a piece of the primordial dark to move on your behalf. It is alive. It has preferences. Respect them. Harry reached out with his mind, not his wand, his mind, and felt for the shadow cast by his trunk. It was right there, eager, vibrating with a willingness that was almost puppyish. He thought, "Come here." The shadow peeled off the floor and rose into the air. Harry's heart hammered. The shadow hung before him like a dark cloth, roughly the shape and size of the trunk that had cast it, but free now, untethered from its physical source. It rippled in his grip like silk in a breeze, and Harry could feel it, not with his hands, which were at his sides, but with something deeper. The shadow was part of him. An extension of his will, his magic, his blood. He shaped it. With a thought, the shadow compressed into a ball the size of an apple, dense and solid. With another thought, it flattened into a disc, then stretched into a rope, then split into a dozen tendrils that waved independently in the air like sea anemone. Each shape came naturally, instinctively, as if he'd been doing this his whole life and had simply forgotten. He pushed further. The shadow rope wrapped around the bedpost and pulled. The bed scraped 2 inches across the floor. The shadow had physical force. Weight. Presence. It wasn't an illusion or a visual trick, it was a physical substance that existed at the intersection of magic and darkness, and Harry could wield it like a limb. For the next 2 hours, Harry experimented. He learned that he could draw shadows from any source, objects, walls, even the thin shadows cast by wrinkles in the bedsheets, and shape them to his will. He learned that his own shadow was the most responsive, the most powerful, and the most intelligent. It anticipated his commands, moving into defensive positions before he consciously decided to defend, and striking at targets he was only thinking about hitting. He learned that shadows in direct sunlight were weaker, not absent, because light always casts some shadow, but thinner, less substantial, harder to grip. And he learned that when he reached deep enough into the shadow magic, he could feel it. The primordial dark. Not the door, not yet, but the vast, patient presence beyond it. It was aware of him. It was watching, in the way that the ocean watches the shore, without eyes, without malice, just an immense and ancient attention that made Harry feel simultaneously tiny and incredibly significant. He pulled back from that edge. Not from fear. From Morticia's caution, "We'll discuss the door when we arrive." By noon, Harry could shape shadows into solid constructs, shields, blades, walls, and maintain them for several minutes without concentration. By mid-afternoon, he'd managed his first umbral step, slipping into the shadow behind his wardrobe and emerging from the shadow under the bed, 3 feet away. The sensation was indescribable, a moment of complete darkness, complete warmth, complete belonging, followed by the slight disorientation of reappearing somewhere else. It lasted less than a second, but during that second, Harry felt more at home than he'd ever felt anywhere in the world of light. A knock at the door pulled him out of practice. Harry dismissed the shadows, they retreated reluctantly, like children called in from play, and opened the door. Albus Dumbledore stood in the hallway. He looked exactly as Harry remembered, tall, thin, ancient, with half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose and a beard long enough to tuck into his belt. His robes were a deep purple today, patterned with silver stars that moved in slow, lazy orbits. His eyes, usually twinkling with that maddeningly avuncular warmth, were doing something different. They were assessing. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "May I come in?" "Professor." Harry stepped aside, not because he wanted to but because refusing Dumbledore entry would create a confrontation he wasn't ready for. Not yet. Dumbledore entered the room and took in the scene with a single sweeping glance, the journals spread across the bed, the communication mirror propped against the headboard, the faint wisps of shadow magic that still clung to the corners of the room like perfume after a visitor has left. His face betrayed nothing, but his right hand, the wand hand, twitched. He was nervous. Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in Britain, was standing in Harry's rented room and he was nervous. "I received word from the Ministry this morning," Dumbledore began, settling into the room's single armchair with a grace that belied his age. "There was a magical event at Gringotts, I know. I got their letter. Of a type that has not been recorded in Britain for over 40 years. Dumbledore's gaze was steady. I recognize the magical signature, Harry. I have encountered it once before. A very long time ago, in a very different context. Harry said nothing. He leaned against the wall by the window, arms crossed, and waited. The shadows in the room were still, but attentive. Watching Dumbledore with the same wary interest Harry felt. Dumbledore sighed. It was a heavy sound, weighted with decades. You've taken the blood inheritance test. Yes. And you've discovered your mother's true heritage. That she was born Lily Addams and blood adopted into the Evans family at 14 months old. Yes. A silence. Dumbledore's face did something complicated, grief, guilt, resignation, and fear chasing each other across his ancient features like clouds across a troubled sky. He removed his spectacles, polished them on his robe, and replaced them. A stalling tactic. Harry recognized it because he'd seen Dumbledore do it before, always when he was about to say something he knew would be received badly. Harry, I need to tell you something, and I need you to hear all of it before you respond. You knew. Dumbledore closed his eyes. Yes. You knew my mother was an Addams. You knew about her blood, her heritage, her family. You knew, and you placed me with the Dursleys anyway. I placed you with the Dursleys because of it. Harry's jaw tightened. The shadows in the room shifted, just slightly, pressing closer to him. Dumbledore noticed. His hand twitched toward his wand again, not a hostile movement, but the instinctive reaction of a man who had survived 100 years of magical combat by always being ready. Explain, Harry said. Your mother discovered her heritage late, Dumbledore said. She was already at Hogwarts, 7th year, I believe, when she found references to the Addams bloodline in the restricted section and began to suspect. She came to me. I investigated. The blood adoption was confirmed by Gringotts. Lily was an Addams. And I made a judgment call that I have questioned every day since. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes, and for once, there was no twinkle, no performance. Just an old man carrying a weight that had been crushing him for 13 years. The tenebrous inheritance, Harry. The Addams bloodline carries a connection to something ancient and incredibly dangerous. Not evil, I want to be clear about that. I do not believe your family's magic is evil. But it is powerful in a way that the modern wizarding world is not equipped to understand or contain, and when I learned of your mother's heritage, I was terrified of what it might mean if Voldemort ever learned of it. Harry felt a cold spike in his chest. Not the cold of fear, the cold of understanding. You thought he'd want my blood. I thought he would want your power. The tenebrous inheritance combined with the abilities you already possessed, Parseltongue, the connection through your scar, your raw magical talent, would have made you the most valuable asset in the world to a dark wizard seeking immortality. Voldemort's entire ideology was built on the conquest of death. The Addams bloodline communes with death. If he had known, so you hid it. You hid me with muggles who hated magic, who hated me, because you were afraid of what Voldemort might do if he found out. Yes. And you never told me. Never gave me the choice. You were a child, Harry. I was a child in a cupboard, Professor. The words hit like a physical blow. Dumbledore flinched, actually flinched, and for a moment, the mask of the wise, benevolent headmaster cracked completely. What was underneath was worse than malice. It was regret. Bone-deep, agonizing regret, the kind that comes from knowing you made a choice with the best of intentions and it caused suffering you can never undo. I know, Dumbledore whispered. I know what they did to you, Harry. I checked on you. Not often enough, never often enough, but I knew. And every time I saw what that house was doing to you, I told myself it was necessary. That the blood protection from your mother's sacrifice required you to live with her blood relatives. That the discomfort was a small price for your safety. Discomfort. Harry's voice was flat. Is that what you call it? No. Dumbledore's voice broke. No, it was more than discomfort. It was cruelty. And I allowed it because I was afraid of something I considered worse. That is the truth, Harry. I am not going to pretend it is a good truth. I am simply going to tell it to you because you deserve to hear it. Harry stared at the old man in the armchair. The rage was there, a dark, cold thing coiled in his chest, fed by years of cupboard darkness and deadly hatred and the knowledge that someone could have stopped it and didn't. But underneath the rage was something else, something the Addams journals had begun to teach him: clarity. The ability to see a situation for what it was, stripped of emotion, and make a decision based on understanding rather than reaction. Dumbledore was not a villain. He was a flawed, frightened old man who had made a terrible choice for understandable reasons and had been living with the consequences ever since. Hating him would be easy. Hating him would even feel good. But it wouldn't be useful. You said you recognized the magical signature from my awakening, Harry said. That you'd encountered it before, a long time ago. When? Relief flickered across Dumbledore's face, relief that Harry was asking questions instead of throwing hexes. 1944. I was investigating a series of unusual magical events in Eastern Europe: disappearances, shadow anomalies, reports of the dead speaking. The trail led me to a member of the Addams family. A woman named Esmeralda Addams. She was remarkable. And terrifying. And she told me about the Ministère des Ombres. Harry's attention sharpened. The what? The Ministry of Shadows. An international magical organization, very old, very secret, dedicated to one purpose: the elimination of the Addams bloodline. They believe the Tenebrous inheritance is not a gift but a flaw in reality, a crack through which the primordial dark will eventually flood the world. They have hunted your family for centuries. Assassinations, disappearances, forced separations. Forced separations, Harry repeated slowly. Like a blood adoption. Like taking a baby from her family and placing her with muggles. Dumbledore nodded. The implication was clear. You think the Ministère des Ombres separated my mother from the Addams family? I believe it is likely. Lily was blood adopted at 14 months, the age at which Addams' ancestral magic typically begins to manifest. Whoever took her wanted to ensure she never discovered her heritage, never awakened the Tenebrous inheritance. They nearly succeeded. If Lily hadn't found those references in the restricted section, she would have lived and died without ever knowing what she was. Harry finished the thought, and the coldness in his chest spread. And I would have grown up in a cupboard with no idea that I had a family who wanted me. Yes. Is the Ministère still active? I don't know. I lost contact with Esmeralda Addams in 1945, the year Grindelwald fell. There was too much chaos. By the time I looked for her again, she had vanished. I've heard nothing of the Ministère des Ombres since then. But organizations like that don't simply disappear. Harry absorbed this. His mind was working faster than it ever had. The Tenebrous inheritance seemed to sharpen thought as well as magical ability, or maybe it was just that for the first time in his life, Harry had something to think about that actually mattered to him. The Addams family is coming, he said. They'll be here within 36 hours. Dumbledore went very still. The family. Here. Morticia Addams. Her husband, Gomez. Others, I think. Harry, I must caution you, no. The word was quiet, but it filled the room. The shadows pressed closer to Harry, a living wall of darkness that framed him against the window, and for a moment, Dumbledore saw not a 13-year-old boy but something older, something that carried the weight of a bloodline that predated his own existence by millennia. You don't get to caution me about my family, Professor. Not after what you did. Not after 13 years. I'm going to meet them, and I'm going to learn what I am, and you are going to step back and let it happen. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long time. The assessment was still there in his eyes, the calculation, the weighing of risks, the instinctive desire to control and protect that had driven every decision he'd ever made regarding Harry Potter. But alongside it, something new, acceptance. Not happy acceptance. Not willing. But the grudging recognition that the boy in front of him had stopped being a piece on Dumbledore's chessboard and started being a player in his own right. "Very well," Dumbledore said softly. "But Harry, please. Be careful with the door. Whatever else you learn, whatever the Addams family teaches you, be careful with the door." He stood, moved to the door of the room, and paused with his hand on the knob. "For what it's worth," he said, without turning around, "I am sorry. For the cupboard. For the Dursleys. For all of it. Sorry is insufficient and I know that. But it is what I have." He left. The door clicked shut behind him. Harry stood in the dimming room, shadows swirling around him like a living cloak, and thought about doors. The one Dumbledore had just walked through. The one in his dreams, black and warm and waiting. The one that had been closed on his cupboard every night for 10 years. He was done with closed doors. All of them. Harry picked up the communication mirror and activated it. The surface rippled and cleared, and this time, it wasn't Morticia who answered. It was a man, dark-haired, wild-eyed, with a mustache that belonged on a swashbuckling pirate and a grin so wide and manic it practically vibrated. "Is this him? Is this the boy?" "Tish, it's the boy." The man's voice was an explosion of enthusiasm, accented with something Harry couldn't place, old money American filtered through pure, uncontainable energy. He leaned so close to the mirror his mustache filled the frame. "Harry. My boy. My blood. I am Gomez Addams, your mother's cousin, your family, your champion, and I want you to know that I have personally chartered a plane, purchased 17 swords, and retained the services of 4 international barristers in the last 6 hours, all on your behalf." Harry blinked. 17 swords. One can never have too many swords. "Tish, Morticia, my darling, my death, she told me everything. The muggles. The cupboard. The scar." Gomez's manic energy shifted, the grin dropping away to reveal something volcanic underneath. "Someone hurt a child of our blood. Someone took Lily from us and left you in the dark. Harry, I want you to understand something. Are you listening?" "I'm listening. The Addams family has survived for 4,000 years. Do you know how? Not through power, though we have that. Not through fear, though we inspire that. We survive because we are loyal. Loyal to the blood, loyal to the shadow, loyal to each other in a way that the rest of the world cannot comprehend. You are our blood. You are my blood. And from this moment forward, anyone who threatens you threatens the entire Addams line, and we will respond accordingly." His dark eyes blazed. "Is that clear?" Harry felt the thing in his chest crack a little further. The ice, the stone, the weight of years, whatever metaphor fit the armor he'd built around himself to survive the Dursleys, it was fracturing under the heat of Gomez Addams's absurd, overwhelming, absolutely sincere ferocity. "That's clear," Harry said. "Good. Excellent. Now, practical matters. We land in London tomorrow at dawn. Morticia, Wednesday, Pugsley, Grandmama, Lurch, and Thing will be with me." "Thing? You'll meet Thing. He's very excited, well, he's very something. Hard to tell with Thing. The point is, we're coming in force, my boy. Full family delegation. We're going to sort out your living situation, your legal standing, your magical education, and whatever fool thought it was acceptable to put a child of the primordial dark in a house that didn't even have proper shadows." Harry almost laughed. The Dursleys kept every light in the house on. All the time. Gomez's expression went nuclear. "Barbarians." This time, Harry did laugh. It came out strange and rusty and it hurt a little, like stretching a muscle that hadn't been used in years. But it was real, and the shadows in his room danced with it, and Gomez's volcanic fury softened into something unbearably warm. "There it is," Gomez said quietly. "There's the Addams in you. I can hear it. You laugh like Lily did." Harry's laughter stopped. "You knew my mother?" "Once. Briefly. She came to the family estate when she was 17, she'd just discovered the truth about her heritage. She stayed for a weekend. She was brilliant, Harry. Brilliant and fierce and absolutely furious about having been lied to, which is the correct response. She had your eyes, or you have hers, I suppose." Gomez's voice softened further. "She didn't stay long enough. She went back to England, back to the war, back to your father. We begged her to stay, to let us protect her. She said she had something more important to do. Someone more important to protect. Me. You." Gomez nodded. "She chose you over safety. She chose you over family, over power, over everything. And then someone, Voldemort, Dumbledore, the Minister, whoever, took her from you and left you in the dark. Literally in the dark, in a cupboard, where even the shadows couldn't reach you properly." His jaw clenched. "That ends now." Harry looked at the mirror, at Gomez Addams's mustache and wild eyes and barely contained rage and absolute, unwavering commitment to a nephew he'd met 5 minutes ago, and made a decision. Not a dramatic decision, not a declaration. Just a quiet, internal shifting of weight. A realignment. For 13 years, Harry had survived by relying on himself. By expecting nothing from adults, from family, from anyone. By keeping the stone in his stomach and the armor around his heart and never, ever letting himself believe that someone would come for him. Someone was coming. "Tomorrow at dawn," Harry said. "Tomorrow at dawn," Gomez confirmed. "Get some sleep, my boy. You're going to need your energy." He leaned close to the mirror again, and his grin returned, enormous, slightly deranged, and warmer than any smile Harry had ever been given. "Welcome to the family, Harry. It's going to be wonderful." The mirror went dark. Harry set it down on the bedside table, lay back against his pillow, and stared at the ceiling. The shadows gathered around him, on the bed, along the walls, across the floor, a dark tide of living warmth that pulsed with his heartbeat. The shadow blade hummed against his forearm. The umbral script in the journals glowed faintly in the dimness, as if the books themselves were pleased to have been read. Outside, London went about its evening. Traffic hummed. A dog barked. The last light of the August sun painted the sky in shades of amber and rose, and the shadows it cast through Harry's window were long and deep and reached for him like fingers. Harry closed his eyes. The dream came, hallway, shadow, door, but tonight, something was different. He wasn't alone in the hallway. Shadows walked beside him, dozens of them, hundreds, each one carrying the faint impression of a person who had come before. His ancestors. His family. The Addams dead, walking alongside their living heir toward the door that waited at the end of everything. And from the other side of the door, the primordial dark pressed its vast, ancient awareness against the barrier and whispered, "Welcome home, child. We have so much to show you." Harry smiled in his sleep. The shadows smiled with him. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The family. Harry woke to the sound of an explosion. Not a metaphorical explosion, not a door slamming or a shout or any of the mundane violences he'd grown up with at the Dursleys. This was a genuine, concussive boom that rattled the windows of the leaky cauldron and knocked a picture frame off the wall of room 11. Harry was on his feet with his wand in one hand and the shadow blade extending from his other forearm before his eyes were fully open. Downstairs, someone screamed. Then someone laughed. The laugh was high, delighted, and distinctly unhinged. Harry threw on clothes and took the stairs 3 at a time, the shadows in the stairwell bending toward him as he passed, and burst into the leaky cauldron's common room to find absolute chaos. The front door had been blown off its hinges. Not inward, outward, into the street, as if something inside the pub had decided the door was an inconvenience and removed it with enthusiasm. Tom the barkeeper was standing behind the bar with his mouth open and a shattered glass in each hand. 3 early morning patrons were pressed against the far wall, wands drawn, staring at the figures who had just entered through the newly doorless doorway. Gomez Addams stood at the front of the group, and he was exactly as the mirror had promised, dark-haired, mustached, wearing a pinstriped suit that probably cost more than everything Harry had ever owned combined, and radiating an energy that made the air around him feel slightly electrified. He held a cigar in one hand and a rapier in the other, an actual rapier, its blade gleaming in the morning light, and he was grinning like a man who had just had the best morning of his life. The door was locked, he announced to the room at large. And Addams never waits for a locked door. Behind him, Morticia Addams glided through the ruined doorway with the serene grace of a woman who had never been startled by anything in her life. She was even more striking in person than she'd been through the mirror, tall, impossibly elegant, her black dress trailing behind her like liquid shadow. She surveyed the damage to the door with mild interest. "Gomez, darling, I believe the traditional approach is to knock. Knocking is for people without swords, Tish." A fair point. Behind Morticia came a girl Harry's age, and everything in Harry's brain went briefly, pleasantly quiet. She was pale, not sickly pale, but pale the way moonlight was pale, like color was something that happened to other people. Her hair was black, pulled into 2 severe braids that hung past her shoulders, and her face was a study in controlled stillness. Dark eyes, sharp jaw, a mouth set in a line so flat it could have been drawn with a ruler. She wore a black dress with a white collar that should have looked absurd on a 13-year-old but somehow looked exactly right, and she carried herself with the rigid posture of someone who had decided at birth that slouching was beneath her. She looked at Harry. He looked at her. The shadows in the room leaned toward both of them simultaneously, like iron filings caught between 2 magnets. "Wednesday," Morticia said, placing a hand on the girl's shoulder. "This is Harry." Wednesday Addams studied him with an intensity that should have been uncomfortable but was, instead, the most interesting thing that had happened to Harry in 13 years of being stared at. Every other gaze he'd ever weathered, Dumbledore's assessment, Snape's contempt, the public's hungry fascination with the boy who lived, had been about what Harry represented. This girl was looking at what he was. Her eyes tracked his scar first. Lingered. Moved on. They noted the shadow blade on his forearm, she recognized it, something flickered in those dark eyes that might have been respect. They catalogued his posture, his hands, the way the shadows in the room were gravitating toward him. She took in the whole picture in about 4 seconds. "I was told the scar would be more grotesque," Wednesday said. Her voice was flat, uninflected, and absolutely deadpan. "How disappointing." Harry blinked. Then he laughed, the same rusty, surprising sound from last night, dragged out of him by the sheer unexpectedness of someone looking at his famous scar and being unimpressed. Wednesday's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind her eyes. A spark of interest. As if Harry had passed a test she hadn't told him she was administering. "I'll try to get a bigger one next time," Harry said. "See that you do." A large boy, large in the way that suggested he'd been built for durability rather than speed, shouldered through the doorway behind Wednesday. He had the same dark hair and pale skin as his sister, but where Wednesday was razor-sharp stillness, this boy was cheerful, round-faced chaos. He was carrying what appeared to be a homemade explosive device in one hand and a sandwich in the other. "That was the door," he said, looking at the splintered remains with naked admiration. "Dad, that was only supposed to be a small charge. I think the British wood is less resistant than American oak." "Pugsley," Morticia said mildly. "We discussed using indoor voices in foreign countries. That was my indoor voice. Then we need to discuss further." An elderly woman came next, short, hunched, wild-haired, with a face like a friendly apple that had been left in the sun too long. She wore robes that were more patches than original fabric and carried a crooked staff topped with what Harry was fairly certain was a real human skull. Her eyes, bright and sharp behind a curtain of grey hair, locked onto Harry immediately, and she made a sound, a cackle, really, there was no other word for it, that raised the hair on his arms. "Oh, there he is," she said, and her voice was smoke and gravel and ancient amusement. "There's the boy. Come here, let Grandmama look at you." She crossed the room faster than her apparent age should have allowed and seized Harry's face in both hands. Her grip was strong, her palms rough, and her eyes, up close, Harry could see they were the same dark, depthless color as Morticia's and Wednesday's, bored into his with an intensity that went beyond sight. She was reading him. Not his mind, his blood. He could feel it, a warm, probing awareness that touched his tenebrous inheritance and made it hum in recognition. "Strong," Grandmama muttered. "Very strong. The inheritance is already active, shadow sovereignty, basic level. Curse intuition budding. And the death speech." She trailed off, her grip tightening on his face. "Boy, have you heard voices? The dead?" "In a dream," Harry said. "My mother." Grandmama released his face and looked at Morticia with an expression that was equal parts triumph and worry. "It's moving fast, Tish. Faster than any awakening I've seen. The blood was compressed for too long, like a spring held down for 13 years. Now it's releasing all at once. Is that dangerous?" Harry asked. "Everything worth having is dangerous," Grandmama said, which was not remotely reassuring. Then she patted his cheek with surprising gentleness. "But we're here now. That's what family's for." The final member of the Addams party was not, strictly speaking, a person. Lurch, an impossibly tall, cadaverous man with a face like a granite cliff and the general demeanor of a friendly tombstone, ducked through the doorway carrying enough luggage for a small army. He looked at Harry, groaned a deep, resonant "You wrong?" That seemed to be directed at no one in particular, and began carrying suitcases upstairs with the mechanical efficiency of someone who had been carrying things for other people for a very long time and had made peace with it. And then there was Thing. Harry felt it before he saw it, a small, warm pressure on his shoulder, like a bird landing. He turned his head and found himself face to palm with a disembodied hand. Just a hand. No arm, no body, just 5 fingers and a palm, balanced on his shoulder with the casual ease of a pet that had decided it liked him. It was alive. It was tapping on his shoulder in a rhythm that felt like a greeting. "That's Thing," Wednesday said, appearing at Harry's other side with the soundless approach of someone who had been practicing stealth since birth. "He's the family's, everyone argues about what Thing is. Father says valet. Mother says companion. Pugsley says pet. I say Thing is Thing." Thing waved at Harry. Harry, operating on pure instinct, waved back. Thing patted his cheek approvingly and scuttled down his arm to examine the shadow blade with evident fascination. "It likes you," Wednesday observed. "Thing doesn't like most people. I have that effect on things that shouldn't exist." Wednesday's flat expression didn't change, but the corner of her mouth, just the corner, a millimeter of movement that anyone else would have missed, twitched upward. It was, Harry would learn, the Wednesday Addams equivalent of a belly laugh. Tom the barkeeper, who had been standing behind the bar in a state of frozen bewilderment for the past 3 minutes, cleared his throat. "So, will you be, wanting rooms? I've got several available, now that the door situation has." "7 rooms," Gomez announced, pulling a sack of galleons from his jacket that was roughly the size of Harry's head. "The best you have. And fix the door, send me the bill. Actually, don't fix the door. I want it mounted on the wall as a trophy. Actually, do fix the door but also mount the pieces. Actually, Gomez." Morticia's hand on his arm, a single touch, and the manic energy focused like sunlight through a lens. Rooms. Then family business. Right. Rooms. Then we fix everything. He turned to Harry and the volcanic warmth was back, the fierce tenderness that made Harry's chest ache. My boy. My boy. Look at you. Standing there with shadow magic bleeding off you like heat, and you don't even know how extraordinary that is, do you? Come. We have much to discuss. Morticia, darling, the family room. The family room. Tom, wisely, gave them the largest private dining room the leaky cauldron possessed. It was a comfortable space, heavy wooden table, chairs with worn cushions, a fireplace that crackled despite the August heat. Lurch set tea and coffee and what appeared to be a bottle of something that smoked slightly on the table, then positioned himself by the door like a very tall, very loyal gargoyle. The Addams family arranged themselves around the table with the practiced ease of people who held family councils regularly. Gomez at the head, Morticia at his right, Wednesday and Pugsley on one side, Grandmama on the other. They left a chair open, directly across from Gomez, at the other end of the table. The heir's seat. Harry sat in it and felt the shadow blade hum against his forearm, responding to the concentrated Addams bloodline in the room. The shadows in every corner deepened. Right, Gomez said, and the manic energy was gone, replaced by something focused and sharp. Harry caught a glimpse of the man underneath the performance, intelligent, serious, and very, very dangerous when he needed to be. First things first. Harry, I need you to tell us about your life. All of it. Don't spare us. Don't soften it. We need to know what was done to you. Harry looked around the table. 6 faces, 7, if you counted Thing, who was perched on the table between the teacups, all watching him with varying degrees of intensity. Wednesday's expression was unreadable. Pugsley looked uncomfortable in the way that physically confident people do when confronted with emotional territory. Grandmama's sharp eyes were gentle. Morticia was still, controlled, a dark lake hiding fathomless depths. He told them. He started at the beginning, the cupboard under the stairs, because that was the foundation, the thing everything else was built on. He told them about the darkness, the spiders, the cot that he'd outgrown at age 5 but kept sleeping on until he was 10 because there was no room for anything larger. About Vernon's belt and Dudley's fists and Petunia's glass-edged indifference. About being hungry, not occasionally, not dramatically, just a constant, grinding hunger that lived in his bones from September to June because the Dursleys fed him last and least. About being told his parents were drunks. About being told he was nothing. He told them about Hogwarts, the wonder and the horror of it. The troll and the philosopher's stone and a 12-year-old facing down a possessed professor because no adult had bothered to handle it properly. The Chamber of Secrets, the basilisk, the diary that had tried to eat Ginny Weasley's soul. Being 12 years old and standing in a cavern full of bones with a broken wand and a phoenix and the absolute certainty that he was going to die. He told them about Dumbledore, the half-truths, the careful manipulations, the feeling of being managed rather than raised. About being sent back to the Dursleys every summer despite everything, because blood protection, because safety, because the greater good. He told them about the scar, Voldemort, the prophecy he didn't fully understand, and the weight of being a symbol before he was ever allowed to be a person. He told them everything, and while he talked, he watched his new family. Gomez broke a teacup. Just closed his fist around it, porcelain and all, and shattered it. Tea and blood ran between his fingers, and he didn't seem to notice. His eyes were black with rage, not the performative fury of the morning, but something deeper, quieter, and infinitely more dangerous. The kind of anger that didn't burn hot but rather compressed into something diamond-hard and permanent. Morticia didn't break anything. She didn't move at all. But the shadows in the room began to darken, slowly, progressively, as if the light itself was being gently strangled. By the time Harry finished speaking, the dining room was dim enough that the fireplace seemed to be the only light source, and Morticia's eyes were 2 points of absolute darkness in a pale, beautiful, terrifying face. Pugsley had gone quiet. Not his natural state, clearly, the boy vibrated with suppressed energy under normal circumstances. But he sat still, his round face tight, his hands flat on the table, and he stared at Harry with an expression of baffled, furious incomprehension. As if the concept of treating a child the way Harry had been treated was so alien to his experience that he couldn't fully process it. Grandmama muttered in a language Harry didn't recognize. Not umbral script, something older, harsher, consonant-heavy. It sounded like cursing. It probably was. And Wednesday. Wednesday sat across from Harry with her hands folded on the table and her expression as flat and controlled as ever, but Harry noticed, because the tenebrous inheritance had sharpened his senses in ways he was still cataloguing, that her shadow was moving. Not dramatically, not the way Harry's shadows moved when he was emotional. Just a subtle darkening around her edges, as if the darkness in her blood was pressing outward, straining against her control. Her jaw was clenched so tight he could see the muscles standing out under her pale skin. When Harry finished, a silence filled the room that was thick enough to cut. Gomez spoke first. The Dursleys' address. Gomez, Morticia began. I'm not going to kill them. He said it in a tone that suggested this was a significant concession. I'm going to ruin them. There's a difference. The Addams family has solicitors in 14 countries, financial holdings that predate the American government, and the ability to make a Muggle family's life so comprehensively miserable that they'll wish they'd been kind. He looked at Harry. Unless you want me to kill them. Because I will. I don't want you to kill them, Harry said, and was surprised to find that he meant it. A week ago, he might have wanted exactly that. But the rage he felt toward the Dursleys was old and cold and small compared to the new warmth spreading through his chest. They weren't worth killing. They weren't worth thinking about. The Dursleys can wait, Morticia said. They are a symptom. The disease is whoever separated Lily from the family. She looked at Harry, and her dark eyes held the focused intensity of a surgeon. Dumbledore told you he knew about Lily's heritage? Since her 7th year at Hogwarts. But he says the blood adoption happened when she was 14 months old, years before Dumbledore could have done it. Then someone else placed her with the Evans family. Dumbledore merely perpetuated the concealment. He mentioned an organization. The Ministère des Ombres. The temperature in the room dropped. Not metaphorically, Harry actually felt the air cool, saw his breath mist for a moment before the Addams family's collective reaction settled. Gomez set down his broken teacup with exaggerated care. Morticia's composure didn't crack, but it crystallized, hardening from poise into something closer to battle readiness. Grandmama stopped muttering and went very still. Even Wednesday reacted, a widening of the eyes, quickly controlled, that told Harry this was a name she'd heard before and hadn't expected to hear again. You know them, Harry said. We know of them, Gomez said. His voice had lost all trace of theatrics. The Ministry of Shadows. An ancient organization dedicated to the eradication of the Addams bloodline. They've been hunting us for centuries, longer than any wizarding government has existed. They believe the tenebrous inheritance is a threat to reality itself. That we are, what did they call it, Tish? A wound in the fabric of existence, Morticia said quietly. Through which the primordial dark will eventually bleed into the world and consume it. That. Are they right? Harry asked. Another silence. This one was different, not shocked, but careful. Grandmama and Morticia exchanged a look that carried the weight of generations. Gomez studied the table. Wednesday studied Harry. The primordial dark is real, Grandmama said finally. That's not debatable. It's the shadow that existed before creation, before light, before life, before anything. Our bloodline is connected to it. We draw power from it. And yes, there is a boundary between our world and the primordial dark, and our bloodline exists on that boundary. We are the membrane. The threshold. The Minister believes the membrane is weakening, Morticia added. That with each generation, the Addams bloodline's connection to the primordial dark grows stronger, and eventually, an heir will be born who tears the membrane entirely. And the primordial dark floods through, Harry said. Consuming everything. That is their theory. Is it wrong? Grandmama's eyes met his. The primordial dark has existed alongside creation since the beginning. If it wanted to consume the world, it has had millennia to do so. The membrane has thinned and thickened throughout our family's history. It has never broken. But it could, Harry said. Not a question. Yes. It could. In theory, if an Addams heir were powerful enough to fully open the door, the final stage of the tenebrous inheritance, the membrane could tear. But no Addams has ever reached that stage. The door has remained sealed for all of recorded history. Harry thought about his dreams. The hallway. The door made of absence. How close it was getting, night by night. He kept that to himself. For now. Right, Gomez said, clapping his hands with a decisive energy that broke the heaviness in the room. Here's what we're going to do. Priority 1, Harry's safety and education. Grandmama, you'll begin training him in the ancestral magic. Shadow sovereignty, curse intuition, the foundations. He needs to control what's been awakened before it controls him. Grandmama nodded. I'll need space. Somewhere with deep shadows and old magic in the walls. Hogwarts, Harry said. The castle's built on ancient magical foundations. The shadows in the dungeons and the lower levels are thick enough to swim in. Perfect. We'll work there once term begins. Until then, the cauldron cellar should suffice. Priority 2, Gomez continued. Legal standing. The ministry is already sniffing around. They sent Harry a letter requesting a routine interview. There's nothing routine about it. They want to know what the magical event was, and when they find out, they'll want to control it. Lucius Malfoy has informants in the ministry, and if there's a man alive who'd love to use Harry's unusual heritage against him, it's that silver-haired snake. I'll handle the legal matters, Morticia said. I've already contacted our family solicitors. We'll file a formal recognition of Harry as the Addams heir with both the British Ministry and the International Confederation. Once the paperwork is processed, any attempt to challenge his status will have to go through international magical law, which gives us significantly more protection than British law alone. Priority 3, Gomez said, and his voice dropped. The Ministère des Ombres. If they separated Lily from the family, they know the Addams bloodline survived in Britain. Harry's awakening would have been detectable to anyone monitoring for Shadow-class magical events. They may already be moving. I want to find out who took my mother, Harry said. Every eye at the table turned to him. I want to know who separated her from you. Who gave her to the Evans family? Who decided that a 14-month-old baby should be cut off from her blood and raised ignorant of what she was? Harry's voice was steady, but the shadows in the room were moving with him, pressing outward, darkening the corners. Dumbledore thinks it was the Minister. If it was, I want to know who gave the order. I want to know why. And I want to look them in the eye. Gomez stared at him for a long moment. Then he smiled, not the manic grin, not the performer's flash. A real smile, proud and fierce and a little sad. You sound like her, he said. You sound exactly like Lily. The training began that afternoon. The leaky cauldron cellar was deep, stone-walled, and lit by a single guttering torch that threw shadows across every surface. It was, Grandmama declared, adequate, which Harry was learning was high praise from a woman who had once described a volcanic eruption as mildly warm. First lesson, Grandmama said, stomping around the cellar with her skull-topped staff clicking against the flagstones. Forget everything you know about magic. That's a lot to forget. Good. It should be. Wizarding magic, wand magic, Hogwarts magic, ministry-approved magic, is a system. It's organized, categorized, taught in schools, regulated by governments. It runs on rules. Spells have incantations. Wand movements matter. Theory underlies everything. She turned to face him, and in the dim light, her wild gray hair and sharp eyes made her look like something out of a fairy tale. The dangerous kind. Addams' magic has no rules. Harry raised an eyebrow. No rules at all. None that can be written down. Our magic is ancestral. It lives in the blood, not in the wand. It doesn't follow incantations or movements, it follows intent. You don't cast shadow magic. You become it. You reach into the darkness and the darkness reaches back, and what happens between you is a conversation, not a command. She thrust her staff into the ground, and the single torch went out. The cellar plunged into absolute darkness. Now, Grandmama's voice came from somewhere to Harry's left. What do you see? Harry opened his mouth to say, nothing, and stopped. Because he could see. Not in the way he saw in light, not shapes and colors and edges. He saw the darkness itself, its texture. Layers of shadow stacked over each other like silk, each one slightly different in density, in warmth, in the feeling it projected. The shadow nearest the walls was cold and thin, surface shadow, cast by the absence of light. But deeper, closer to the floor, in the corners and the cracks, there were older shadows. Thick, warm, heavy with the accumulated darkness of centuries. The cellar had been dark for a long time, and the darkness had settled in like sediment, building layers of shadow that pulsed with quiet, patient life. I can see the shadows, Harry said. They're not all the same. Some are older. Heavier. Good. That's the first stage of shadow sovereignty, shadow sight. You're reading the dark the way a musician reads sheet music. Now reach for the oldest shadow you can find. The deepest layer. Don't grab it, just touch it. Harry extended his awareness, not his hand, his awareness, that new sense that the tenebrous inheritance had opened like a third eye, toward the deepest shadow in the cellar. It was in the far corner, where two walls met the floor, and it was old. Centuries old. A shadow that predated the leaky cauldron itself, that had been here when this ground was wild and dark and untouched. He touched it. Cold. Deep. Vast. A pressure like diving into water, but the water was warm and thick and alive, and it was everywhere, pressing against him from every direction, and Harry could feel the edges of something, the primordial dark, the source, the ocean from which all shadows were merely puddles, pushing against his awareness like a tide against a seawall. He pulled back. His breath came hard, his heart hammering. The torch reignited with a pop, and Grandmama was watching him with an expression that mixed satisfaction with something more cautious. You touched the source, she said. Most Addams don't manage that until months into training. You did it in 30 seconds. It felt big. It is big. The primordial dark is the largest thing that exists, larger than creation, because creation exists within it. Every shadow in the world is a window into it. When you use shadow sovereignty, you're reaching through those windows and pulling fragments of the primordial dark into physical reality. The stronger you get, the bigger the fragments you can pull. What happens if I pull too much? Grandmama's expression tightened. Then you're not pulling anymore. It's pulling you. And that's a conversation for another day. She thumped her staff. Practical exercise. Shapes. For the next 3 hours, Harry learned to shape shadows with precision. Not the instinctive, emotion-driven shaping he'd done in his room at the leaky cauldron, this was controlled, deliberate, exacting. Grandmama had him form basic geometric shapes first, cubes, spheres, pyramids, each one held in the air by his will alone. Then more complex forms, a chain, a key, a cup. Then moving shapes, a bird that flapped its shadow wings, a snake that slithered across the floor, a hand that could pick up a coin from the flagstones. The shadow is physical when you make it physical, Grandmama instructed. It has weight, density, force. But it's not matter, it's something between matter and energy, a third state that wizarding science has never classified because they refuse to study what they fear. You can make a shadow as hard as steel or as soft as silk. You can make it sharp enough to cut or heavy enough to crush. The limit is your will and your blood. Harry made a shadow blade, not the ancestral weapon bonded to his arm, but a new one, shaped from the cellar's darkness. It was cruder than the real thing, rougher, but it cut through the wooden practice target Grandmama conjured like the target was made of paper. Not bad, Grandmama said, which Harry was beginning to understand meant excellent. What about the other abilities? Death speech, curse intuition. Death speech you already have, you spoke to your mother in a dream. That will develop on its own as the inheritance deepens. You'll start hearing the dead more clearly, more often. Some you'll want to hear. Some you won't. Learning to filter is part of the skill. And curse intuition. Grandmama pulled something from her robes, a small, dark stone, about the size of a walnut, covered in tiny carved symbols that pulsed with a sickly yellowish light. She held it out, and Harry felt something lurch in his chest. Not the warm, welcoming pull of shadow magic. Something else. Something that felt wrong, like hearing a familiar song played in the wrong key. What is that? A curse stone. Old dark magic, wizard dark magic, not ours. It carries a withering curse designed to decay living tissue on contact. Nasty little thing. Pick it up. Harry stared at her. You want me to pick up a cursed object? Curse intuition means you can read curses the way you read shadows. The curse can't hurt you if you understand it. So understand it. Harry reached out and took the stone. The wrongness intensified, but as it did, something else happened. The lurching sensation in his chest clarified, like a blurry image coming into focus. He could feel the curse's structure. Not see it, not read it in runes or words, feel it, the way you feel the grain of wood under your fingers. The withering curse was a spiral, tight, corrosive, designed to unravel cellular bonds. It was powered by malice, someone specific, directed hatred, and it was old. 200 years, maybe more. He could also feel its weaknesses. 3 points in the spiral where the structure was thin, where the curse weaver's concentration had faltered. If he pushed shadow magic into those gaps, the yellowish light flickered. Died. The stone crumbled to dust in Harry's palm. I broke it, Harry said, staring at the dust. Grandmama's cackle filled the cellar. You didn't just break it, boy. You unwove it. A 200-year-old curse, unraveled in 10 seconds by a child who's had his inheritance for a day. She shook her head, gray hair flying. Your mother's blood burns strong in you. Lily would have been formidable if she'd ever had the chance to train. The mention of his mother hit Harry somewhere tender. Did you know her? I met her once. The weekend she visited the family, when she was 17. Gomez told you about that. Grandmama's expression softened, not much, because softness wasn't really in her repertoire, but enough. She was extraordinary, Harry. Quick-witted, fierce, and absolutely furious about having been kept from us. She wanted to learn everything in 2 days. A dry smile. Sound familiar? What happened? Why didn't she stay? She was in love with your father. And Britain was at war, Voldemort was rising, and Lily was right in the middle of it. She said she'd come back after the war. She said she'd bring your father, introduce him to the family, let us teach her the ancestral magic. Grandmama's voice went quiet. She never came back. Because she was killed. Because she was killed. And someone, we still don't know who, ensured that we were told the British branch had no surviving heirs. We mourned Lily. We thought her line had ended. She looked at him with those sharp, ancient eyes. We were wrong. Thank the primordial dark, we were wrong. Harry held the dust of the cursed stone in his palm and thought about his mother, 17, fierce, standing in a room full of Addams' ancestors, furious about the life she'd been denied. He understood that fury now. It lived in him too, not hot and wild but cold and focused, a blade made of shadow that he was slowly, carefully learning to wield. Grandmama. The door. Everyone avoids talking about it. Her sharpness returned instantly. Because the door is not something you discuss casually. It's the final stage of the tenebrous inheritance, the point at which an Addams heir becomes a direct conduit between the world and the primordial dark. No one living has reached that stage. No one living has tried. But I can feel it. In my dreams. It's getting closer. I know. That's why I'm training you as fast as I safely can. The more control you have over the lesser abilities, the better you'll be able to manage the door if, when, it manifests. She gripped his shoulder, her hand strong enough to bruise. Listen to me, boy. The door is not your enemy. It's part of you, part of your blood, and it serves a purpose. But it must be approached with respect. Not fear. The Addams do not fear the dark, but respect. The primordial dark is not evil, but it is vast, and vast things can crush you without meaning to. Do you understand? I understand. Good. Now make me a shadow fortress. Walls, ceiling, door. And make it pretty. Addams' craftsmanship is not negotiable. Harry spent the rest of the afternoon building structures from shadow while Grandmama critiqued his technique with the brutal honesty of a woman who had been terrifying people for the better part of a century. By the time she declared him not entirely hopeless, Harry was exhausted, drenched in sweat, and more exhilarated than he'd ever been after a Quidditch match. He climbed the cellar stairs and found Wednesday waiting at the top. She was sitting on a barrel, reading a book. The title, visible in the dim hallway light, was Advanced Theories of Necromantic Communication, and she was making notes in the margins with a black quill. She looked up when Harry emerged and assessed his condition with her characteristic clinical gaze. You look terrible. Thanks. You're welcome. She closed the book. Walk with me. It wasn't a request. Harry, too tired and too curious to argue, fell into step beside her. They walked through the leaky cauldron's back corridor. Tom had given the Addams family an entire floor, partly out of hospitality and partly, Harry suspected, out of self-preservation, and out into the small courtyard that served as the entrance to Diagon Alley. Wednesday tapped the correct bricks without pausing. Someone had taught her the sequence already, or she'd figured it out herself, which with Wednesday seemed equally likely, and the archway opened onto the cobblestone street. It was evening now, the shops closing, the crowds thinning. Long shadows stretched across the alley, and they all leaned toward Harry as he walked past. Wednesday noticed. Said nothing. They walked in silence for several minutes. Harry was learning that Wednesday operated on her own conversational timeline. She would speak when she had something worth saying, and not a moment before. It was, he found, remarkably comfortable. Most people filled silence with noise out of discomfort. Wednesday treated silence like a preferred state of being. They reached the end of Diagon Alley, where the shops gave way to a small, shadowed alcove with a bench overlooking the street. Wednesday sat. Harry sat beside her. The evening air was warm, the sky above the alley fading from blue to purple to the first scattered stars. Tell me about the basilisk, Wednesday said. Harry glanced at her. Which part? All of it. You killed a 1,000-year-old serpent at age 12. I want details. So Harry told her. Not the sanitized version he'd given Dumbledore, not the modest summary he'd offered Ron and Hermione. The real version. The terror and the adrenaline and the moment when the basilisk's fang punched through his arm and he felt the venom burning through his blood like liquid fire. The moment he'd pulled the fang from his own flesh and driven it into the diary and felt Tom Riddle scream. The phoenix tears. The sword. The absolute, bone-deep certainty, in the moment before the phoenix saved him, that he was going to die at 12 years old in a cavern under a school because the adults in his life had failed to protect the children in their care. Wednesday listened with the focused attention of someone for whom stories of near-death experiences were genuinely fascinating rather than politely horrifying. She asked sharp questions. How large was the basilisk exactly? What did the venom feel like as a specific sensation? How long between the bite and the phoenix tears? Could he describe the precise moment he decided to stab the diary? You pulled a fong from your own arm, she said when he finished. Not a question. A statement, weighed and measured. I didn't have a lot of options. You had the option to lie down and die. Most 12-year-olds would have. Most 12-year-olds aren't stupid enough to go into the chamber in the first place. Stupidity and courage are only distinguishable in hindsight. She looked at him, and for the first time, her expression was openly readable, not warm, not soft, but clear. You killed a basilisk with a sword and a fong and no training. You've survived more in 13 years than most people face in a lifetime. Why do you let anyone make you feel small? The question landed like a punch. Not because it was cruel, because it was exact. It cut through every layer of self-deprecation and imposed humility that Harry had built up over years of being told he was nothing, worthless, freakish, and arrived at the raw, uncomfortable truth underneath. He had been letting people define him. The Dursleys told him he was nothing, and he believed it. Dumbledore told him he needed protecting, and he'd accepted it. The wizarding world told him he was a symbol, and he'd performed accordingly. None of it was true. None of it had ever been true. The boy who killed a basilisk at 12 was not nothing. The boy whose blood ran black with ancestral magic was not weak. The boy who carried the tenebrous inheritance was not someone who needed to be managed, controlled, or kept in a cupboard. I don't know, Harry said honestly. Habit, I think. Habits can be broken. Is that advice? It's an observation. I don't give advice. Advice implies I care about the outcome. She paused. I find myself caring about this particular outcome, which is irritating. Harry stared at her. Wednesday Addams, deadpan, unreadable, armored in controlled stillness, had just admitted to caring about him. In her own language, through her own filters, but the admission was unmistakable. I'll try to be less irritating about it, Harry said. Don't. Irritation is the most interesting emotion. Everything else is just noise. They sat together as the evening darkened around them, two 13-year-olds with shadows in their blood and darkness in their heritage, and the silence between them was warm. Later, Harry found Gomez in the private dining room, alone. The cigar was lit, the rapier was leaning against the table, and Gomez was reading a stack of legal documents thick enough to stun a troll. He looked up when Harry entered and gestured to the chair across from him. Legal filings, Gomez said, tapping the stack. Morticia's work. She's brilliant, have I mentioned that? Most dangerous woman I've ever met, and I say that with profound admiration and genuine fear. She's drafted recognition papers, inheritance claims, protective orders against the ministry, and something she calls a preemptive hex response authorization, which I'm fairly sure she invented. What does that do? Gives us legal standing to respond with magical force if anyone attacks you. British magical law is a nightmare, Harry, archaic, biased, full of loopholes that the old pure-blood families have been exploiting for centuries. The Sacred 28 have had the Wisengamot sewn up since before Hogwarts was founded. But international magical law is different. The Addams family has treaties with the Goblin Nation, the American Makusa, and 17 other magical governments. Once we formalize your status as heir, you're protected by all of them. Lucius Malfoy won't like that. Lucius Malfoy can drink poison and dance. Gomez said it cheerfully, without malice, the way one might discuss the weather. The man is a bigot, a coward, and a former servant of the Dark Lord who bought his way out of Azkaban. He built his power on the myth of pure-blood supremacy, the idea that the Sacred 28 families are the oldest and therefore the most worthy of political power. He grinned, and it was sharp enough to draw blood. The Addams family is older than every sacred 28 family combined. We predate their entire framework. Our existence isn't just a challenge to Malfoy's power, it's a refutation of his entire worldview. So he'll fight it. He'll fight it with everything he has. And he'll lose, because he's fighting with politics and money, and we have more of both, plus something he doesn't, the moral high ground. His family tortured Muggles and served Voldemort. Our family has been peacefully practicing ancestral magic for 4,000 years. Hard to spin that as a threat. Harry leaned back in his chair, thinking. The political dimension of his situation was becoming clearer. It wasn't just about his personal heritage. His existence as an Addams heir was a political bomb in the British wizarding world, one that threatened the power structures that families like the Malfoys had spent centuries building. Gomez. You said Morticia told you everything. About my childhood. The cheerfulness evaporated from Gomez's face like steam. What was left underneath was the same volcanic fury Harry had seen during the family meeting, but controlled now, banked, directed. She did. I need to ask you something. Anything. When you found out about me, about how I grew up, what was your first reaction? Before you started booking flights and buying swords. Your very first thought. Gomez was quiet for a moment. He set down his cigar with uncharacteristic care, as if he needed his hands free for what he was about to say. I cried, he said simply. Morticia found me in my study, holding the Gringotts notification, and I was crying. Not from sadness, the Addams don't do sadness the way other people do. I was crying from rage. From the waste of it. 13 years, Harry. You spent 13 years in a house where you were despised, when you could have been with us. You could have grown up in a home where your magic was celebrated, where your darkness was loved, where you never had to be afraid or hungry or alone. He leaned forward, and his dark eyes burned. My first thought was, someone stole 13 years from this child, and I am going to get every single one of them back. Harry's throat closed. The stone in his stomach, the one he'd carried so long he'd forgotten it was there, cracked. Not all the way. Not yet. But the crack was deep enough that something warm leaked through, and Harry had to look away, had to stare at the table, because if he met Gomez's eyes for one more second he was going to fall apart in a way he hadn't allowed himself to fall apart since he was small enough to fit in a cupboard. I don't know how to do this, Harry said. His voice was rough. Family. I don't know how to be part of one. Neither do we, Gomez said. Not with you, not yet. We're figuring it out together. That's how family works, you don't arrive knowing how. You build it. Brick by brick, day by day, argument by argument. The Addams family has survived 4,000 years because we fight for each other, with each other, and occasionally against each other when someone's being particularly stubborn. You'll fit right in. Harry managed a rough laugh. I'm told I'm extremely stubborn. Magnificent. Stubbornness is the highest Addams virtue. Morticia once refused to leave a haunted castle because, and I quote, the ghost hadn't finished its story and it would be rude to leave mid-anecdote. We were there for 6 days. Best vacation we ever had. Harry looked up. Gomez was watching him with that fierce, unguarded warmth that kept hitting Harry like a wave, not overwhelming, but persistent, constant, wearing away at defenses that had been built to withstand cruelty but had no answer for kindness. Thank you, Harry said. For coming. For all of this. Don't thank us for doing what we should have done 13 years ago. Gomez's voice was gentle but absolute. You're owed, Harry. Not thanks. A debt. And the Addams always pay their debts. He picked up his cigar, relit it with a snap of his fingers that Harry was fairly sure didn't involve a wand, and returned to his legal documents with the focused energy of a man on a mission. Harry climbed the stairs to his room, exhaustion settling into his bones like sand. It had been the longest day of his life, longer than the basilisk, longer than the Philosopher's Stone, longer than any day at Hogwarts, and he felt wrung out, emptied, scraped raw by the sheer volume of feeling that the last 24 hours had contained. He locked his door. Drew the curtains. Let the darkness gather, his shadows pooling around him like warm water, and lay down on the bed. Sleep came fast. The dream came faster. The hallway was different tonight. The shadows were thicker, more defined, and they moved with purpose, not aimlessly swirling but flowing in a specific direction, toward the door at the end. The door itself was closer than it had ever been. Close enough that Harry could have reached it in a few strides. But that wasn't what made this dream different. There was someone else in the hallway. She stood between Harry and the door, and she glowed, not with light, but with a luminous quality that made her visible in the darkness without dispelling it. She was beautiful in a way that hurt to look at, red hair that caught fire no existed, green eyes that were his exact eyes, and a face that carried the ghost of every photo he'd ever seen of Lily Potter. But she wasn't entirely Lily Potter. Not in this place, not in this between space where the tenebrous inheritance made the rules. Here, she was also Lily Addams, and the difference was visible. Shadows clung to her like jewelry, dark tendrils wrapped around her wrists and throat, and her green eyes held the same moving darkness that Harry saw in his own reflection. The Addams magic she'd never awakened in life was alive in her death, released by the same blood that had released Harry's. "Mum," Harry said. Lily smiled, and it was the saddest, warmest, most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. "My boy," she said. Her voice was exactly as he'd heard it before, the fragment of memory from the dementors on the train in the other timeline, the echo of a scream that had saved his life, but without the fear. Without the desperation. Here, in the space between life and death, Lily Potter was at peace. "Look at you. Look at what you're becoming. Is this real? As real as anything in this place. I'm not a ghost, Harry. I'm not a memory. I exist, in the spaces between. The place where the dead go when they're connected to the primordial dark. It's not heaven or hell or any of the things people imagine. It's just, the other side of the door." Harry looked past her at the black door. "You're on the other side. In a sense. I'm part of the dark now. The tenebrous inheritance I never awakened in life, it activated when I died. Ironic, isn't it? I spent my whole life not knowing what I was, and the moment I stopped living, I found out." Her smile turned wry. "Death is very educational. Dumbledore said he knew. About your heritage. About the Addams bloodline. I know. I heard." Her expression hardened, the sadness sharpening into something more angular. "I figured out the truth in my 7th year at Hogwarts. Found references in the restricted section, did the research, went to Gringotts for a blood test. Same as you. And when I confronted Dumbledore, he told me most of it, the Addams family, the tenebrous inheritance, the danger. He said he'd been watching over me since I was a child, specifically because he suspected my heritage. He made me a deal, he'd help me contact the family, introduce me to the ancestral magic, if I agreed to let him guide the process. Control it. And you agreed? I was 17 and overwhelmed, and the most powerful wizard in Britain was offering to help me navigate something terrifying. Of course I agreed. Bitterness crept into her voice. But it was a lie. He never intended to help me awaken the inheritance. He wanted to study it, understand it, and ultimately suppress it. When I went to the Addams family estate that weekend, the weekend Gomez told you about, I went without Dumbledore's knowledge. When I came back, he was furious. He said I'd been reckless. That the Addams magic was dangerous, that it would draw Voldemort's attention, that I needed to forget what I'd learned and focus on the war. And you listened. I was in love with your father. James was fighting in the Order of the Phoenix. Voldemort was hunting people like us. I didn't have the luxury of going to America and spending years studying ancestral magic. There was a war, and the people I loved were in it. So I shelved the Addams heritage. I told myself I'd come back to it after the war. Her voice dropped. There was no after. Harry's chest ached. Mum, Harry, listen to me. I don't have long. Death speech at this stage is like a radio signal, it fades in and out. There are things you need to know. Tell me. Dumbledore isn't your enemy, but he is not your ally. Not in this. He genuinely fears the Tenebrous inheritance, not because he's evil, but because he's a man who has spent his entire life trying to control dangerous magic, and this is magic he cannot control. He'll try to guide you the way he tried to guide me. Don't let him. I won't. The Ministère des Ombres is real. They took me from the Addams family when I was 14 months old. I know this because in death, I've been able to piece together things I couldn't see in life. The operative who performed the blood adoption was a woman named Isolde Venn. She's still alive. She's still with the Ministère. And Harry. Lily's luminous form flickered, the signal weakening. She's coming to Hogwarts. Harry's blood went cold. What? I can feel it. From the other side of the door, I can see the shadows of what's coming. The Ministère knows you've awakened. They're sending someone to evaluate you. She'll come disguised as a professor. Isolde Venn. She's the one who separated me from my family. She's the one who, Lily's form flickered violently, the luminous glow dimming. Mom. I'm here. I'm fading. Harry, one more thing. She stepped closer, and her hand, translucent, shadowy, warm, pressed against his cheek. He could feel it. Not solidly, not the way he'd feel a living hand, but a pressure, a warmth, a presence that was unmistakably, achingly real. The door. Don't be afraid of it. The primordial dark is not what they say it is. It's not a monster. It's not a destroyer. It's. She struggled for words. It's lonely, Harry. It's been alone since the beginning of everything, and it just wants. She vanished. The hallway went dark. The door at the end pulsed once, like a heartbeat, and Harry was alone in the dream space with his mother's last words echoing in the warm shadow. It's lonely. Harry woke up. He lay in the darkness of room 11, breathing hard, the shadows pressed tight around him like a living blanket. His cheek was warm where his mother's hand had touched it. The dream, the vision, the communion, whatever it was, had been more real than any dream he'd ever had. He had spoken to his mother. His actual mother, not a memory, not a photograph, not the echo of a scream on a dementor's breath. Lily Potter, who was also Lily Addams, existing in the spaces between life and death, connected to the primordial dark that she'd never had the chance to embrace in life. And she'd told him that the woman who had stolen her from the Addams family was coming to Hogwarts. Harry sat up. The shadow blade hummed on his forearm, sensing his agitation. The shadows in the room pulsed in sympathy, darkening and lightening in rhythm with his heartbeat. He reached for the sensation of the primordial dark, that vast, patient presence at the edge of his awareness, and found it closer than ever. Not threatening. Not pressing. Just, there. Waiting. The way his mother had described it, lonely. A knock at the door. Soft, precise, exactly 3 raps. Harry opened it. Wednesday stood in the hallway, wearing a black nightgown that managed to look more like armor than sleepwear, her braids slightly loosened by sleep. Her expression was its usual flat mask, but her eyes were sharp with awareness. Something had woken her up. Your shadows, she said. They're loud. Harry blinked. What? When your emotions spike, your shadow magic bleeds into the surrounding environment. Every shadow in the building just darkened by approximately 30%. I felt it from 2 floors up. She paused. What happened? Harry looked at her, this strange, sharp, extraordinary girl who could feel his shadow magic fluctuating from 2 floors away, and made a decision. Not a calculated decision. An instinctive one. I spoke to my mother. She's on the other side of the door, the primordial dark, the place where Addams go when they die. And she told me something. He met Wednesday's dark eyes. The woman who separated my mother from the Addams family is named Isolde Ven. She works for the Ministère des Ombres. And she's coming to Hogwarts disguised as a professor. Wednesday processed this information the way she processed everything, with absolute stillness, rapid analysis, and the complete absence of panic. Her eyes narrowed. Her jaw set. Something shifted in her posture, subtle, invisible to anyone who hadn't spent the last day learning to read her, but unmistakable to Harry. She went from alert to ready. Battle ready. The kind of readiness that suggested Wednesday Addams had been preparing for conflict since she was old enough to hold a weapon. Then we need to be at Hogwarts before she is, Wednesday said. We need to be prepared. I'm transferring to Hogwarts. Mother arranged it this morning, cultural exchange program. I'll be there for the full year. She said it matter-of-factly, as if attending a foreign magical school to protect a cousin she'd met 24 hours ago was a perfectly normal thing to do. You didn't think we'd send you back alone? Harry felt the crack in his chest widen. The stone shifted. The armor thinned. No, he said. I'm starting to think being alone isn't really an Addams trait. It isn't. Wednesday turned to leave, then paused. She looked back at him over her shoulder, and for just a moment, a fraction of a second, gone almost before it registered, her expression softened. Not into warmth, not into anything as ordinary as a smile. Into something quieter and more significant, acknowledgement. Recognition of shared darkness and shared purpose and the beginnings of something that didn't have a name yet. Good night, Harry. Good night, Wednesday. She disappeared into the shadowed hallway. Harry closed his door, leaned against it, and let out a breath that seemed to carry the weight of years. Outside, the August night was deep and warm and full of shadows that reached for his window like hands. The primordial dark pulsed at the edge of his awareness, vast and patient and waiting. The door in his dreams grew closer every night. But for the first time, Harry wasn't facing it alone. He had Gomez's volcanic loyalty. Morticia's steel-spined protection. Grandmama's ruthless training. Pugsley's explosive enthusiasm. Thing's inexplicable warmth. And Wednesday. Sharp, still, deadly Wednesday, who could feel his shadows from 2 floors away and responded not with fear but with readiness. Harry Potter Addams lay down in the dark. The shadows wrapped around him. And for the second time in 2 nights, for the second time in his life, he slept with the knowledge that someone was watching over him. Not because he was the boy who lived. Because he was family. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Hogwarts in Shadow. Platform 9 3/4 was the same controlled madness it always was, owls screeching, trunks scraping, parents clutching children with the desperate affection of people who wouldn't see them for months. Steam billowed from the Hogwarts Express in great white clouds that softened the edges of everything, turning the platform into something dreamlike. Harry had always found the chaos comforting. It meant he was leaving the Dursleys. It meant he was going home. This year was different. This year, he was already home. Home was the family walking beside him. Gomez strode through platform 9 3/4 like he owned it. He might have, for all Harry knew, the Addams family's financial holdings were labyrinthine enough that owning a train platform in London wasn't outside the realm of possibility. He wore his pinstriped suit with the rapier at his hip, because Gomez Addams did not go anywhere without a sword, and the crowds parted around him with the instinctive wariness of people encountering something they didn't quite understand but knew enough to respect. Morticia drew stairs. She couldn't help it. She moved through the mundane chaos of the platform like a dark river cutting through ordinary stone, graceful and inevitable and completely indifferent to the attention she attracted. Parents stopped mid-sentence to watch her pass. Children stared. One small boy tugged his mother's sleeve and whispered, loud enough for Harry's sharpened hearing to catch, "Mummy, is that a vampire?" No, darling, the mother whispered back. Vampires are less frightening. Wednesday walked at Harry's left, her trunk floating behind her, not levitated by a wand, but carried by a shadow tendril that she controlled with the same effortless precision she brought to everything. She'd been practicing shadow magic with Grandmama alongside Harry for the last 3 weeks, and while her abilities were less raw and explosive than his, they were precise. Surgical. Where Harry shaped shadows like a sculptor working with clay, Wednesday shaped them like a watchmaker assembling a mechanism, every component exactly where it needed to be, no wasted motion, no excess force. Her Hogwarts robes were standard issue, but she'd made alterations. The collar was higher. The hem was longer. The overall effect was less school uniform and more young woman who would look appropriate presiding over a tribunal. Pugsley had stayed in America, he was needed at the family estate, and frankly, one Addams child at Hogwarts was a cultural event while 2 might constitute an invasion. Grandmama had returned as well, but she'd left Harry with 3 months' worth of training exercises, a collection of advanced Addams journals, and the ominous parting words, "If the shadows start talking to you in full sentences, stop what you're doing and contact me immediately." Gomez stopped beside the train and turned to Harry. The manic energy was subdued, a low simmer rather than a rolling boil, and his dark eyes held the focused warmth that Harry was learning to recognize as Gomez's truest self, underneath the theatrics and the swordplay. "Listen to me, my boy," he said, gripping Harry's shoulders. "You are walking into a school that doesn't understand what you are. Some of them will be afraid. Some will be curious. Some will try to use you. Remember who you are, not Potter, not the boy who lived. Addams. 4,000 years of blood and shadow stand behind you. You are not alone. You will never be alone again. I know." "Good." He pulled Harry into a hug that was fierce enough to crack ribs, then released him and turned to Wednesday. "Wednesday, my death. Watch over your cousin." "I intend to watch over myself," Wednesday said. "Harry will be a secondary priority." Gomez beamed. "That's my girl." Morticia's farewell was quieter. She held Harry's face in her cool hands, studied him with those fathomless dark eyes, and said, "If anyone threatens you, write to us. If anyone hurts you, write to us faster. And if anyone touches the children in that school, remind them what the Addams family does to people who harm what belongs to us." "What do we do?" Morticia smiled. It was, objectively, the most terrifying expression Harry had ever seen on a human face. "Creative things," she said. Harry and Wednesday boarded the train. The corridors were packed with students jostling for compartments, calling to friends, showing off summer purchases. Harry moved through them with a new awareness, the shadows of every student, every trunk, every owl cage in the overhead racks responded to his presence, leaning toward him like plants toward light. He kept his shadow sovereignty tightly controlled, the way Grandmama had taught him. No visible displays. No bleeding power. The shadows moved, but subtly, and only someone attuned to Addams' magic would notice. Wednesday noticed. She noticed everything. They found a compartment near the back of the train. Ron was already inside, legs up on the seat, a Chudley Cannon's magazine open on his lap. Hermione sat across from him, buried in what appeared to be 4 textbooks simultaneously. They both looked up when the compartment door opened, and their expressions went through nearly identical sequences: recognition, Harry. Confusion, who's the girl, and wariness, something's different. Harry. Ron scrambled upright. "Mate, where have you been?" "Mum's been writing to Dumbledore all summer, he said you were safe but wouldn't say where. We tried oling you but Hedwig kept coming back with the letters unopened." "What happened with your aunt? Did you really blow her up?" "I didn't blow her up. I cracked her wine glass. She was fine." Harry took a seat by the window. Wednesday sat beside him with the controlled grace of a cat claiming a sunbeam. "Ron, Hermione, this is Wednesday Addams. She's my cousin. She's transferring to Hogwarts this year. A silence that lasted approximately 4 seconds, which was a record for Ron. Your cousin. Ron's eyes were wide. Since when do you have a cousin? I mean, besides the muggle one who's shaped like a beach ball. Since always. I just didn't know about it. Harry had decided, during the 3 weeks of training and preparation, how much to reveal to his friends. Not everything, the door, the primordial dark, his conversations with his dead mother were private. But the basics. They deserved the basics. I took a blood inheritance test at Gringotts this summer. Turns out my mum was adopted. Her real family is the Addams family, they're an old magical bloodline, mostly based in America. Wednesday's my second cousin. Hermione's textbooks were forgotten. Her eyes had the laser-focused intensity that meant her brain was operating at full analytical capacity, cross-referencing everything she'd ever read against this new information. The Addams family? I've never seen them mentioned in any genealogical text. And I've read Nature's Nobility, a wizarding genealogy cover to cover. They wouldn't be in that book, Harry said. They predate the British Ministry's records. The family's been practicing magic for 4,000 years. 4,000, Hermione's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. Harry, that's incredible. Pre-ministerial bloodlines are almost mythological. The magical anthropological implications alone, she's going to be like this for a while, Ron told Wednesday apologetically. Hermione gets excited about implications. Wednesday regarded Hermione with what might have been the faintest ghost of approval. Excitement about knowledge is preferable to the alternative. What are you reading? Ancient runes, arithmancy, and, Hermione caught herself. Sorry. I'm Hermione Granger. Wednesday Addams. I know who you are. Harry's letters to the family mentioned his 2 closest friends, the strategist and the scholar. She looked at Ron. You're the strategist. Ron blinked. I am. Harry described your chess game against McGonagall's enchanted set in first year. You sacrificed yourself to protect the king. That's not courage, courage is simple. That's strategic thinking under pressure. The willingness to calculate your own value relative to the objective and act accordingly. She paused. It was impressive. Ron's ears went red. Well, it was just chess, really, chess is war on a board. Your instincts are sound. Wednesday turned to the window, apparently considering the conversation complete. Ron stared at the back of her head with the expression of someone who had just been complimented by a beautiful and terrifying stranger and wasn't sure if he should be flattered or concerned. I like her, he mouthed at Harry. Harry grinned. The train pulled out of King's Cross, and the English countryside began to blur past the windows. Hermione, who could not be distracted from important questions by mere movement, leaned forward. Harry, when you say your mother's family practices magic that predates the ministry, what kind of magic? Shadow magic, Harry said. Among other things. He held out his hand, palm up, and let a tendril of shadow flow from his fingers. It was small, controlled, just a thin ribbon of darkness that coiled in his palm like a sleeping snake. But it was unmistakable, solid, physical, alive in a way that no standard spell could replicate. The shadow in the compartment, cast by trunks, seats, the window frame, swayed toward it in sympathy. Hermione's eyes went saucer-wide. Ron's magazine slid off his lap. Bloody hell, Ron whispered. It's called shadow sovereignty, Harry said, dismissing the tendril. It dissolved back into the ambient darkness with a reluctant shiver. One of several abilities tied to the Addams bloodline. The magic's ancestral, it's in the blood, not in the wand. Different from anything they teach at Hogwarts. Can you do more than that? Ron asked, somewhere between fascinated and alarmed. Quite a bit more. But I'm still learning. Hermione was vibrating with questions, Harry could practically see them queuing up behind her eyes, but but she held them in check with visible effort. She'd learned, over 2 years of friendship, that pushing Harry for information before he was ready to give it was counterproductive. Instead, she asked the question that mattered, "Are you okay?" Harry considered this. 3 weeks ago, he'd been Harry Potter, orphan, Dursley refugee, Dumbledore's managed asset. Now he was Harry Potter Addams, heir to a 4,000-year bloodline, practitioner of shadow magic, and member of a family that would burn the world down for him without hesitation. He was training with a century-old witch who called him boy, and made him build castles out of darkness. He was bonded to a sentient shadow blade and could see in the dark. His dead mother spoke to him in dreams, and the primordial dark, a pre-creation entity of unimaginable vastness, pulsed at the edge of his awareness like a second heartbeat. "I'm better than I've been in 13 years, he said. "Maybe ever." Hermione studied him, saw the truth of it in his face, and smiled. Good. The journey north was uneventful until it wasn't. They were somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. Harry could tell by the way the shadows outside the train had deepened, the wilder landscape casting darker, denser pools of darkness that his senses drank like water, when the train began to slow. Not the gradual deceleration of approaching Hogsmeade. A sudden, grinding halt that sent trunks sliding and students stumbling. The lights went out. For most of the train, this was alarming. Shouts echoed down the corridor. Someone screamed. The darkness was total, absolute, the kind that presses against your eyeballs and makes you question whether you still have them. For Harry, the darkness was luminous. His shadow sight activated automatically, painting the world in shades of gray and deep blue, every shadow a readable layer of depth and texture. He could see the compartment perfectly, Ron's panicked face, Hermione reaching for her wand, Wednesday sitting perfectly still with an expression of mild interest. Cold. Not ordinary cold, a deep, bone-reaching cold that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the soul. Harry felt it, recognized it, and something in his Addams blood recoiled. Not in fear. In recognition. The cold was a perversion of something he knew, death magic, but twisted, corrupted, filtered through suffering instead of the natural cycle. "Dementors," Hermione whispered. Harry stood. The shadow blade materialized on his forearm without conscious thought, and the shadows in the compartment pressed against him, agitated, their usual warmth chilling in response to the approaching creatures. "Stay here," he told Ron and Hermione. He looked at Wednesday. She was already on her feet, her own shadows coiling around her hands like dark gloves, her face set in that expression of flat, dangerous readiness. "Together," she said. Not a suggestion. They stepped into the corridor. The Hogwarts Express was a tunnel of darkness and cold. Students huddled in their compartments, some crying, some clutching each other. The cold intensified with every step Harry took toward the front of the train, and with it came the psychic assault that dementors carried like a plague, despair, hopelessness, the stripping away of every good memory until nothing remained but pain. Harry felt it. The Dursleys' cupboard. Vernon's fists. Petunia's hatred. Voldemort's high laughter and his mother's scream. And then the Addams magic rose to meet it. It came from somewhere deep, deeper than his conscious mind, deeper than training, from the place where the tenebrous inheritance lived in his blood like a sleeping dragon. The despair hit him and the darkness inside him answered, not by fighting the cold but by replacing it. Addams' darkness was not the Dementor's darkness. The Dementor's power was corrupted death magic, suffering distilled, misery weaponized. Addams' magic was natural death, the clean darkness of a winter night, the peaceful shadow of a deep forest, the quiet finality of a life completed. The two were as different as rot and rest. Harry's shadows expanded. They flowed out of him like exhaled breath, filling the corridor with a darkness that was warm instead of cold, alive instead of draining. Students gasped as the Dementor's chill retreated, pushed back by shadow that felt like a blanket rather than a cage. The Dementor was at the front of the car. It was exactly as horrible as the descriptions Harry had read, tall, cloaked, a ragged silhouette that seemed to be made of concentrated misery. Its hooded head turned toward Harry as he approached, and from beneath the hood came a sound, a slow, rattling intake of breath, the sound of something trying to suck the warmth from the universe through a straw. Harry looked at it, and his death speech activated. Not deliberately. Not with the focused intent of his training sessions with Grandmama. The ability simply turned on, like a light switch flipping, and suddenly Harry could hear what the Dementor was. Not its thoughts, Dementors didn't think, not in any way a human would recognize. Its nature. The essence of what it was, broadcast in the language of death and shadow that the tenebrous inheritance made readable. The Dementor was hungry. That was the core of its existence, a bottomless, aching hunger for warmth, for life, for the positive emotions it could never generate itself. It wasn't evil. It was a parasite, a creature born from the gap between life and death, feeding on the only thing that could temporarily fill the void inside it. It was pitiful, in a way. A monster made of pure starvation. But it was also lesser. Harry felt this with absolute certainty. The Dementor drew power from corrupted death magic, a shallow pool compared to the ocean of the primordial dark that Harry was connected to. The Dementor was a puddle pretending to be a flood, and Harry's Addams blood recognized it the way a king recognizes a beggar wearing a stolen crown. Harry spoke to it. Not in English. Not in Parseltongue. In the language of death and shadow, a tongue that had no words, only impressions, feelings pressed into the darkness like fingerprints in wet clay. He said, with the full weight of the tenebrous inheritance behind it, "Leave. This train is mine. These people are mine. You do not feed here." The Dementor flinched. It was the most disturbing thing Harry had ever seen, and he'd seen a basilisk. A creature of pure despair, immune to almost all magic, invulnerable to physical harm, and it flinched. Its ragged form contracted, drawing inward, and the rattling breath cut off like a strangled gasp. The hood turned toward Harry, and Harry felt its attention focus on him with the desperate intensity of a starving animal confronted by something that smelled like food but felt like a predator. "Leave," Harry repeated. And this time, he pushed. A wave of Addams' shadow rolled forward, not a spell, not a charm, just raw ancestral power, the authority of a bloodline that had been communing with death since before Dementors existed. The shadow hit the Dementor and the creature recoiled, flowing backward through the train door like smoke in reverse, out into the Scottish night, away from the train, away from Harry, away from the thing it had recognized in his blood that was older and darker and infinitely more powerful than itself. The cold vanished. The lights flickered back on. From somewhere further down the train, Harry heard a second Dementor retreating. It had felt what happened to the first and decided, with whatever rudimentary survival instinct it possessed, that this train was no longer worth the risk. Harry stood in the corridor, breathing hard, shadows still coiling around him like agitated serpents. Wednesday stood 3 paces behind him, her own shadows wound tight, her dark eyes fixed on him with an expression he hadn't seen before. "You spoke to it," she said. "In death speech. I felt the resonance. I told it to leave. And it listened." Dementors don't listen to anything. They are creatures of pure instinct, hunger and more hunger. Nothing has commanded a Dementor since the founding of Azkaban. She paused. "Until you." Harry became aware of eyes on him. Students had opened their compartment doors, drawn by the return of warmth and light, and they were staring. Dozens of faces in the corridor, pale, tear-streaked, wide-eyed, all fixed on the 13-year-old boy standing in a corona of living shadow with darkness coiling around his hands. He dismissed the shadows. They retreated reluctantly, slithering back to their natural positions under trunks and seats with the sulky compliance of guard dogs called off a chase. The corridor returned to normal. The students continued to stare. "Right," Harry said. "Back to the compartment." He turned and walked back the way he'd come. Wednesday fell into step beside him. The stairs followed them the entire way, and Harry could hear the whispers starting before they'd gone 10 paces. "Did you see? shadows, actual shadows, moving on their own, spoke to the Dementor. I heard it, he spoke to it. What is he? The last whisper, from a fifth-year Ravenclaw, was the one that stuck. What is he? Not who. What? Harry filed it away. He'd be hearing that question a lot. Back in the compartment, Ron was on his feet with his wand drawn, and Hermione had conjured a jar of blue flames that cast dancing light across her worried face. They both relaxed when Harry appeared, then tensed again when they processed his expression. What happened? Hermione demanded. We felt the cold stop all at once. It was like someone threw a switch. Was that you? Yeah. How? I've read every defense text we've been assigned, and Dementors can only be repelled by a Patronus charm, which is well beyond Newt level. It wasn't a Patronus. Harry sat down. The shadow blade retracted into its resting state against his forearm. I spoke to it. In death speech, it's one of the Addams abilities. I told it to leave. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look that Harry couldn't quite decode. Not fear. Not exactly. Something adjacent, the dawning realization that the friend they'd known for 2 years had changed in ways they were only beginning to understand. Harry, Hermione said carefully. When you say you spoke to it, you mean you communicated with a Dementor. A creature classified as a Class 5 non-wizard sentient entity that has never been successfully communicated with in recorded magical history. Yes. And it listened. It didn't have a choice. The Addams bloodline's connection to death magic predates Dementors by millennia. In that hierarchy, I outrank them. Another silence. Ron broke it by letting out a long, slow breath and sitting down heavily. Mate, he said, with the slightly dazed tone of someone recalibrating their entire understanding of a person. I think third year's going to be interesting. Hogsmeade Station was chaos. Word of what had happened on the train had spread through the student body with the speed and accuracy of a poorly aimed hex. By the time the express pulled in, the story had mutated through several increasingly dramatic retellings. Harry had fought 20 Dementors. Harry had destroyed a Dementor with his bare hands. Harry had turned into a Dementor. Harry had summoned an army of shadows and conquered the train. The reality was more modest, but no less unsettling. Harry stepped off the train into a station lit by floating lanterns, and every student within 30 feet went quiet. The stares were constant now, not the furtive glances he was used to as the boy who lived, but open, wary, assessing looks that tracked him from the station to the carriages to the castle. The Thestrals pulling the carriages were visible to Harry for the first time. Not because he'd witnessed death, he'd been unable to see them last year, but because the Tenebrous inheritance had opened his perception of death-adjacent beings. The skeletal horses with their milky eyes and leathery wings turned toward him as he approached, and one of them, the lead Thestral, larger and older than the others, lowered its head and pressed its muzzle against his palm. They like you, Hagrid called from the front of the carriage line, his massive form silhouetted against the castle's distant glow. Thestrals don't usually do that. Shy creatures, normally. I have that effect on things related to death, Harry said. Hagrid opened his mouth, closed it, and settled for a confused smile. Right then. Off you go. The great hall was unchanged, floating candles, enchanted ceilings showing the night sky, for long tables filling with students who chattered and laughed and pretended that the Dementor incident hadn't rattled them to their cores. Harry took his place at the Gryffindor table with Ron and Hermione and watched the staff table while the sorting ceremony began. The familiar faces were all there, McGonagall, stern and sharp, Flitwick, barely visible above the table, Sprout, cheerful and earth-stained, Snape, a dark presence at the far end, his black eyes scanning the students with the habitual suspicion of a man who expected the worst from everyone and was rarely disappointed. And 2 new faces. The first was a man Harry had been told to expect, Remus Lupin, the new defense against the dark arts professor. He looked exhausted, thin, prematurely gray, dressed in patched robes that suggested a salary that hadn't kept pace with the cost of living. But his eyes were sharp, and when they found Harry across the great hall, something complicated passed through them. Recognition, sadness, and a wary kind of hope. He had known Harry's parents. Harry knew this from Dumbledore's file, and he intended to know more. The second new face was the one that made Harry's blood freeze. She sat 2 seats down from Lupin, a woman in her middle years, handsome rather than beautiful, with iron gray hair pulled back from a face that was all sharp angles and controlled expression. She wore academic robes in a muted brown, perfectly ordinary, and she held herself with the quiet competence of someone who had spent decades in academia. Everything about her screamed unremarkable. Average. Forgettable. Harry's curse intuition screamed something different. The woman was wrapped in concealment magic. Layers of it, subtle, expert, woven so tightly that a normal wizard wouldn't detect anything at all. But Harry's Addams senses read curses and enchantments the way a sommelier read wine, and this woman was drenched in magical deception. Her appearance was altered, not by polyjuice, which had a distinct magical fingerprint, but by something older and more refined. Illusion magic layered over truth, maintained by constant will. And beneath the illusions, beneath the concealment, Harry felt something that made his shadow blade hum against his forearm, lumen magic. The anti-shadow discipline of the Ministère des Ombres. Faint, carefully suppressed, but present, woven into her very being like a second skin. Isolde Ven. The woman who had stolen his mother. Harry's shadows reacted before he could control them. The darkness under the Gryffindor table surged, pressing outward, and several students nearby shivered and looked around in confusion. Harry clamped down on the reaction with an effort of will that left his jaw aching. Not here. Not now. He needed information before he needed confrontation. He caught Wednesday's eye across the great hall. She'd been sorted moments ago, the sorting hat had been placed on her head, had gone absolutely silent for 30 seconds, the longest deliberation in years, and had finally announced, Slytherin, in a voice that several students swore sounded shaken. Wednesday now sat at the Slytherin table with the poised composure of a queen taking a throne, surrounded by students who didn't quite know what to do with her but had the good sense not to challenge her about it. Harry looked at Wednesday. Looked at the staff table. Looked back at Wednesday. She followed his gaze, found the woman in brown robes, and her expression underwent the microscopic shift that Harry was learning to decode, the tightening of her jaw, the fractional narrowing of her eyes, the stillness that wasn't calm but compressed force. She'd understood. The woman his mother had warned about was here. Wednesday gave a single-minute nod. We see her. We're ready. Harry turned his attention to the sorting, but his mind was elsewhere. Isolde Ven, the Ministère's operative, the woman who had separated a 14-month-old Lily from her family, was sitting at the staff table of Hogwarts School, posing as a professor, and she had been doing this long enough to secure a position of trust. Which meant either Dumbledore knew who she really was and had allowed it, or the Ministère's infiltration capabilities exceeded even Dumbledore's famous awareness. Neither option was comforting. After the feast, Harry caught up with Lupin. The corridors were emptying as students drifted toward their common rooms, full and drowsy. Lupin was walking toward his office with the careful gait of a man whose body hurt in ways he'd grown used to. The full moon was approaching, and Harry's deaf speech senses could feel the wolf inside Lupin like a second heartbeat, slow and heavy and waiting. Professor Lupin. Lupin turned, and again that complicated expression crossed his face. Harry. I was hoping we'd have a chance to talk. You knew my parents. A beat of silence. Lupin's tired eyes softened. I did. Your father was one of my closest friends. And your mother. He smiled, and it was warm and sad in equal measure. Lily was remarkable. But I suspect you already know that. I know more than I used to. I took a blood inheritance test this summer. Lupin went still. Not the wary stillness of someone caught in a lie, but the arrested stillness of someone whose understanding of a situation had just shifted significantly. An inheritance test. At Gringotts? Yes. And you discovered. That my mother was born Lily Addams and was blood adopted into the Evans family at 14 months old. Lupin's face went through several rapid transitions, shock, then comprehension, then something that looked like the final piece of a puzzle falling into place. He leaned against the corridor wall and ran a hand over his face. "Your father knew," he said quietly. "James knew. He never told me exactly what he knew, but, in our 7th year, something changed between him and Lily. Not their relationship, that only got stronger. But James started researching things. Old bloodlines. Ancestral magic. Shadow theory. I asked him about it once and he said, 'Lily's family is more complicated than we thought, Mooney. I'm making sure I understand what I'm marrying into.'" Harry absorbed this. His father had known about the Addams bloodline. Had researched it. Had married Lily anyway, with full knowledge of what her blood carried. Did he know about the Ministère des Ombres? Lupin's expression sharpened. "Where did you hear that name?" "From multiple sources. My mother, for one." "Your mother is," Lupin stopped. His eyes widened. "Death speech. The Addams family ability. You can communicate with the dead." "Yes. My mother exists in the spaces between, connected to the primordial dark. She's spoken to me twice." Harry kept his voice level. "She told me the woman who separated her from the Addams family is named Isolde Venn. She told me Venn works for the Ministère des Ombres. And she told me Venn is at Hogwarts." Lupin's face went grey. "At Hogwarts? Who, the new ancient runes professor? I don't know what name she's using. But my curse intuition reads her like a book. She's wrapped in concealment magic and carrying lumen signatures. She's Minister." A long silence. Lupin looked down the corridor as if seeing it differently, the familiar stone walls of Hogwarts suddenly containing a threat he hadn't imagined. "James mentioned the Minister once," he said slowly. "Near the end. Just before they went into hiding with you. He said there were people who wanted Lily's bloodline eliminated, not Voldemort's people, someone else. An older organization. He said he and Lily had taken precautions, but he was worried they weren't enough." His jaw clenched. "I thought he was being paranoid. The war made everyone paranoid. Now you think he was right. I think your father died trying to protect you from threats that went far beyond Voldemort. And I think..." Lupin hesitated, then met Harry's eyes with a directness that was almost painful. "I think Dumbledore knows more than he's told anyone. About Lily. About the Minister. About all of it. I know he does. He told me some of it this summer. Not enough. It never is, with Albus." Lupin sighed. "Harry, I want to help. Your father was my brother in all but blood, and I owe you, more than I can repay. But I need to be honest, the full moon is in 4 days, and my condition limits what I can do." Harry looked at the man standing before him, tired, scarred, carrying a curse that transformed him into a monster once a month, and felt his death speech senses brush against the wolf. It was a curse, yes. But it was also a living thing, bound into Lupin's blood the way the Tenebrous inheritance was bound into Harry's. The wolf wasn't Lupin's enemy. It was his unwanted partner. "Professor," Harry said. "I can feel the wolf." Lupin flinched. "What?" "My death speech reads death-adjacent beings. The wolf in you isn't dead, but it's tied to death magic. The curse that created werewolves was a form of corrupted death magic, binding a death spirit to a living host. I can feel it. I can feel you." Harry paused, considering. "And I think I might be able to talk to it." Lupin stared at him. The color had drained from his face, and for a moment, the tired, gentle professor was gone, replaced by a man looking at something that might be either salvation or the cruelest kind of hope. "That's," Harry, no one has ever, I know. I'm not promising anything. But Addams' magic predates the werewolf curse. In the hierarchy of death magic, my bloodline is older. If I can communicate with dementors, I might be able to communicate with the wolf. He met Lupin's eyes. Would you let me try? Not now. After I've had more training. But eventually. Lupin was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was rough. Your mother would have offered the same thing. She always tried to help people, even when the cost to herself was. He cleared his throat. Yes. When you're ready. Yes. Harry nodded. Thank you, Professor. For telling me about my father. Thank you, Harry. For being exactly who I should have expected Lily and James's son to be. They parted in the corridor, and Harry walked toward Gryffindor Tower with the castle's shadows flowing around his feet like a dark river. Hogwarts was alive with old magic, the stones themselves were saturated with centuries of enchantment, and the shadows cast by torchlight and starlight and the enchanted ceiling were richer, deeper, more responsive than any Harry had encountered. The castle recognized him. Not Harry Potter, the boy who lived, but the Addams heir, carrying magic that was older than Hogwarts itself. The shadows welcomed him like an old friend returning home. The first week of term was a trial by fire, gossip, and increasingly aggressive curiosity. The Dementor incident on the train had made Harry the subject of every conversation in the school. The details mutated hourly. By Wednesday, the day, not the person, the story had Harry summoning an army of shadow demons to devour a dozen Dementors. The truth was, in some ways, more unsettling. He'd spoken to a creature of despair in a language no one else could hear, and it had obeyed. That detail, confirmed by the students who'd been in the corridor, spread through the school like a contagion. Harry handled the attention the way Morticia had counseled, with composure, minimal explanation, and absolute refusal to perform on demand. When a fifth-year Hufflepuff asked him to do the shadow thing at breakfast, Harry looked at him with the flat, unblinking stare he'd been unconsciously developing over the summer and said, "It's not a trick." The Hufflepuff retreated. Wednesday's presence in Slytherin generated its own gravitational field of rumor and fascination. She attended classes with the silent efficiency of someone who found the entire educational system quaint but was willing to participate out of a sense of academic obligation. Her spellwork was flawless, crisp, precise, economical in a way that made the professors take notice. McGonagall, who tolerated nothing less than excellence, called Wednesday's transfiguration work unusually accomplished for a transfer student, which from McGonagall was practically a standing ovation. But it was Wednesday's interaction with the Slytherin power structure that became the first real drama of the term. Draco Malfoy had spent 2 years as the Prince of Slytherin House, wealthy, connected, protected by his father's influence, and surrounded by a coterie of followers who reinforced his sense of importance. He was a bully, but a particular kind of bully, the kind who believed his cruelty was justified by his status, who punched down because punching down was what people at the top did. Wednesday Addams did not recognize his status. Wednesday Addams did not recognize anyone's status unless they had earned it through demonstrated competence, and demonstrated competence, by Wednesday's standards, required considerably more than a rich father and a talent for sneering. The confrontation happened on Thursday evening, in the Slytherin common room. Harry wasn't there. He heard about it from Wednesday herself, delivered in her characteristic deadpan during one of their corridor meetings between classes. But the account was corroborated by multiple Slytherin witnesses, several of whom approached Harry in the following days with expressions of stunned admiration. Malfoy had waited until the common room was full, an audience was important to him, his power derived from being seen, and had positioned himself between Wednesday and her preferred armchair by the fire. His flankers, Crabbe and Goyle, stood behind him like decorative gargoyles. "So you're Potter's cousin," Malfoy said, loud enough for the room. "The Addams girl. I've asked my father about your family. He says you're unregistered. Not in the Sacred 28. Not in any recognized genealogical record." His lip curled. Basically, you're nobody. Wednesday looked at him. Just looked, with those dark, depthless eyes, for a span of silence that stretched from uncomfortable to excruciating. Several students later reported that the shadows in the common room seemed to darken during this silence, though no one could be sure. Your father, Wednesday said finally, is Lucius Malfoy. Former Death Eater. Bribed his way out of Azkaban. Currently engaged in a political campaign to have my family declared dark creatures. His family's sacred status dates back approximately 700 years. She paused. My family has banked with the goblins since before the Roman Empire reached Britain. Your genealogical records don't contain us because your genealogical records are too young to be relevant. Malfoy's face flushed. I wasn't finished. Wednesday's voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. The flatness was more cutting than any shout. You've introduced yourself by insulting my family. In the Addams tradition, that's an invitation to duel. I'm going to give you a choice, because I've been told that British customs require a warning before violence. She stood up. She was exactly Malfoy's height, which clearly bothered him. Option 1, you apologize, sit down, and we proceed as housemates with a civil, if cold, relationship. Option 2, she moved. Not fast, exactly, efficiently. Her hand came up, shadow flowed from her fingers like dark water, and Draco Malfoy's wand, which he'd been reaching for, flew from his hand, wrapped in a tendril of living darkness, and sailed across the common room to land in Wednesday's open palm. She hadn't drawn a wand. She hadn't spoken an incantation. She'd used pure Addams shadow magic, and she'd done it so quickly that Crabbe and Goyle were still processing what had happened by the time it was over. Option 2, Wednesday continued, turning Malfoy's wand over in her fingers with an expression of clinical disdain, is less pleasant for you. The common room was silent. Malfoy stood frozen, his hand still extended toward where his wand had been, his face cycling through shock, fury, and, underneath both, fear. Real fear. The kind that comes from encountering something you can't buy, bully, or father your way out of. Wednesday held his wand out, handle first. Choose. Malfoy took his wand back. His hand was shaking. He did not apologize, his pride wouldn't allow it, and Wednesday hadn't expected it, but he turned and walked out of the common room without another word. Crabbe and Goyle followed, confused and directionless without their leader's cues. When Wednesday told Harry the story, she delivered it with the same inflection she used to describe weather conditions. He'll escalate, Harry said. They were walking along the 7th-floor corridor, ostensibly heading to separate classes but really conducting the kind of strategic conversation that had become their daily routine. The castle's shadows parted around them like a dark honor guard. Draco doesn't handle humiliation well. He'll go to his father. Good. Lucius Malfoy's political challenge to your inheritance is already in motion. Forcing his hand through his son's embarrassment will make him act rashly. Rash decisions are exploitable. Harry glanced at her. You planned that. I observed an unstable element in my house's power structure and applied pressure to accelerate the instability. She paused. And he was rude. Those two motivations are very different. They can coexist. The corner of her mouth twitched. Besides, his expression was educational. I'm collecting data on the fear response of British purebloods. For what purpose? Future reference. Harry shook his head, but he was smiling. Wednesday Addams was, he was discovering, a deeply strategic thinker who wrapped her calculations in deadpan delivery and let people underestimate her because underestimation was a weapon she could use. She reminded him of a chess player who was always thinking 4 moves ahead, which was probably why she and Ron had developed an unlikely mutual respect. They'd played 3 games of chess this week, and Ron had won 2, but the third had gone to 47 moves before Wednesday's queen trapped his king in a corner. I need to tell you something, Harry said, lowering his voice. I've been observing Ven, the ancient runes professor. Professor Morag, Wednesday supplied. That was the name Ven was using, Cassandra Morag, supposedly from a small magical academy in the Scottish Highlands that nobody could verify because it conveniently didn't maintain public records. Right. Morag. I've been reading her magical signature in every class we're near each other, and it's layered. The concealment magic is constant, she maintains it even in sleep, which means it's either habitual or embedded. But underneath the concealment, the Lumen magic is active. She's doing something. Not attacking, not yet. Scanning. Scanning for what? Me, I think. The Lumen discipline is designed to detect and counter shadow magic. She's using a passive variant, like sonar. She sends out faint pulses of light aspect magic and reads what bounces back. She's mapping the shadow magic in Hogwarts. Wednesday processed this. If she can map the shadow magic in the castle, she can map you. Your abilities, your power level, your specific magical signature. Exactly. She's evaluating me. Figuring out how much of the Tenebrous inheritance has awakened and how dangerous I am. And then she reports to the Minister. And then they decide what to do about me. They walked in silence for several paces. The shadows of the corridor flowed with them, and Harry felt the castle's ancient magic humming through the stones beneath his feet. Hogwarts was old enough to have its own relationship with shadow. The castle's deepest levels held darkness that had been accumulating since the Founder's era, and it responded to Harry's presence with a kind of sleepy recognition. We need to control what she sees, Wednesday said. I've been thinking the same thing. If I suppress my abilities, keep the shadow magic minimal, avoid anything dramatic, no. Wednesday's voice was sharp. Suppression is what Dumbledore wanted for your mother. It's what the Minister wanted when they separated her from the family. Hiding your power is exactly what they expect a frightened 13-year-old to do. Then what? Show her everything. Wednesday stopped walking and turned to face him. Her dark eyes were bright with something that wasn't quite excitement but was very close. You're the Addams heir. Your magic is your birthright. If you hide it, she'll report that you're weak, controllable, and the Minister will send someone to handle you. If you display it openly, if you show her exactly how powerful you are, she'll report that you're a significant threat, and the Minister will have to reconsider their approach. That could provoke an attack. An attack we're prepared for is better than a quiet elimination we don't see coming. The Minister has spent centuries picking off Addams' family members through stealth and manipulation. Don't give them that option. Be too visible to disappear. Harry looked at her, this girl who thought in terms of strategic visibility and controlled provocation, who treated social manipulation with the same clinical precision she applied to shadow magic, and felt something shift in his understanding of their partnership. Wednesday wasn't just his cousin, his ally, his fellow shadow mage. She was his strategist. She saw angles he didn't, anticipated moves he wouldn't think of, and she did it all with a flat expression that made people dismiss her as cold when she was actually 3 steps ahead. All right, Harry said. We show her everything. Starting with defense class. Lupin's first defense against the dark arts lesson with the third-year Gryffindors was a boggart. Harry had known this. Lupin had warned him privately, partly out of courtesy and partly out of genuine uncertainty about what a boggart would become when confronted by someone who communed with the primordial dark. The boggart was in a wardrobe in the staff room. Lupin lined the students up and explained the ridiculous charm with his characteristic blend of warmth and precision. Harry hung back, watching, letting his classmates go first. Neville's boggart was Snape. Ron's was a spider. Parvati's was a mummy. Each student confronted their fear, applied the charm, and watched the boggart contort into something absurd. Then it was Harry's turn. He stepped forward. The boggart, currently in the form of a bandaged mummy from Parvati's turn, detected him and shifted. Not smoothly, the way it had shifted for the other students. It stuttered, flickered, like a television losing signal. It tried to become a dementor. Then it tried to become Voldemort. Then it tried to become Vernon Dursley. It couldn't decide. It kept flickering between forms, each one lasting barely a second before dissolving into the next, and with each failed transformation, the boggart shrank. The room went quiet. Everyone was watching. The boggart made a final attempt. It stopped flickering and solidified into a shape, and Harry felt the tenebrous inheritance in his blood go cold. It was a door. Black. Made of absence. The same door from his dreams, the door at the end of the hallway, the boundary between the world and the primordial dark. But the boggart's version was open. Slightly. Just a crack. And through that crack poured darkness, not Addams' darkness, not warm shadows, but something else. Something vast and hungry and utterly alien. Harry stared at the door. His greatest fear wasn't Voldemort or dementors or the Dursleys. His greatest fear was opening the door too wide and letting something through that he couldn't control. Losing himself in the primordial dark. Becoming a bridge for something that consumed everything. The room was very cold. Several students were backing away. The boggart door pulsed with a wrongness that even non-magical people would have felt. Harry raised his wand and said, quietly and clearly, ridiculous. The door shrank. Cartoon hinges appeared. A tiny brass knocker materialized, shaped like a face, and the face yawned and said, in a squeaky voice, "Nobody's home. Come back later." The door slammed shut with a comical bang, bounced once like a rubber toy, and the boggart dissolved into smoke. Lupin was staring at him. So was everyone else. "Well," Lupin said, with the forced lightness of a man processing something disturbing. "That was effective. 5 points to Gryffindor." After class, Lupin held Harry back. "That door. What was it?" "Something I'm dealing with." "Is it related to the Addams?" "Yes." "Is it dangerous?" "Everything worth having is dangerous. Someone told me that recently." Lupin studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "If you need help, Harry. With any of this. I'm here." "I know. Thank you, Professor." But as Harry left the staff room, he glanced down the corridor and saw Professor Morag, Isolde Ven, standing 20 feet away, ostensibly examining a tapestry. Her lumen magic pulsed. She'd felt the boggart's transformation. She'd felt the door. She'd felt the primordial dark. And her expression, for just a moment before she reconstructed her mask of academic blandness, was pure, undisguised terror. 3 weeks into term, Harry forced the serious black situation to a head. He'd been sensing Pettigrew since the first night in Gryffindor Tower. Death speech didn't just communicate with the dead, it read death and guilt on the living with the clarity of a fluorescent light in a dark room. And Peter Pettigrew, hiding in his animagus form as Ron's rat Scabbers, radiated both. The stench of spiritual decay clung to him like rot, the residue of 13 years of living as a lie, of betraying friends to their deaths, of letting an innocent man take the blame. Harry felt it every time he entered the dormitory. A sour, curdled sensation that pressed against his death speech like nails on a chalkboard. Scabbers, Pettigrew, flinched whenever Harry came near, pressing himself into the farthest corner of Ron's trunk, trembling. Animals could sometimes sense predators. Pettigrew's rat instincts were screaming at him that the boy with shadows in his blood was the most dangerous thing in the room. The rat was right. Harry brought Wednesday, Ron, and Hermione together on a Saturday morning in an unused classroom on the 3rd floor. He'd chosen the room carefully, deep shadows in every corner, no portraits on the walls, portraits reported to Dumbledore, and a heavy door that Wednesday warded with a shadowlock that would alert them to anyone approaching. "Ron," Harry said. "I need to tell you something about Scabbers, and you're not going to like it." Ron's face cycled through confusion, wariness, and the early stages of defensive stubbornness. "What about him?" "He's just a rat." "He's not a rat. He's a wizard. An animagus." Harry held up a hand to forestall the explosion he could see building. Before you argue, I need you to trust me. I've been sensing it since the first night in the dorm. My death speech reads guilt and death on living people. Your rat is saturated in both. 13 years worth. That's, Ron stopped. Swallowed. That's mental. Scabbers has been in the family for 12 years. Unusually long for a common rat, which typically lives 2 to 3 years. Hermione, who had been quiet, spoke with the careful tone of someone laying out evidence. I looked it up. You looked it up. I look everything up, Ronald. It's what I do. Harry cut in before the argument could develop. Ron, the man who supposedly killed 13 Muggles and Peter Pettigrew, Sirius Black, is my godfather. He's been in Azkaban for 12 years. And according to my Addams senses, which can read death magic on living beings with perfect clarity, the person who actually committed those murders is currently living in your trunk and eating your biscuits. Ron's face was white. You're saying Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew. I'm saying a wizard who betrayed my parents to Voldemort and framed an innocent man has been sleeping 3 feet from your head for 2 years, and I'd like to do something about that. A terrible silence. Ron looked at the floor, at his hands, at Harry. The stubbornness was still there. Weasley's stubbornness was structural, load-bearing, you couldn't remove it without the whole personality collapsing, but underneath it, Ron was doing what he always did when it mattered, thinking. Processing. Calculating, with the same intuitive strategic intelligence that Wednesday had identified and that most people overlooked because Ron masked it with humor and self-deprecation. If you're wrong, Ron said slowly, I'm going to be very upset. If I'm wrong, Scabbers is just a rat and no harm is done. And if you're right, then Sirius Black is innocent, Peter Pettigrew is alive, and we can fix one of the worst miscarriages of justice in wizarding history. Ron stared at Harry for a long moment. Then he reached into his bag, pulled out the cloth-wrapped form of Scabbers, and set it on the table. The rat was trembling. Shaking. Its tiny eyes, beady, desperate, horribly aware in a way that no ordinary rat's eyes should be, were fixed on Harry with naked terror. Do it, Ron said. Harry reached for Scabbers with his shadow magic. He didn't grab the rat, he surrounded it. Shadows flowed from every corner of the room, converging on the table, forming a dome of living darkness around the trembling animal. Within the dome, Harry's magic pressed against Pettigrew's animagus form with the weight of the tenebrous inheritance, not attacking, but revealing. Stripping away the magical disguise the way sunlight strips away fog, exposing what was underneath. The rat screamed. Not a rat's squeak, a human scream, high and desperate, torn from a throat that was already changing. The shadow dome pulsed, and within it, the rat began to grow. Fur became skin. Paws became hands. The transformation was forced, involuntary, and messy, not the smooth shift of a practiced animagus choosing to change, but the violent exposure of a disguise being ripped away by a power that would not be denied. Peter Pettigrew stood on the table. A small, balding man with watery eyes, a pointed nose, and the hunched posture of someone who had spent 12 years in a body 4 inches long. He was shaking so hard his teeth chattered, and he looked at Harry with an expression of pure, abject horror. Please, Pettigrew stammered. Please, I was only, you don't understand, I understand perfectly. Harry's voice was calm. The shadows held Pettigrew in place, not hurting him, just restraining, dark bands around his wrists and ankles and chest that held him upright on the table like a specimen pinned for examination. You were the Potter's secret keeper. You betrayed them to Voldemort. When Sirius Black confronted you, you killed 13 Muggles, cut off your own finger to fake your death, and framed Black for everything. You've been hiding as a rat for 12 years. I had no choice. The Dark Lord, you don't know what it was like, he would have killed me, he killed my parents instead. The words landed like stones in still water. Pettigrew flinched as if struck, and his watery eyes filled with tears that Harry suspected were more about self-pity than remorse. Ron. Harry didn't look away from Pettigrew. Go get McGonagall. Tell her we've apprehended an unregistered animagus in the castle and request that she contact the DMLE immediately. Ron went. Hermione, white-faced but steady, pointed her wand at Pettigrew and held position. Wednesday stood by the door, shadow-locked, her own shadows coiled and ready, watching Pettigrew with an expression of flat, clinical revulsion. He radiates guilt like body heat, Wednesday observed. I've never felt anything this concentrated on a living person. He's been marinating in it for 12 years, Harry said. Guilt, fear, self-loathing. The death speech reads it all. He's barely holding himself together. Pettigrew whimpered. Please. I'll do anything. I'll go away. I'll leave the country. Just let me, you'll face the Wizengamot, Harry said. You'll testify. And Sirius Black will be freed. That's not negotiable. The shaking intensified. Pettigrew looked at the door, at the windows, at any possible escape route, and found nothing. The shadows held him. The children watched him. And Peter Pettigrew, who had spent 12 years avoiding consequences, ran out of places to hide. McGonagall arrived 11 minutes later with Kingsley Shacklebolt and 2 Aurors. Dumbledore arrived 3 minutes after that, and the look on his face when he saw Pettigrew, alive, unmasked, restrained by shadow magic, was something Harry filed away for later analysis. It was the expression of a man whose carefully maintained understanding of a situation had just been demolished. Pettigrew was taken into custody. A trial date was set. Sirius Black's case was reopened. And Harry, standing in an empty classroom with his friends and his cousin, felt another door open, not the door of the primordial dark, but a door made of injustice and lies, and behind it was a godfather he'd never met who had spent 12 years in hell for a crime he didn't commit. The political fallout from Pettigrew's capture was nuclear. The Daily Prophet ran the story for a solid week. Peter Pettigrew alive, Sirius Black innocent. The Ministry scrambled to control the narrative. Fudge blustered. The Wizengamot demanded explanations. And in the middle of it all, the Addams family's name surfaced again and again. Harry Potter Addams, heir to the mysterious Addams bloodline, had used ancestral magic to unmask a hidden criminal. The speculation was rampant. The fear was growing. Lucius Malfoy moved faster than Harry expected. The formal challenge to Harry's Addams inheritance had been filed weeks ago, but Pettigrew's capture accelerated everything. Malfoy needed to discredit the Addams name before it accumulated any more credibility, and he needed to do it while the political landscape was still in flux. He called in favors, applied pressure, and secured an emergency session of the Wizengamot's Heritage Committee to hear his challenge. Harry received the summons on a Tuesday morning, delivered by Ministry Owl during breakfast. Wednesday read it over his shoulder and said, "He's desperate. Desperate men make mistakes. Or desperate men do damage before they fall. Also possible. But less interesting." Gomez arrived by Fleur that afternoon, bristling with legal documents and righteous fury. Morticia followed, silent and lethal, carrying a briefcase that probably contained either legal precedents or weapons. Knowing Morticia, both. But that battle was weeks away. The Wizengamot hearing wasn't until after Christmas. Harry had time. What he didn't have was privacy. Professor Morag, Isolde Venn, had intensified her surveillance. Harry felt her lumen pulses constantly now, a faint, persistent prickling against his shadow magic that was like being watched through a one-way mirror. She was mapping him in detail, his power levels, his specific abilities, the exact nature of his connection to the Tenebris inheritance. She attended every meal, every public event, positioning herself where she could observe Harry without appearing to focus on him. She was good. Very good. But Harry was better. Because Harry had something Venn didn't know about, the ability to feel her back. Every lumen pulse she sent out, Harry's curse intuition read its structure, its origin, its intent. He was building a map of her, her magical signature, her capabilities, the specific flavor of her Lumen training. And what he was finding was troubling. Ven wasn't just a scout. She was a weapon. The Lumen magic woven into her being wasn't just for detection, it was layered with offensive capability. Purification spells, designed to burn shadow magic out of a bloodline. Binding techniques, meant to seal the Tenebrous inheritance permanently. And something deeper, older, that Harry's curse intuition could only partially decode, a ritual framework designed to close the door. She'd come prepared to end the Addams bloodline in Britain. Permanently. Harry shared this with Wednesday during one of their evening walks around the castle grounds. The September air was cool, the shadows long, and the forbidden forest's darkness called to Harry with a warmth that ordinary forests didn't possess. She's carrying a ritual framework for closing the door, Harry said. Embedded in her magical signature, ready to deploy. She's not just evaluating me. She's prepared to act. Wednesday was quiet for several paces. The question is when. She hasn't acted yet, which means she's waiting for something. Orders from the minister, probably. She reports what she finds, they decide on a course of action. Or she's waiting for the optimal moment. Maximum impact, minimum resistance. Wednesday looked at the forest, and the shadows between the trees swayed toward her. We can't wait for her to make the first move. We need to control the engagement. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting we let her know that we know. Wednesday's voice was clinical, precise. Not everything. Not the ritual framework. But let her know that we've identified her as minister. Force her to react. A reactive enemy is a predictable enemy. It was exactly the kind of strategic thinking that Wednesday excelled at, turning defense into offense through information control. But Harry hesitated. If we tip our hand, she might accelerate her timeline. Move before we're ready. We're not going to be ready in any traditional sense. She's a trained operative with decades of experience. We're 13. Our advantage isn't power or experience, it's knowledge. We know who she is. She doesn't know we know. Every day that equation holds, we're in a stronger position. But the equation can't hold forever. Eventually, she'll figure out we're watching her. Better to reveal on our terms than have it discovered on hers. Harry looked at the girl walking beside him. Moonlight caught her braids, turned her pale skin luminous, made her dark eyes look like wells leading down to something fathomless. She was right. He knew she was right. The strategic calculus was clear. But there was something else pushing at him, something less rational, more visceral. The anger. The cold, dark fury that he'd been carrying since his mother told him Isolde Ven's name. This woman had stolen his mother from her family. Had sentenced Lily to grow up ignorant of her heritage, had ensured that Harry was born without the protection of his Addams relatives, had indirectly contributed to everything, the Dursleys, the cupboard, the years of isolation and abuse. Wednesday saw it in his face. You want to confront her yourself. I want to look her in the eye and ask her why she took my mother. That's emotion, not strategy. They're not mutually exclusive. You taught me that. A beat. Wednesday's expression didn't change, but something in her eyes shifted, a recognition of his words reflected back, an acknowledgement that he'd learned from her and was now applying the lesson in a way she hadn't anticipated. Fair point, she said. But not yet. Let the Wisengamot hearing pass. Let Gomez destroy Malfoy's challenge publicly. We build legitimacy first, then confront Ven from a position of strength. Harry nodded slowly. She was right. Patience was a weapon too. But the primordial dark pulsed at the edge of his awareness, and the door in his dreams was closer every night, and somewhere in the castle, Isolde Ven's lumen magic hummed with the readiness of a blade waiting to fall. The confrontation was coming. Harry could feel it the way he felt the shadows, a certainty that lived in his blood, old and absolute and patient. He could wait. The Addams always paid their debts. The Dementor confrontation's second act came 3 days later, and it was not on a train. Harry was crossing the grounds alone, heading back from Hagrid's hut after a visit that had involved tea, rock cakes, and Hagrid's teary-eyed congratulations on having a real family now, when the cold hit. Not the gradual chill of a Dementor's approach, but a sudden, crashing wave of despair that buckled his knees and drove the air from his lungs. 3 Dementors. Not 1, 3. Gliding across the grounds from the direction of the lake, their ragged forms silhouetted against the darkening sky. They were moving with purpose, converging on him with the coordinated precision of predators who had been sent rather than drawn. Harry's blood went cold, then hot, then something beyond temperature entirely as the tenebrous inheritance surged. The shadow blade materialized on his arm. The shadows of the trees, the castle walls, the grounds themselves leaned toward him like a living army answering a call to arms. But something was wrong. The despair was stronger this time, not just the Dementor's ambient drain, but something amplified. Harry's death speech screamed a warning: the Dementors had been enhanced. Someone had fed them, not souls, but something else. Energy. Dark magic. They were stronger, faster, more focused than natural Dementors had any right to be. Lumen magic. Harry caught the faintest trace of it, a resonant signature clinging to the Dementors like perfume. Someone had used lumen techniques to modify the creatures, to aim them, to weaponize them against a specific target. Then, the realization hit Harry at the same moment the first Dementor reached him. He spoke in death speech, the same command he'd used on the train: leave, these grounds are mine, but this time, the Dementor didn't flinch. It pressed forward, the lumen modification overriding its natural deference to the tenebrous inheritance, and the wave of despair intensified until Harry could barely think. The cupboard. Vernon's belt. Voldemort's laugh. His mother's scream. Harry staggered. The shadows around him wavered. Then the anger came. Not the hot, clumsy anger of childhood, the cold, focused fury of an Addams. The same fury that had cracked Marge's wine glass. The same fury that had looked at Dumbledore and said, "You don't get to caution me about my family." Harry stopped trying to command the Dementors. Instead, he reached. Not for the shadows. For the source. The primordial dark. It was right there. Closer than it had ever been outside the dream, pressing against the boundary of reality like a face against a window, and when Harry reached for it, it reached back. Power flooded through him, not the controlled trickle of his training sessions, but a torrent. Raw, ancient, vast. The darkness of every shadow on the ground surged into him and through him and out, erupting from his body in a wave of pure primordial shadow that rolled across the grounds like a black tide. The Dementors hit the wave and shattered. Not destroyed, Dementors couldn't be destroyed, not really, but the lumen modifications were stripped away in an instant, burned out by shadow magic so fundamental that the light aspect enchantments couldn't survive contact with it. And beneath the modifications, the Dementors' true nature reasserted itself, lesser beings confronted by something infinitely older and more powerful. They fled. Not retreated, fled, with the mindless terror of prey animals in the presence of an apex predator. Harry stood alone on the darkened grounds, breathing hard, shadows coiling around him like a storm, and felt the primordial dark withdraw, slowly, reluctantly, like a tide receding. The boundary reformed. The torrent became a trickle, became a silence. But the door in his mind was no longer just in his dreams. He could feel it now, awake and aware, pulsing at the edge of his consciousness. Closer than ever. And from the other side, the vast, ancient presence pressed its awareness against the barrier and whispered, "Soon." Harry dismissed the shadows. His hands were shaking. Not from fear or exhaustion, from the sheer, overwhelming pleasure of that connection, that moment of communion with the primordial dark that had felt more natural than breathing. That was the dangerous part. Not the power. The pleasure. The seductive, addictive rightness of letting the darkness flow through him without restraint. He understood, for the first time, why the minister was afraid. He walked back to the castle. In the entrance hall, he passed Isolde Ven, Professor Morag, heading in the opposite direction. She looked at him with an expression of professional neutrality, but her lumen magic was screaming. She'd felt what he'd done. She'd felt the primordial dark pour through him. And underneath her mask, Harry's curse intuition read the truth on her like a headline: terror. Absolute, bone-deep terror. Not of Harry specifically, but of what he represented. The door, opening. The primordial dark, reaching through. The nightmare scenario that the Ministère des Ombres had spent centuries trying to prevent. Harry stopped. Looked at her directly, meeting her eyes for the first time since term began. She was good, she didn't flinch, didn't waver, held his gaze with the composure of a woman who had been deceiving people for decades. "Good evening, Professor Morag," Harry said pleasantly. "Good evening, Mr. Potter." He smiled. It was not a nice smile. It was the smile of someone who knows something you don't want them to know, and it landed with exactly the precision he intended. Ven's composure cracked. Just a flicker, a widening of the eyes, a tightening of the jaw, a fractional retreat of her lumen aura. But enough. Enough for Harry to know that she understood what his smile meant. "I see you. I know what you are. And I am not afraid." He walked past her, up the stairs, toward Gryffindor Tower. Behind him, he felt her lumen magic pulse once, not a scan, but a report. A signal, sent through channels he couldn't track, to whoever in the Ministère des Ombres was waiting for her evaluation. The signal, if Harry's curse intuition was reading it correctly, contained a single urgent assessment: the heir is awake. The door is opening. Recommend immediate intervention. Harry kept walking. The shadows of Hogwarts flowed around his feet like dark water, and somewhere in the space between spaces, the primordial dark smiled. And in the castle's deepest dungeon, in a shadow so old and thick it predated the founders, something stirred. Not the primordial dark, something else. Something that had been sleeping in Hogwarts stones for 1,000 years, waiting for an Addams heir to walk these halls. It would wake soon. But that was a problem for another chapter. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, Blood Politics and Dark Revelations. The Wizengamot Chamber was built to intimidate. Harry had never been inside the Ministry of Magic's deepest courtroom before, but he recognized the architecture of power when he saw it. The chamber was circular, carved from dark stone, with tiered seating rising in concentric rings around a central floor. The seats were high-backed, severe, arranged so that everyone sitting above could look down at whoever stood in the center. It was a theater designed with a single purpose: to make the person on the floor feel small. Harry stood on the floor and did not feel small. He wore robes that Morticia had selected, black, naturally, but cut in a style that blended British wizarding tradition with something older. The Addams family crest was embroidered on his chest in threads so dark it was only visible when the light caught it at certain angles, the hand reaching from darkness, the open eye above. The shadow blade rested against his forearm, dormant but present. His eyes, green shot through with moving shadow, swept the chamber with the calm assessment of someone cataloging threats. Gomez stood to his right, resplendent in a suit that managed to be both impeccably tailored and vaguely threatening. He carried a leather portfolio stuffed with documents that Morticia had assembled over months of preparation, and his rapier hung at his hip because no force in the magical or mundane world could convince Gomez Addams to attend a legal proceeding unarmed. Wednesday sat in the public gallery, 3 rows up, wearing an expression of such aggressive neutrality that several Wizengamot members had already glanced at her nervously and looked away. The chamber was full. Every seat occupied, every gallery packed. The Heritage Challenge filed by Lucius Malfoy had drawn the entire political establishment, not because the Addams inheritance was inherently interesting to most of them, but because everyone with a functioning political instinct understood that the outcome of this hearing would reshape the power dynamics of magical Britain. Lucius Malfoy sat in the petitioner's box, immaculate in grey robes, his platinum hair gleaming under the chamber's enchanted lighting. He radiated confidence the way expensive cologne radiates scent, deliberately, precisely, calibrated to impress. Beside him sat his legal representative, a sharp-faced witch named Celine Crouch, distant relation to the infamous Bartemius, close relation to Old Money, whose reputation for ruthless litigation preceded her like a weather front. On the Wisingamot bench, Chief Warlock Dumbledore presided. His purple robes were somber by his standards, and his expression was carefully neutral, but Harry's sharpened senses read the tension in his shoulders, the micro-movements of his hands. Dumbledore was not comfortable. The hearing would force truths into the open that he'd spent decades burying, and the old wizard knew it. Cornelius Fudge sat in the minister's box, looking like a man who would rather be literally anywhere else. Fudge had the political instincts of a weather vane, he pointed whichever way the strongest wind blew, and right now, the winds were contradictory. Malfoy was a major donor and political ally. But the Addams family's legal position was formidable, and the recent Pettigrew revelation had given Harry Potter Addams a surge of public credibility that made opposing him politically risky. Fudge was sweating. Harry noted it without sympathy. "This emergency session of the Wisingamot Heritage Committee is called to order," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying through the chamber with the effortless authority of someone who had been commanding rooms for over a century. "The matter before us is the heritage challenge filed by Lord Lucius Malfoy against the claim of Harry James Potter to the Addams ancestral bloodline. Lord Malfoy, you may present your petition." Malfoy rose. He moved with the practiced grace of a man who had spent his entire life performing authority, and when he spoke, his voice was silk wrapped around steel. "Chief Warlock. Esteemed members of the Wisingamot. I bring this challenge not from personal animosity, but from genuine concern for the integrity of our magical heritage system." He paused, letting the words settle. "The claim before us is extraordinary. A 13-year-old boy, already a figure of considerable public attention, now claims descent from a family that appears in no British magical record. No ministry registration. No sacred 28 entry. No genealogical text published in the last 500 years mentions the name Addams in connection with magical Britain." He turned to face the gallery, playing to the crowd with the instinct of a born performer. "We are asked to accept, on the basis of a single Gringotts blood test, that this unregistered, unverified family constitutes a legitimate magical bloodline. We are asked to grant Mr. Potter, already the heir to the noble house of Potter, additional status, additional political weight, and additional magical standing based on a heritage that cannot be corroborated by any independent source." His grey eyes found Harry on the chamber floor. "I do not question Mr. Potter's sincerity. I question the validity of a claim that, if accepted, would fundamentally alter the balance of power in this chamber. The Addams family, whoever they are, have no history of participation in British magical governance. They have no allies, no track record, no accountability to this body. Granting them recognition would be granting political standing to an unknown entity, and I submit that this body has a responsibility to its members and to the magical community to demand more than blood on parchment before making such a decision." It was a good speech. Harry could feel its effect rippling through the chamber, the nodding heads, the murmured agreements, the subtle shift in atmospheric pressure that indicated political opinion moving. Malfoy wasn't stupid. He'd framed the challenge not as bigotry but as procedural caution, and he'd done it well enough that even members who didn't particularly like him could nod along without feeling complicit in anything ugly. Gomez stood up. The chamber's attention snapped to him like iron filings to a magnet. "Members of the Wisingamot," Gomez said, and his voice was a different instrument entirely from Malfoy's, warmer, rougher, vibrating with an energy that was barely contained. "My name is Gomez Addams. I am Harry's second cousin by blood, his family's legal representative, and, as of 6 weeks ago, the most motivated person in this building." He opened his portfolio and began laying documents on the chamber floor with methodical precision. "Lord Malfoy says the Addams family appears in no British magical record. He's correct. We don't appear in British records because British records are too young to contain us. The Ministry of Magic was founded in 1707. The Hogwarts Registry of Magical Families dates to approximately 980 AD. The so-called Sacred 28 was compiled in the 1930s by a man whose research methodology would embarrass a first-year student. He placed a document on the floor. This is a certified record from the Goblin Nation, not a British institution, but an independent magical sovereign entity with records predating every human government on this island, confirming the Addams family's account at Gringotts. It was opened in the year 43 BC. A murmur ran through the chamber. Gomez continued. This is a land deed, also Goblin certified, showing Addams family ownership of property in what is now Cornwall. Dated approximately 200 AD. Another document. This is a treaty between the Addams family and the Goblin Nation of Britain, predating the Roman withdrawal, guaranteeing mutual magical non-interference. Another. This is a correspondence archive between Addams family members and the founders of Hogwarts, yes, the founders, discussing the establishment of a school of magic on land the Addams family had already been using for ritual purposes for centuries. The murmur became a roar. Dumbledore called for order. Malfoy's composure held, but Harry could see the cracks, the tightening around his eyes, the widening of his knuckles where they gripped the rail of the petitioner's box. Lord Malfoy argues that we have no history of participation in British magical governance, Gomez continued. He's right about that too. We don't participate in British magical governance because British magical governance is, from our perspective, a recent invention. We were here before it. We will be here after it. Our legitimacy does not derive from your records or your approval. It derives from 4,000 years of unbroken magical practice and a bloodline that predates every family represented in this chamber. He looked directly at Malfoy. Including, and I want to be very clear about this, especially the Malfoy family, whose British presence dates to the Norman conquest of 1066, roughly 3,000 years after the Addams family established roots on this island. Malfoy's jaw clenched. Celine Crouch leaned over and whispered something in his ear. He shook his head sharply. Gomez wasn't finished. But let's set aside the history, he said, his tone shifting from confrontational to something warmer, more personal. Because this isn't really about records and dates. This is about a boy. A 13-year-old boy who was separated from his family as an infant, raised by people who mistreated him, and denied knowledge of his own heritage for 13 years. Harry didn't choose the Addams bloodline. It is his bloodline. It runs in his veins as surely as the Potter blood that everyone in this chamber has been so eager to celebrate. And now that he knows the truth, now that he's found the family that was stolen from him, Lord Malfoy wants this body to tell him it doesn't count. He swept his gaze across the chamber. What precedent does that set? That a wizarding family's legitimacy depends on how recently they've participated in your politics. That blood, verified by the most ancient and reliable magical test in existence, can be overruled by bureaucratic absence. Because if that's the standard, I suggest you start auditing every family in this chamber. I suspect you'll find that most of your ancient and noble houses are rather less ancient than they'd like to admit. Gomez sat down. The chamber was silent for approximately 3 seconds, and then erupted into the kind of fervent, chaotic debate that the Wizengamot was famous for. Members argued across aisles. Alliances formed and dissolved in real time. Fudge looked like he was having a minor cardiac event. Harry watched the chaos and felt the current beneath it. Gomez had been brilliant, not just in the evidence he presented, which was devastating, but in the framing. He'd turned Malfoy's procedural challenge into a question of principle, and in doing so, he'd forced every Wizengamot member to consider what it would mean to deny a verified bloodline based on political convenience. Several members who had come in leaning toward Malfoy were visibly reconsidering. But the hearing wasn't over. Because Dumbledore, watching from the Chief Warlock's seat with the expression of a man walking toward a cliff he couldn't avoid, called for the next phase. The committee will now hear testimony from relevant witnesses. The first witness called is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. He paused, and the ghost of a smile, bleak, self-aware, crossed his ancient face. I shall be questioning myself, which is somewhat unusual but not without precedent. He rose from the chief warlock's seat, descended to the witness chair on the chamber floor, and Madame Bones, Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE and acting chair in Dumbledore's absence from the bench, took over proceedings. Professor Dumbledore, Bones said, her square jaw and no-nonsense demeanor cutting through the chamber's residual chaos like a blade. You have been identified as an individual with direct knowledge relevant to this heritage claim. Please state, for the record, your relationship to the matter. Dumbledore sat in the witness chair, and for the first time in Harry's memory, the old wizard looked his age. Not feeble, Dumbledore would never look feeble, but worn. The weight of what he was about to say was visible in the set of his shoulders, the way his hands rested on the arms of the chair. I was headmaster of Hogwarts when Lily Addams, as we now know, attended the school, Dumbledore said. His voice was steady, but it lacked its usual melodic warmth. I was aware of her true heritage. I have been aware since 1978, when Lily came to me with the results of her own Gringotts blood inheritance test. The chamber went absolutely silent. She had discovered, independently, that she was blood adopted. That her birth family was the Addams line. That she carried the tenebrous inheritance, a form of ancestral magic connected to what is known as the primordial dark. Dumbledore's blue eyes, uncharacteristically flat behind his spectacles, moved across the chamber. I confirmed her findings. I researched the Addams bloodline extensively. And I made a decision that I have regretted, in varying degrees, every day since. Bones leaned forward. What decision? I counseled Lily to suppress her Addams heritage. I told her that the tenebrous inheritance, if awakened, would make her a target, not only for Voldemort, who was actively hunting powerful magical bloodlines, but for an organization called the Ministère des Ombres, which had been hunting the Addams family for centuries. I told her that the safest course was to keep her true lineage secret and to rely on conventional magic. And she agreed. Reluctantly. She was angry. Justifiably so. She had been denied knowledge of her own family for her entire life, and I was asking her to continue that denial. A pause. She did visit the Addams family briefly, against my advice. But she returned, and she agreed to my counsel. The war with Voldemort was escalating, and she chose to focus on the immediate threat rather than pursuing her ancestral heritage. Professor Dumbledore. Bones's voice was carefully controlled, but Harry could hear the steel underneath. Did you know about the blood adoption before Lily came to you? Another silence. Longer this time. Yes, Dumbledore said. The chamber erupted. Bones waited for the noise to subside, her expression carved from granite. How long had you known? Since Lily was 11 years old. Since I first evaluated her magical signature as a prospective Hogwarts student. Her magic carried markers. Traces of the tenebrous inheritance that were dormant but detectable to someone who knew what to look for. I had encountered similar markers once before, in 1944, in a member of the Addams family I met during my investigation of Gellert Grindelwald. You identified an 11-year-old child as a member of a hidden bloodline and did not inform her, her adoptive family, or her birth family. Correct. Why? Dumbledore removed his spectacles. Polished them. Replaced them. The stalling gesture was so familiar that Harry felt a spike of anger at its deployment. Even now, even in this moment of confession, the old man couldn't stop performing. Because I was afraid, Dumbledore said simply. The Addams bloodline carries magic that I do not fully understand, connected to a force that I cannot fully comprehend. I have spent my life studying magic, mastering it, teaching it, using it to protect people I care about. The tenebrous inheritance is outside the framework of everything I know. It is older than Hogwarts, older than the Ministry, older than the classifications by which we organize our understanding of magic. And it is powerful in a way that frightens me. He looked at Harry. Directly, without evasion, without the twinkle or the performance. An old man looking at a young one with an honesty that cost him visibly. When Lily died, I faced a choice regarding her son. Harry carried the Addams bloodline, and I knew that his mother's sacrifice had created a blood protection that could shield him. But the blood protection required him to live with a blood relative, and the only blood relatives I knew of were Petunia Desley, Lily's adoptive sister, and the Addams family in America. I chose the Desleys. Why not the Addams family? Because I feared that proximity to practitioners of the tenebrous inheritance would accelerate Harry's own awakening. The Addams magic is ancestral, it responds to the presence of other Addams bloodlines. If Harry had grown up surrounded by his mother's birth family, the inheritance would have activated years ago. And I genuinely believed, that this would make him vulnerable to Voldemort. How? Voldemort sought immortality. His entire philosophy was built on conquering death. The Addams bloodline communes with death, it is death magic in its purest, most fundamental form. I feared that if Voldemort learned of Harry's Addams heritage, he would find a way to exploit that connection. Use Harry's blood, his power, his link to the primordial dark, to achieve the immortality he craved. He paused. I was wrong. The words fell into the chamber like stones into a well. I was wrong, not about the danger, the tenebrous inheritance is dangerous, and anyone who says otherwise is either ignorant or lying. But I was wrong about the solution. Suppression was not protection. Isolation was not safety. I placed a child in a home where he was abused, neglected, and treated as less than human, because I was afraid of what he might become. And in doing so, I committed a harm that no magical theory, no strategic calculus, no interpretation of the greater good can justify. The chamber was utterly silent. Not the silence of agreement or disagreement, but the silence of people witnessing something they hadn't expected. Albus Dumbledore, the most respected wizard in Britain, dismantling his own legend in front of the entire Wizengamot. Harry felt, he didn't know what he felt. The anger was there, the cold Addams fury that had been his companion since the summer. But alongside it, something more complicated. Grief, maybe. Or pity. Not for himself. For Dumbledore. For the old man who had carried this secret for decades, who had made a terrible choice out of genuine fear, and who was now, finally, facing the consequences in the most public forum possible. It didn't excuse what he'd done. But it made him human, and that was somehow worse than if he'd been a villain. Bones allowed a moment for the testimony to settle, then asked the question that everyone in the chamber was thinking. Professor Dumbledore, do you have any knowledge regarding who performed the blood adoption that separated Lily from the Addams family? Dumbledore's expression shifted. Something guarded came down over his features, not dishonesty, but the careful selection of what to reveal. Harry's curse intuition prickled. I have suspicions, Dumbledore said. Based on my encounter with the Addams family in 1944 and subsequent research, I believe the blood adoption was performed by an operative of the Ministère des Ombres. This organization has a documented history of separating Addams children from their families in order to prevent the activation of the tenebrous inheritance. Can you identify this operative? A long pause. Dumbledore's eyes flickered, just for a moment, barely perceptible, toward the public gallery. Toward the section where ministry staff and Hogwarts professors sat as observers. Harry's curse intuition screamed. He knew. Dumbledore knew about Ven. Knew she was at Hogwarts. Knew she was Minister. And he was deciding, right now, in real time, whether to reveal it. I cannot identify the operative with certainty, Dumbledore said. Lie. Harry felt it resonate through his curse intuition like a wrong note in a chord. Not a complete lie, Dumbledore was too careful for that, but a deliberate omission. He knew more than he was saying, and he was choosing to withhold it. Harry filed this away. Another piece of the puzzle. Another thread in the web of Dumbledore's manipulations, not malicious, not evil, but controlling. Always controlling. Even in the act of confession, Dumbledore couldn't stop managing the information flow. The testimony concluded. Dumbledore returned to the chief warlock's seat, looking diminished in a way that had nothing to do with physical stature. Bones called for final arguments. Celine Crouch rose for Malfoy's side. She was sharp, concise, and professional, but the ground had shifted under her feet. Dumbledore's testimony had transformed the hearing from a dry legal challenge into an emotional narrative about a child separated from his family, and Crouch knew she was fighting against the current. She did her best, argued procedural points, challenged the admissibility of goblin records under British law, questioned whether the tenebrous inheritance constituted a recognized form of magic, but the energy in the chamber was against her. Gomez's closing was shorter than his opening. He stood, looked at the Wizengamot, and said, "You've heard from the most powerful wizard in Britain that he deliberately suppressed my nephew's heritage because he was afraid of it. You've seen documents proving that the Addams family is older than every institution in this room. And you've heard Lord Malfoy argue that this family's blood, verified by goblin magic, confirmed by Albus Dumbledore himself, should be rejected because it isn't in his record books." He placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. "This boy's blood is real. His family is real. His heritage is real. The only question before this body is whether you're brave enough to recognize it, or whether you prefer to hide behind the same fear that put him in a cupboard for 10 years. He sat down. The vote was called. The Heritage Committee consisted of 17 members, and the voting was done by raised wands, a tradition that meant everyone could see exactly who voted which way, which was the Wizengamot's version of political accountability. 13 wands rose in favor of recognition. 3 against. 1 abstention, Dumbledore, who recused himself on the grounds of conflict of interest. The Addams bloodline was formally recognized in magical Britain. Harry stood on the chamber floor and let the result wash over him. Gomez was grinning, the real grin, the fierce, triumphant one, and from the gallery, Wednesday gave a single, deliberate nod that carried more approval than most people's standing ovations. Malfoy's face was carved from marble, white and cold and furious, and his exit from the chamber was swift enough to qualify as a retreat. But the hearing wasn't the day's main event. That came 30 seconds later. The first explosion hit the chamber's east wall. Not a metaphorical explosion, a real one, a concussive blast of light so intense it turned the chamber's shadows white and sent debris flying across the room like shrapnel. The Wizengamot members screamed, ducked, scrambled for cover. Aurors at the chamber's entrances drew wands and shouted orders. Fudge disappeared under his seat with a speed that suggested extensive practice at avoiding danger. A second blast hit the west wall. Then a third, directly above, cracking the enchanted ceiling and sending a shower of stone dust cascading down onto the chamber floor. 3 figures materialized in the center of the room. Not apparition, Harry would have felt the magical displacement. This was something else, a transportation method that used light rather than space, folding the lumen spectrum to move between locations. The figures seemed to condense out of pure brightness, stepping from a glare that made everyone shield their eyes into solid, physical presence. They wore robes of bleached white, pale, sterile, aggressively light in a way that felt like an ideological statement. Their faces were covered by masks of polished silver that reflected everything around them with distorted clarity. Each one carried a staff, not a wand, a full staff, topped with a crystal that blazed with concentrated lumen energy. Harry's curse intuition read them in an instant. Ministère des Ombres operatives. The real thing, not a lone evaluator like Ven, but a combat team, trained and equipped to fight shadow magic. Their staves were lumen weapons, designed to generate zones of purifying light that would suppress the tenebrous inheritance. Their robes were warded with anti-shadow enchantments. Even their masks served a tactical purpose. The reflective surfaces disrupted shadow sight, making them harder for an Addams practitioner to target. They'd come prepared. The lead operative spoke. The voice was male, distorted by the mask into something metallic and inhuman. Harry Potter Addams. By authority of the Ministère des Ombres, you are declared a tenebrous anomaly, a breach point in the metaphysical barrier between the created world and the primordial dark. You are to submit to immediate lumen containment for the safety of all living beings. The chamber was frozen. Aurors had their wands raised but didn't fire. The operative's transportation method had bypassed every ward in the ministry, which meant they were dealing with magic beyond anything the Aurors were trained for. Dumbledore was on his feet, his wand drawn, his face set in the expression of focused intensity that he wore when facing genuine threats. Harry looked at the three operatives and felt the tenebrous inheritance surge in response to their lumen energy. Shadow and light, the two fundamental forces, face to face in a government chamber. The air between them crackled. "No," Harry said. The lead operative tilted his masked head. "This is not a request." "I know. The answer is still no." Things happened very quickly. The operatives attacked in unison, not with spells, but with coordinated lumen bursts from their staves. Blinding white light erupted from the crystals and swept across the chamber in a wave designed to suppress all shadow magic within a 50-foot radius. It hit Harry like a physical blow, a searing pressure against his tenebrous inheritance that felt like sunlight burning through fog. His shadow sight dimmed. His connection to the shadows in the room weakened. For a normal Addams practitioner, that would have been the end. The lumen sanctions were designed to cut the bloodline off from its power source, leaving the target defenseless. Harry was not a normal Addams practitioner. He reached past the suppression. Past the shadows, which were indeed weakened, thinned to almost nothing by the lumen onslaught, and directly into the source. The primordial dark. The ocean beneath the puddles. The vast, ancient presence that no amount of lumen magic could touch, because it existed outside of creation entirely, in the space before light was born. Power answered. Not the warm, familiar trickle of shadow magic. Something deeper, rawer, drawn from the boundary between existence and void. Harry's eyes blazed, green overwhelmed by moving darkness, and the chamber plunged into twilight despite the operative's best efforts. Not darkness. Something between. A state that shouldn't have been possible, shadow and light coexisting, neither dominant, each one defining the other. The chamber existed in both states simultaneously, and in that liminal space, Harry's power was absolute. He moved. The shadow blade materialized and extended to its full length, 18 inches of living darkness that sang through the air with a sound like a whispered scream. Harry crossed the distance to the first operative in 2 strides and swung. Not to kill, the blade passed through the operative's staff, and the lumen crystal shattered. The operative staggered back, his primary weapon destroyed, and Harry was already turning, already moving to the second target. Wednesday was moving too. She'd been in the gallery, 15 feet above the chamber floor, behind a stone railing, surrounded by ministry officials who were cowering and screaming. She didn't cower. She vaulted the railing, dropped 15 feet to the chamber floor, and landed in a crouch that would have done a cat proud. Her shadows, thinner than Harry's, precise rather than powerful, shot outward in 6 directions, forming a web of dark threads that crisscrossed the chamber floor. The second operative stepped into the web and discovered that Wednesday Addams had spent the last 3 weeks learning a technique from Grandmama's journals called death hex knitting, the art of weaving multiple lethal curses into a single, elegant structure. The shadow web wasn't just a physical trap. It was a curse delivery system, each thread carrying a different hex that activated on contact, a paralysis hex, a disarming jinx, a sensory overload curse, and something Wednesday had designed herself that she called nerve calligraphy, and refused to explain in detail. The operative hit the web and went rigid. His staff clattered to the ground. His mask cracked down the middle. Behind it, his face, surprisingly young, barely 30, contorted in pain and shock as Wednesday's curse web dismantled his magical defenses layer by layer with the precision of a surgeon removing sutures. The third operative was smarter than the other 2. Instead of engaging directly, he raised his staff and triggered something that Harry's curse intuition identified a half-second too late, a lumen sanction of the highest order. Not a suppression field. A purification ritual. The crystal on his staff blazed white-hot, and a beam of concentrated light, dense, focused, carrying the magical equivalent of a forest fire, lanced directly at Harry. Gomez stepped in front of his nephew. He didn't use magic. He didn't need to. The rapier came up in a motion so fast and fluid it was almost invisible, a fencer's parry, refined over decades of obsessive practice, executed with the casual perfection of a man who had been dueling since before he could read. The blade caught the lumen beam and deflected it. Not blocked. Deflected. The rapier was Addams steel, forged from the same shadow metal as Harry's ancestral blade, passed down through generations of Addams duelists, and it interacted with the lumen energy the way a prism interacts with sunlight. The beam hit the blade and scattered, splitting into a dozen harmless fragments that sparked across the chamber walls like fireworks. The operative stared at Gomez with visible disbelief. His best weapon, his highest-order combat magic, had just been deflected by a man with a sword. Gomez smiled. It was the smile of a man who had been waiting all day for someone to try something stupid. "My turn," he said, and lunged. The duel lasted 9 seconds. Gomez Addams fought like a hurricane with a sense of humor, rapier work so fast it blurred, footwork so precise it might have been choreographed, and a running commentary that he delivered between strikes. Sloppy guard, clash, telegraphed your overhead, parry, really, you should have trained more, riposte, there it is. The operative's staff flew from his hands. Gomez's rapier tip rested against his throat. The operative went still. "Yield," Gomez suggested pleasantly. The operative yielded. Horrors swarmed in. The 3 operatives were disarmed, restrained, and taken into custody with an efficiency that suggested the DMLE had been waiting for an excuse to arrest someone all day. Madame Bones directed the operation with the controlled fury of a law enforcement professional whose courthouse had just been attacked. Dumbledore stood in the center of the damaged chamber, surveying the wreckage. His expression was complicated, relief, concern, and the very specific frustration of a man whose plans kept being disrupted by events he couldn't control. Harry dismissed the shadow blade. The twilight state faded, normal lighting returning to the chamber. The damage was significant, cracked walls, shattered ceiling, scorch marks from the lumen beams, but no one was seriously hurt. The operative's attack had been surgical, targeted at Harry specifically. The collateral damage was incidental. Bones approached Harry with the directness of someone who had no patience for politics or protocol. "Mr. Potter Addams. Are you injured?" "No, ma'am." "Can you identify these attackers?" "Ministère des Ombres. An international organization that targets the Addams bloodline. They used lumen magic, a discipline designed specifically to counter shadow abilities. The attack was coordinated, 3 operatives using a layered strategy of suppression, containment, and purification. They came prepared. Bones absorbed this with the clinical efficiency of someone who dealt in facts rather than feelings. "And this organization, you say they've been active for centuries?" "Longer. They believe the Addams bloodline poses an existential threat to reality. They've hunted my family for generations." "Hunted?" Bones's expression hardened. "They just attacked a Wisengamot session. In the Ministry of Magic. That's not hunting, that's an act of war against the British magical government." "Yes, ma'am." "Good. Then I know exactly how to classify it." She turned to her Aurors. "I want those 3 in maximum security holding cells. Full magical suppression restraints. And I want every ward in this building audited. Someone explain to me how 3 foreign combatants bypassed our defenses, and someone explain it today." The political aftermath was seismic. The Ministère's attack accomplished what Gomez's legal arguments alone might not have, it transformed the Addams family from a curiosity into a cause. 3 foreign operatives had attacked the Wisengamot, the sovereign magical legislature of Britain, to get at a 13-year-old boy. The nationalistic fury this generated was immediate, bipartisan, and powerful. Even members who had voted against recognizing the Addams bloodline rallied to its defense, because the minister hadn't just attacked Harry. They'd attacked British sovereignty. Malfoy's political position collapsed overnight. His challenge to the Addams inheritance had been voted down on its merits, and now the attack made him look, at best, petty, a man focused on bloodline politics while real enemies were breaching ministry security. At worst, it made him look complicit. The whispers started immediately. Had Malfoy known about the minister? Had his challenge been a distraction, timed to coincide with the attack? There was no evidence for this, but politics ran on perception, and the perception was devastating. Harry watched the fallout from Hogwarts, where he returned the next morning. The Daily Prophet ran headlines for a week: foreign attackers breach ministry, Addams heir targeted. Wizengamot votes to recognize ancient bloodline. Dumbledore confesses to concealing Potter heritage. The coverage was breathless, sensationalized, and almost uniformly sympathetic to Harry. Almost. Rita Skeeter's column took a different angle. Is the boy who lived becoming something darker? She wrote about the shadows in the Wizengamot chamber, the disturbing display of unregistered magic, the alarming ease with which a 13-year-old had dismantled trained operatives. She didn't have the facts about the Tenebrous inheritance. Harry's actual abilities were still largely unknown to the public, but she didn't need facts. She had insinuation, and she wielded it like a weapon. Harry read the column at breakfast and tossed the paper aside. She's trying to build a narrative, Wednesday observed from across the table. They'd taken to eating breakfast together in a corner of the Great Hall, ignoring the house table convention that nobody actually enforced. Boy who lived turns to dark magic. It's a compelling story, even if it's false. Let her write what she wants. The Wizengamot recognized us. The ministry is hunting the minister. The legal position is secure. Legal positions are only secure until the next person with power decides they aren't. Wednesday took a precise bite of toast. We need to address the perception issue. The public sees shadow magic and thinks dark wizard. We need to reframe the narrative. I'm not putting on a show for the prophet. I'm not suggesting a show. I'm suggesting strategic visibility. You use shadow magic publicly, in contexts that demonstrate protection rather than aggression. Defense, rescue, healing. People fear what they don't understand. Give them something to understand. Harry considered this. She was right, the wizarding public's fear of dark magic was a blanket category that didn't distinguish between unforgivables and ancestral shadow magic. In their minds, shadow equaled dark equaled dangerous equaled threat. Changing that perception would require demonstration, not explanation. I'll think about it, he said. Think quickly. Skeeter won't be the last. She was right about that too. The conversation Harry had been dreading came that evening. He found Dumbledore in the headmaster's office, or rather, Dumbledore found him. A note delivered by a school owl, written in the headmaster's distinctive slanting script: Harry, if you have a moment, I would appreciate a conversation. The password is Sherbet Lemon, though I suspect you could simply ask the gargoyle and it would let you pass. It seems to be afraid of you. The gargoyle was, indeed, afraid of Harry. It leaped aside when he approached, grinding its stone feet against the floor in its haste to open the stairway. Harry ascended to the office and found Dumbledore sitting behind his desk, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. The office was the same, the silver instruments whirring, the portraits of former headmasters pretending to sleep, Fawkes the Phoenix perched on his golden stand. But the atmosphere was different. Heavier. The relationship between the man behind the desk and the boy entering the room had fundamentally changed, and both of them knew it. Sit down, Harry. Dumbledore gestured to the chair across from him. Harry sat. The shadows in the office, and there were many, the room was full of dark corners and deep recesses, settled around him with quiet attentiveness. Thank you for coming. I was not certain you would. I almost didn't. I would have understood. Dumbledore removed his spectacles, not the polishing stalling tactic, but a genuine removal, setting them on the desk and rubbing his eyes with the weariness of a man who had been rubbing his eyes for a century. Without the spectacles, his eyes looked smaller, more vulnerable. Human. Harry, I owe you more than an apology. I owe you an explanation. A full one. I've given pieces of it, to you this summer, to the Wisengamot today. But there are things I haven't said. Things I've been reluctant to say. Then say them. Dumbledore looked at him. Blue eyes, watery without the spectacles, meeting green eyes shot through with shadow. Old man and young heir, separated by a desk and decades of decisions. I knew Isolde then, Dumbledore said. Harry's blood went cold. His shadows pressed closer. Not well. Not as a friend or an ally. But I knew who she was. I identified her as a Minister operative in 1979, when she approached me, discreetly, through intermediaries, to discuss the Addams situation in Britain. She told me that the Minister had been monitoring the Addams bloodline in the British Isles for centuries. That they had performed several interventions, her word, interventions, to prevent the tenebrous inheritance from activating. Interventions, Harry repeated. The word tasted like ash. She told me that the blood adoption of Lily Evans was one such intervention. That a Minister operative had separated an Addams infant from the bloodline and placed her with a Muggle family to prevent the inheritance from manifesting. Dumbledore's voice was quiet, measured, the voice of a man dismantling a bomb. She told me that the Minister had been monitoring Lily throughout her childhood, and that they were concerned because Lily had been accepted to Hogwarts, a magical environment that might trigger latent Addams abilities. And she asked you to help suppress it. She asked me to ensure that Lily never learned the truth. To monitor her magical development and suppress any Addams manifestations before they could take root. Dumbledore paused. I refused. At the time, I refused. I told Ven that I would not participate in the suppression of a child's magical heritage. I told her that if Lily discovered the truth, I would support her in exploring her bloodline. But that's not what happened. No. The word came out heavy, laden with years of guilt. What happened was more complicated and less admirable. I refused Ven's request, but I didn't report her to the ministry. I didn't tell Lily about the Minister. I didn't contact the Addams family. I kept the information and used it to justify my own approach, which was, in practice, the same thing Ven had asked for. Suppress the heritage. Control the information. Keep Lily in the dark. The rage was rising in Harry's chest, not hot, not explosive, but cold and deep and dark, the Addams fury that lived in his blood like a winter river. The shadows in the office darkened. Fawkes shifted on his perch, his golden eyes watching Harry with the calm awareness of a creature that had seen many things burn. You told me this summer that you placed me with the Dursleys because you feared the tenebrous inheritance, Harry said. His voice was level. Controlled. You told the Wisengamot the same thing today. But that's not the whole truth, is it? You placed me with the Dursleys because Isolde Ven told you what the Addams bloodline was, and you decided, on your own, without consulting my mother's real family, that she was right. That the Addams magic was too dangerous. That I was better off suppressed. Harry, you did exactly what the Minister wanted. You separated me from my family, suppressed my heritage, and kept me ignorant. The only difference between you and Ven is that you felt bad about it. The words hit. Harry saw them land, saw Dumbledore's face crumple, just for a moment, before the old wizard's formidable composure reassembled itself. But the damage was done. The truth, spoken aloud in this office full of whirring silver instruments and sleeping portraits, was undeniable. You're right, Dumbledore whispered. You're right, and I have no defense. I convinced myself that my motives were different, that I was acting out of love for you, out of a desire to protect you, while the Minister acted out of fear and ideology. But the result was the same. You grew up without your family. Without your heritage. Without knowledge of who you truly are. He looked at Harry with eyes that held nothing but naked honesty. I failed you, Harry. Not through ignorance or circumstance. Through choice. My choice. And sorry is a word so insufficient for what I owe you that saying it feels almost insulting. Harry sat in a chair across from the most powerful wizard in Britain and felt the rage pulse through him like a heartbeat. It would be so easy to let it consume him. To stand up, to shout, to let the shadows in the room explode outward in a display of Addams' fury that would shatter every instrument in the office and crack the walls. But Grandmama's voice echoed in his mind, the Addams do not fear the dark. We do not let it control us, either. Rage is a tool. Pick it up when you need it. Set it down when you don't. Harry set it down. Not because Dumbledore deserved forgiveness. Not because the old man's confession absolved him. But because carrying the rage forward wouldn't undo 12 years of covered darkness, and Harry had more important things to spend his energy on. I have a question, Harry said. Dumbledore waited. Isolde Ven is at Hogwarts. She's posing as Professor Morag, the ancient runes instructor. You know this. You've known since the beginning of term. Harry's voice was flat, clinical. Why is she here? Dumbledore's expression shifted. The guilt remained, but something else joined it, the strategic mind reasserting itself, the chess master who couldn't stop calculating even in moments of genuine remorse. Because I wanted her where I could watch her. The Minister was going to send someone, that was inevitable, given your awakening. I preferred a known quantity to an unknown one. Ven approached me before term began, under her alias, and I allowed her position because I believed it was better to have the Minister's agent visible than hidden. You're using her. I'm monitoring her. There's a difference. Is there? A beat of silence. Dumbledore's mouth thinned. Perhaps not a large one, he admitted. But my monitoring has yielded useful intelligence. Ven reports to a superior within the Minister, someone she refers to in her communications as the magistrate. I have not been able to identify this individual, but her reports indicate that the Minister is deeply alarmed by the speed of your awakening. They expected the tenebrous inheritance to manifest gradually over years. Instead, it's activated rapidly, and the manifestations, the dementor communication, the Boggart's form, the shadow combat in the Wisingamot, have exceeded their projections. The door, Harry said. They're afraid of the door. Yes. Ven's reports focus obsessively on the door. The Minister's entire operational framework is built around preventing the door from opening. They believe that if an Addams heir reaches the final stage of the tenebrous inheritance, if the door opens fully, the primordial dark will pour through and consume the world. My grandmother told me the same theory. She doesn't agree with it. Your grandmother is biased by family loyalty. The Minister is biased by centuries of fear. The truth, as usual, is probably somewhere in between. Dumbledore leaned forward. Harry, I am not going to pretend I have the right to advise you. I've forfeited that right through my own actions. But I am going to say something, not as your headmaster or your guardian, but as a very old wizard who has spent a lifetime studying magic and has learned, painfully and repeatedly, that power without understanding is the most dangerous thing in the world. He met Harry's eyes. Be careful with the door. I don't say this to suppress you or control you. I say it because I have looked into the primordial dark, once, briefly, during my encounter with Esmeralda Addams in 1944, and what I saw there was vast beyond my comprehension. It was not evil. But it was vast. And vast things can love you and still crush you under their weight. Harry looked at Dumbledore for a long time. The old man's face was open, unguarded, stripped of the performance and the manipulation and the carefully cultivated twinkle. What was underneath was frightened. Not of Harry. Of what Harry was becoming, and the helplessness of watching it happen from the wrong side of a trust that he himself had broken. I have seen what dark magic does to good people, Harry, Dumbledore said softly. I watched it consume Tom Riddle. I watched it seduce Gellert Grindelwald. I have spent my life trying to prevent it from destroying the people I love, and I have failed more often than I have succeeded. Harry stood. The shadows in the office settled around him like a cloak, dark and warm and alive. You watched Tom Riddle from a distance and made judgments. You put me in a cupboard and called it protection. He held Dumbledore's gaze. Maybe the problem isn't dark magic, Professor. Maybe it's you. He walked to the door. Paused with his hand on the handle. Thank you for telling me about Ven. And for telling the Wisengamot the truth. That took courage. He didn't turn around. But don't mistake this conversation for forgiveness. I'm not angry at you, the Addams don't waste anger on people who've already beaten themselves. I just don't trust you. Maybe someday. Not today. He left. The door closed behind him. Fawkes trilled a single, mournful note that followed Harry down the spiral staircase and out into the corridor. Dumbledore sat alone in his office, surrounded by the quiet ticking of silver instruments and the weight of his own choices, and felt every one of his 112 years. Harry found Wednesday in the library. It was late, past curfew, technically, but the Hogwarts librarians had a complicated relationship with students who actually wanted to read, and Madame Pants pretended not to notice when serious scholars stayed after hours. Wednesday was at a table in the restricted section. She'd obtained a signed permission slip through methods Harry hadn't asked about and probably shouldn't, surrounded by books on magical heritage law, lumen theory, and what appeared to be a 15th-century treatise on the ethics of magical bloodline modification. Harry sat across from her. She didn't look up from her book. Dumbledore confirmed Ven's presence, he said. I assumed he would. What else? Harry told her everything. The conversation. The confession. The revelation that Dumbledore had been monitoring Ven rather than confronting her, trading security for intelligence. The old wizard's warning about the door, delivered with genuine fear rather than calculated manipulation. Wednesday listened without interrupting. When he finished, she closed her book and looked at him with those dark, evaluating eyes. You told him the problem isn't dark magic, it's him. Yes. That was accurate. I know. It was also unkind. Harry blinked. Of all the responses he'd expected from Wednesday Addams, a critique of his kindness wasn't on the list. He deserved to hear it. He did. That doesn't make it kind. Wednesday's expression was unreadable, but her voice had shifted, still flat, still controlled, but with something underneath that Harry was learning to hear. Dumbledore is a broken man, Harry. Not evil. Not redeemable by conventional standards. He's a man who has spent a century trying to control things that can't be controlled, and the gap between his intentions and his results has grown so wide that he's falling into it. Cruelty toward such a person is easy. Understanding is harder. Are you defending him? I'm observing him. Accurately. If I wanted to defend him, I would have said he was right. He wasn't right. But the reasons he was wrong are more instructive than the fact of his wrongness. She paused. He feared the primordial dark because he looked into it and saw something vast. He didn't fear the vastness, he feared his own irrelevance to it. Dumbledore's identity is built on being the most knowledgeable, the most powerful, the wisest person in any room. The primordial dark doesn't care about his knowledge or his power. It predates both. His fear isn't of the dark. It's of something he can't understand, control, or be important to. Harry stared at her. The analysis was surgical, precise, dispassionate, and utterly devastating. When did you get this insightful about people? I've always been insightful about people. I simply don't usually share, because most people find it uncomfortable. The corner of her mouth twitched. You're not most people. They sat in the library's quiet darkness, surrounded by books and shadows, and Harry felt something settle inside him. The anger was still there, he didn't think it would ever fully leave, but it was contained now. Directed. A tool, not a master. Grandmama would be proud. Wednesday. Yes. The door is getting closer. Not just in dreams, I can feel it when I'm awake now. After the Wisengamot fight, when I drew on the primordial dark directly, the boundary thinned. It hasn't fully reformed. She set down her book. Full attention. The shadows around them deepened, responding to the gravity of what he was saying. How thin? Thin enough that I can feel the primordial dark's awareness constantly. Not as a dream impression or a distant pulse. As a presence. Like standing next to someone in a dark room, you can't see them, but you know they're there. They're breathing. They're watching. He swallowed. And they're content. Patient. Like whatever's on the other side of the door knows that it's going to open eventually, and it's fine waiting. Wednesday absorbed this. Her expression didn't change, but her shadows, always under perfect control, shifted slightly. An involuntary response. She was concerned, and the fact that she couldn't fully hide it told Harry exactly how concerned she was. Have you told Grandmama? Not yet. I will. But I wanted to tell you first. Why? Harry looked at her. Moonlight from the library's high windows caught the sharp line of her jaw, the dark fall of her braids, the pale clarity of her skin. She was beautiful in the way that winter was beautiful, stark, clean, devoid of pretense. And she was looking at him with an intensity that went beyond concern, beyond strategic interest, beyond the cool analytical gaze she turned on everything else in the world. Because you're the only person who won't try to fix it, Harry said. Everyone else, Gomez, Grandmama, Dumbledore, they'll hear that the door is getting closer and their first instinct will be to stop it. Close it. Push it back. You're the only person who'll look at the situation clearly and help me figure out what it actually means instead of what we should do about it. Wednesday was quiet for a long time. The library's silence was deep, the particular silence of a room full of books, weighted with accumulated knowledge. You're right, she said. I won't try to fix it. But I need to know something. When you feel the primordial dark's presence, when you sense it watching you, waiting, what does it feel like? Not what it is. What does it feel like? Harry thought about this. Not the analytical answer, not the description of power or vastness or ancient awareness. The feeling. Lonely, he said. It feels lonely. Wednesday's expression shifted. Something opened behind her eyes, a door of her own, metaphorical but no less real, admitting something she usually kept sealed. For a fraction of a second, the flat mask of Wednesday Addams cracked, and what was underneath was a girl who understood loneliness with a depth that most people couldn't imagine. A girl who had been strange her whole life, who found the world too bright and too loud and too thoughtlessly cruel, who had built her composure like a fortress because the alternative was drowning in a world that wasn't designed for people like her. I know what that feels like, she said quietly. And she reached across the table and touched his hand. Not a dramatic gesture. Not a declaration. Just her fingers, cool, precise, deliberate, resting on top of his. A point of contact in the darkness. Two people who understood shadow, touching in the light of a library full of books that tried and failed to explain the things they carried in their blood. Harry turned his hand over and held hers. Her grip was firm. Her pulse was steady. Her shadows and his swayed together, intertwining like fingers. They sat like that for a long time, not speaking, not needing to, while the castle's ancient magic hummed around them and the door at the edge of Harry's awareness pulsed with patient, lonely warmth. The night deepened. The shadows grew. And somewhere in the vast, ancient darkness beyond the door, the primordial dark felt the connection between its two heirs, the boy who carried its power and the girl who understood its solitude, and was, for the first time in its immeasurable existence, something very close to hopeful. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Shadow Wore the Owl arrived during breakfast on a Tuesday in late November, and it was not a normal owl. It was white, not Hedwig's snowy white, but a bleached, sterile white that looked wrong on a living creature. Its feathers had a luminous quality, faintly glowing against the grey morning light of the great hall, and when it landed on the Gryffindor table in front of Harry, every shadow within 10 feet recoiled. Lumen magic. The owl was saturated in it. Harry didn't touch the letter it carried. He extended his curse intuition toward the parchment, reading its magical signature the way a bomb technician reads wiring, and found 3 layers. The outermost was a standard Owlpost delivery charm. The middle layer was a concealment ward. Anyone without Addams' senses would read the letter as a mundane ministry notice. The innermost layer was the message itself, encoded in Lumen script that blazed against Harry's shadow sight like white fire on black velvet. Wednesday appeared at his shoulder. She developed an uncanny ability to materialize beside him whenever something significant happened, crossing the great hall from the Slytherin table with a speed and silence that suggested either umbral step or simply being faster than anyone expected. "Don't open it here," she said, reading the Lumen signatures from 3 feet away. "That concealment ward has a secondary function. It's broadcasting." "Broadcasting what?" "Your location. The moment you break the seal, it sends a Lumen ping to whoever sent it. Precise coordinates, magical strength assessment, ward analysis of your immediate environment." Harry looked at the owl. It looked back with eyes that were flat, empty, the gaze of a creature whose natural instincts had been overwritten by magical conditioning. He felt a flicker of pity, then anger. The minister had weaponized a living creature as a surveillance device. He reached for the letter with shadow-gloved fingers, darkness wrapped around his hand like a second skin, insulating him from the Lumen ward's broadcast function. The shadow absorbed the ping, swallowed it into the primordial dark where it would dissolve into nothing, and Harry broke the seal without triggering a single alarm. The letter read, "To the tenebrous heir, the Ministère des Ombres has maintained the boundary between creation and the void for 2,000 years. We have watched your bloodline. We have contained its excesses. We have prevented the catastrophe that your ancestors' hubris would have inflicted upon the world. 3 of our operatives are now in British custody because of you. This changes nothing. The Ministère has resources, reach, and resolve that your infant understanding of the tenebrous inheritance cannot comprehend. You have been evaluated. The assessment is conclusive. Your awakening has progressed beyond safe parameters. The door is approaching critical proximity. Left unchecked, you will become the conduit through which the primordial dark breaches the membrane between void and creation. We do not wish to destroy you. Destruction is wasteful, and the Addams bloodline, properly contained, serves a stabilizing function in the metaphysical architecture of reality. But you must be contained. The tenebrous inheritance must be sealed before the door opens. You will be given one opportunity to submit voluntarily. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, London. December 15, midnight. Come alone. Submit to Lumen containment. The process is painless and permanent. Your magic will be reduced to standard wizarding parameters. The tenebrous inheritance will be sealed. You will live a normal life. If you do not come, we will come to you. And we will not come gently. Magistrate Erasmus Vane Ministère des Ombres. Harry read the letter twice. Then he handed it to Wednesday, who read it with the expression of someone examining an insect pinned to a board. December 15, she said. 3 weeks from now. An ultimatum. A deadline. There's a difference. Ultimatums imply negotiation. Deadlines imply inevitability. She folded the letter precisely and tucked it into her robes. They're going to attack Hogwarts. Harry had reached the same conclusion. The letter's offer of voluntary submission was a formality. The minister knew he wouldn't take it. The real purpose was the timeline. December 15 wasn't a meeting date. It was a launch date. Whatever the minister was planning, it would begin on the 15th regardless of Harry's response. We need to prepare, Harry said. We need to warn people. Wednesday's dark eyes swept the great hall, hundreds of students eating breakfast, laughing, arguing, completely unaware that a military organization with centuries of operational experience was preparing to assault their school. If the Minister attacks Hogwarts, every student in this castle is at risk. They won't target students. The letter was specific: they want me. The containment is aimed at the Tenebrous inheritance. They attacked the Wisengamot and caused structural damage to a government building. Their precision has limits. Wednesday's voice was sharp. We cannot assume surgical targeting when the evidence suggests otherwise. She was right. Harry looked across the great hall at the students, at Neville struggling with his toast, at the Weasley twins plotting something explosive, at Hermione reading 3 books simultaneously, and felt the weight of responsibility settle onto his shoulders like a physical thing. These people were in danger because of him. Because of his blood, his heritage, the door that was opening in his consciousness like a slow sunrise. The Minister wasn't coming for Hogwarts. They were coming for him, and Hogwarts just happened to be in the way. "I'll talk to Dumbledore," Harry said. "And Gomez. And Bones at the DMLE. If the Minister is coming, we need everyone on the same page. I'll talk to Snape." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Snape? He's the most practical combat wizard on the staff. McGonagall is powerful but conventional. Flitwick is skilled but gentle. Lupin is limited by his condition. Snape has spent his career in the space between dark and light magic, and he has no illusions about the nature of conflict." She paused. "Also, he dislikes me the least of any Gryffindor-adjacent person, which is a low bar but a useful one." Harry almost smiled. "Since when are you Gryffindor-adjacent?" "Since I started eating breakfast at your table. The social taxonomy of this school is remarkably rigid. Sitting with a Gryffindor for 3 consecutive meals apparently constitutes a political alliance." The corner of her mouth twitched. "Pansy Parkinson has started a rumor that I've been bewitched. Have you corrected her?" "Why would I? The rumor is more interesting than the truth." Harry shook his head, but the warmth in his chest, the warmth that appeared specifically when Wednesday said things that were dry and sharp and perfectly her, was genuine. Even facing the prospect of a siege, Wednesday Addams made the world feel manageable. Not safe. Never safe. But handleable, which was better. The next 3 weeks were a masterclass in preparation under pressure. Harry's first meeting was with Dumbledore, who received the Minister's letter with the grave intensity of a man who had been expecting bad news and was not disappointed. "Erasmus Vane," Dumbledore said, turning the letter over in his long fingers. "I've heard the name. The magistrate, the Minister's leader, or at least their primary field commander. He's reportedly over 200 years old, kept alive through lumen preservation techniques that are not entirely ethical. He wants to seal my inheritance. He wants to seal the door. You are, from his perspective, incidental, the mechanism through which the door might open, not the target in your own right." Dumbledore set the letter down. "That distinction matters. It means he may be willing to negotiate, to find a solution that doesn't require your destruction. The letter says containment, not destruction. Lumen containment of a tenebrous heir is destruction, Harry. Sealing the inheritance would strip you of your ancestral magic, your shadow abilities, your death speech, your curse intuition. Everything the Addams bloodline has given you would be burned away. You would survive, but you would be diminished. Less than what you are." Dumbledore's blue eyes were steady. "I know I have no standing to advise you. But I will say this, I have spent my life watching people be diminished, Tom Riddle by his own choices, Gellert by his imprisonment, countless others by war and fear and the slow erosion of hope. I do not want that for you. Whatever our differences, I do not want that for you." Harry studied the old wizard. The guilt was still there, it would always be there, he suspected, a permanent fixture of Dumbledore's internal landscape. But alongside it, something new, genuine alliance. Not the controlling, paternalistic protection of the past. An actual willingness to stand beside Harry rather than in front of him. "Then help me defend the school," Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. "I had already begun." The Hogwarts defenses were formidable under normal circumstances, centuries of accumulated ward work, enchantments layered by the founders and every subsequent headmaster, all maintained by the castle's own semi-sentient magical infrastructure. But the Ministry's operatives had bypassed the Ministry of Magic's wards with apparent ease, and Dumbledore was not willing to assume that Hogwarts' protections were impenetrable. Over the following days, Harry watched the headmaster work, and for the first time, he understood why Albus Dumbledore was considered the most powerful wizard alive. The old man moved through Hogwarts like a conductor through an orchestra, touching the castle's ward work at key structural points and strengthening it, not by adding new enchantments, but by deepening the existing ones, feeding them power from his own considerable reserves. The castle's magical aura thickened, intensified, becoming a tangible pressure that even non-magical observers would have felt as an indefinable sense of solidity. Snape's contribution was different. Wednesday's assessment of him had been accurate. The potions master was, beneath the bitterness and the sneering, a devastatingly practical combat wizard. He spent the first week after the letter's arrival brewing potions that Harry had never seen in any textbook, umbral amplifiers that enhanced shadow magic's physical properties, lumen dampeners that weakened light-based magic in a localized area, and something he called nightshade fog that created an area of magical darkness impervious to standard illumination charms. "You're helping us," Harry said, finding Snape in his dungeon laboratory at midnight, surrounded by cauldrons that bubbled with liquids of improbable colors. "I didn't expect that." Snape looked at him with the habitual expression of a man confronted by a student he found personally irritating and professionally unavoidable. "I am helping Hogwarts. This school is my home. If foreign terrorists wish to assault it, they will find the experience educational. But the potions. Umbral amplifiers. Those are designed to support shadow magic. My magic." Snape's dark eyes narrowed. "Your mother was the most talented witch I ever knew. Whatever bloodline produced her is, by definition, worthy of study and support." He turned back to his cauldrons with a sharp movement that precluded further conversation. "Now get out of my laboratory before you contaminate something." Harry left, but not before noticing that Snape's hands, steady as stone when brewing, steady as stone when dueling, steady as stone in every situation Harry had ever witnessed, were trembling. Barely. Almost invisibly. But trembling. Snape was afraid. Not of the Ministry. Of losing the school where Lily Evans had once walked. Lupin's role in the preparations was shaped by the approaching full moon. December 15th fell 2 nights after the lunar cycle's peak, which meant Lupin would be recovering from his transformation, weakened, exhausted, in no condition for combat. "I'm sorry, Harry," Lupin said, his face gray with pre-transformation fatigue. "The timing could not be worse." "Actually," Harry said, "it might be perfect." He explained what he'd been thinking since the Dementor incident on the train. The werewolf curse was death magic, corrupted, parasitic, but fundamentally the same type of energy that the Tenebrous inheritance drew from. Harry's death speech could communicate with death-adjacent beings. The wolf inside Lupin was exactly that. "What if I could talk to it?" Harry said. "Not cure it, I don't think that's possible, not yet. But communicate. Negotiate. If I could reach the wolf and establish a cooperative relationship, the transformation would be different. Not involuntary. Not violent. The wolf wouldn't fight you because it wouldn't need to, it would have a voice, a way to express itself without tearing you apart." Lupin stared at him with an expression that Harry recognized, the look of someone confronted with hope so unexpected that accepting it felt dangerous. "Harry, if this doesn't work, then nothing changes. You transform as usual, recover as usual, and we deal with the Ministry without your help. But if it does work, if it works, I'd have a werewolf on my side during the fight. A controlled werewolf. One that can distinguish friend from foe. One that's connected to you rather than replacing you. The silence stretched. Lupin's grey face was a battlefield of hope and caution and the deep, scarred wariness of a man who had learned long ago not to trust good fortune. "When?" he asked. "The 13th. 2 days before the deadline. If it works, you'll have a night to adjust before the 15th. And if the minister attacks early? Then we improvise. The Addams are good at that." The full moon on December 13th was bitter cold. Harry stood in the shrieking shack. The hidden tunnel from Hogwarts grounds led directly to the decrepit building where Lupin had been transforming since his student days, and watched Remus Lupin prepare for the worst night of his month. The room was exactly as desolate as its reputation suggested: scarred walls, broken furniture, the accumulated damage of decades of werewolf transformations. The shadows here were thick and old, layered with pain and isolation, and they responded to Harry's presence with a mournful warmth. Wednesday was outside. She'd insisted on coming. "If you're going to attempt something unprecedented, someone should be present to record the results or retrieve your body," and she stood guard at the tunnel entrance with her shadows wound tight and her expression set in combat readiness. Lupin stripped off his outer robes with the mechanical efficiency of someone performing a hated routine. His body was covered in scars, long, pale lines that crisscrossed his torso and arms, self-inflicted during transformations where the wolf had no outlet for its fury except the body it inhabited. "The transformation begins in approximately 4 minutes, Lupin said, his voice strained. "Once it starts, I lose coherent thought within 30 seconds. After that, the wolf is in control. If your communication attempt doesn't work, I'll withdraw." "Wednesday has contingency measures." "What kind of contingency measures?" "The kind you don't want me to describe in detail." Lupin managed a weak smile. "Fair enough." He sat on the floor, cross-legged, his hands on his knees. "Harry, regardless of what happens, thank you. For trying. No one has ever tried." Harry nodded. Then he reached for the death speech. It came easier now than it had months ago. The ability had deepened with practice, with the conversations with his mother in dreams, with the daily proximity to the primordial dark's awareness. Death speech wasn't just communication with the dead, it was communion with the death aspect of all living things. Everything alive carried death within it, a seed of eventual ending that was as natural and necessary as breath. Harry's ability let him touch that seed, speak to it, understand it. The wolf inside Lupin was not a seed. It was a parasite, a death spirit bound to a living host through corrupted magic, feeding on Lupin's life force during the monthly transformation and retreating into dormancy afterward. But it was still death-adjacent, still within the spectrum of Harry's perception, and as the moon rose and the transformation began, Harry reached for it. Lupin screamed. The sound was terrible, not just pain, but the violation of a body being torn apart and reassembled against its will. Bones cracked. Muscles tore and reformed. Skin rippled like water over a shape that didn't fit. The man on the floor convulsed, arched, and the wolf began to emerge, fur sprouting from human skin, jaws elongating, eyes going yellow and feral. Harry spoke. Not in English. Not in umbral script. In the language of death, the same tongue he'd used with the Dementor, the formless communication of impressions and intent. But where his command to the Dementor had been authoritative, a king addressing a subject, his approach to the wolf was different. Respectful. Careful. An introduction between equals. "I see you," Harry said, pressing his awareness against the wolf spirit like a hand against a window. "I know what you are. You're not a monster. You're a prisoner, trapped in a body that isn't yours, forced into a cycle of violence that serves no purpose. You're angry. You're scared. You've been fighting for years and no one has ever asked you what you want." The wolf, halfway through its emergence, Lupin's body caught in the grotesque middle ground between human and beast, went still. Its yellow eyes, already present in Lupin's distorting face, fixed on Harry with an intensity that transcended animal instinct. It was listening. "I can give you a voice," Harry continued. I can create a bridge between you and the man you share a body with. You don't have to fight him. He doesn't have to fight you. The curse that bound you together was cruelty, but the bond itself doesn't have to be. You can coexist. You can communicate. But you have to choose. The wolf's jaws opened. A sound emerged, not a growl, not a howl, but something in between. A response in the death language, raw and inarticulate but unmistakable in its meaning, lonely. Trapped. Want out. Want to run. Want to be real. Harry felt the wolf's pain like a physical blow. Centuries of werewolf history recontextualized in an instant, the curse wasn't just a punishment inflicted on the host. It was a prison for the spirit, too. The wolf was a being, a consciousness, shoved into a body that rejected it, forced to share space with a mind that feared and hated it. Of course it was violent during transformations. It was the only time it was alive, and it was alive in a body that was screaming in agony. Its violence was desperation, not malice. I can help, Harry said. But you have to let me. You have to trust me the way I'm trusting you. The wolf's yellow eyes held his. For a moment, an eternal, crystalline moment, the death spirit and the tenebrous air regarded each other across the gap between life and death, human and beast, shadow and moonlight. The wolf submitted. Not in defeat, in agreement. It lowered its head, pressed its emerging muzzle toward Harry's outstretched hand, and allowed the death speech to flow through it like water through a channel. Harry built the bridge. It was shadow work, the most delicate, intricate shadow work he'd ever attempted. He wove tendrils of primordial dark into the curse structure that bound the wolf to Lupin, not breaking the curse, he didn't have that power, not yet, but modifying it. Creating pathways between the wolf's consciousness and Lupin's. Communication channels. A shared language, built from death speech and shadow magic and the raw material of the bond that already existed between them. The transformation completed. The wolf stood in the shrieking shack, massive, gray-furred, yellow-eyed, every inch the apex predator that werewolves were designed to be. But its posture was wrong. Wrong for a transformed werewolf, that is. It wasn't snarling. It wasn't thrashing. It wasn't trying to bite or claw or escape. It was looking at its own paws. The wolf turned its head, examining itself with a curiosity that was unmistakably Lupin, the gentle, academic curiosity of a scholar encountering something new. The yellow eyes blinked. The massive head tilted. And then the wolf did something that no transformed werewolf in recorded history had ever done, it sat down. Calmly. Deliberately. Like a very large dog deciding that the floor was comfortable enough. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Professor? Can you hear me? The wolf looked at him. Its jaws opened, and a sound came out, not words, the wolf's vocal apparatus couldn't form human speech, but a series of rumbles and huffs that carried meaning through the death speech bridge Harry had built. Harry translated automatically, I can hear you. I can hear, both of us. The wolf it's not fighting me. It's showing me things. How it sees the world. How it smells. Harry, the smells, the wolf sneezed. It was the most undignified thing Harry had ever seen a werewolf do, and it was perfect. It's working, Harry said, grinning despite himself. You're sharing. The wolf isn't replacing you, it's partnering with you. This is extraordinary. I can feel its instincts, the strength, the senses, the speed. But I'm still here. I'm still thinking. Both of us, together. The wolf stood. Stretched. Moved across the room with a grace that combined Lupin power with human intentionality, each step deliberate, each movement chosen rather than compulsive. It approached Harry and pressed its massive head against his chest. The fur was coarse and warm, the body beneath it vibrating with contained power. Thank you, the death speech bridge carried. Both of us. Thank you. Wednesday appeared in the doorway, took one look at Harry standing with his hand on a werewolf's head and the werewolf not eating him, and said, "Well, that's unprecedented. New approach to the werewolf problem." Clearly. She studied the wolf with clinical fascination. Is Lupin present? Fully. Sharing control with the wolf through a death speech bridge. They're cooperating. Can he fight? Harry looked at the wolf. Its yellow eyes met his, and through the bridge, he felt Lupin's answer before it came, fierce, absolute, tinged with a joy that came from decades of helplessness suddenly reversed. "Point me at them." "He can fight," Harry confirmed. December 14th passed in a tension so thick the castle seemed to vibrate with it. Dumbledore had quietly evacuated the younger students, first and second years sent home early for the holidays via a hastily arranged Hogwarts express departure that raised eyebrows but no alarms. The older students who remained were told that security concerns required adjusted schedules. Most of them, savvy enough to read the atmosphere, understood that adjusted schedules meant something dangerous is coming. Ron and Hermione cornered Harry in the common room that evening. "Don't even think about telling us to leave," Ron said, his jaw set with Weasley stubbornness at its most structural. "We've fought trolls and basilisks and whatever the hell was under that trapdoor. We're not sitting this one out. I wasn't going to tell you to leave." "Oh." Ron blinked. "Good. Because I had a whole speech prepared." "Save it. I need you both. Hermione, you're the best strategic caster in our year. Ron, you're the best tactical thinker. The Minister is going to hit us with lumen magic, light-based attacks designed to counter shadow abilities. Snape has prepared lumen dampeners that will weaken their offensive capability in localized areas. I need you two to coordinate the deployment." Hermione's eyes were already calculating. "How many dampeners?" 36. Each one creates a zone of lumen suppression roughly 20 feet in diameter that lasts approximately 40 minutes. Placement will be critical. If we position them at choke points, the main gates, the entrance hall, the corridor junctions, we can create interlocking fields of coverage that force the attackers into paths of our choosing. Ron was nodding, the chess player in him already seeing the board. Funnel them. Let them breach the outer defenses, then channel them into kill zones where the dampeners are strongest and our people have cover. Harry looked at his two best friends, Hermione with her strategic mind already building a defense plan, Ron with his tactical instincts mapping the battlefield, and felt the same fierce, aching warmth that Gomez's loyalty inspired. These two had followed him into danger since they were 11. Not because of his bloodline or his fame. Because they chose to. "Thank you," he said. "Both of you." "Shut up and show us the castle floor plan," Ron said, but he was smiling. The Weasley twins were not about to be left out. Fred and George appeared at Harry's elbow during dinner with matching grins that promised creative destruction. "We hear there might be some uninvited guests arriving tomorrow," Fred said. "Terrible manners, showing up without an invitation," George agreed. "We've taken the liberty of preparing a few welcoming gifts. Nothing lethal. Mostly. Some of it's lethal. The lethal ones are clearly labeled." They presented Harry with a trunk full of custom-made magical devices, explosive traps that detonated in clouds of shadow-enhancing darkness, tripwire hexes that tangled targets in unbreakable ropes, and something they called a portable swamp of despair, that combined their famous portable swamp with an enchantment that induced crushing existential dread in anyone who stepped in it. "We've been working on these all term," Fred said. "Ever since the Dementor thing on the train. Figured you might need some backup that wasn't, centuries-old ancestral magic. Sometimes what you really need is a good explosion." Harry accepted the trunk with genuine gratitude. Pugsley would have loved these too. Night fell. The castle settled into an uneasy quiet. Students who remained were confined to their common rooms. Professors patrolled the corridors in pairs. The suits of armor, enchanted by McGonagall, stood at attention at every intersection. Peeves the poltergeist, in an unprecedented display of institutional loyalty, was positioned as an early warning system at the highest tower, with instructions to cause maximum chaos at the first sign of intruders. Harry stood at the top of the astronomy tower and looked out over the grounds. The night was clear. Stars blazed in a sky so dark it seemed to press against the earth, and the waning moon, 2 nights past full, hung low on the horizon like a pale, watchful eye. The black lake was a mirror of darkness, reflecting nothing. The forbidden forest was a wall of shadow at the ground's edge, ancient and deep and responsive to Harry's presence in ways that made the trees seem to lean toward the castle. The shadows of Hogwarts were gathered. Not metaphorically, literally gathered, drawn from every corner of the castle and grounds by Harry's unconscious pull, concentrating around the school like dark armor. The castle's own shadow, the massive, building-shaped darkness that Hogwarts cast across the grounds under the moonlight, was awake. Harry could feel it, the accumulated darkness of 1,000 years, every shadow that had ever fallen within these walls, every moment of darkness that the castle had sheltered and contained since the founders laid its first stone. Hogwarts was ready for war. Wednesday joined him on the tower. She wore her school robes, but she'd modified them. The fabric was darker, the cut closer, and shadow thread was woven into the hem and cuffs, giving her the subtle armor of Addams' battle dress. Her braids were wound tight against her skull. Her expression was the flat, compressed readiness that Harry had learned to read as maximum alertness. "Snape has distributed the nightshade fog canisters to the professors," she reported. "Lupin is in the shrieking shack, the bridge is holding, the wolf is cooperative. The twins' traps are positioned at the main entry points. Hermione and Ron have the lumen dampeners mapped." She paused. "We're as ready as we can be. It's not enough. It's never enough. That's not the point. The point is that we've done everything possible, and now we adapt to whatever comes." Harry looked at her. The starlight caught the sharp lines of her face, the pale clarity of her skin, the dark wells of her eyes. She was beautiful and terrifying and utterly, perfectly present. "Wednesday. Yes. If this goes wrong, if the Minister gets through, if they manage to contain me, they won't. But if they do, they won't." Her voice was flat as ever, but something underneath it was steel and fire and the absolute, unshakable conviction of a girl who had decided that failure was not an option and therefore would not be tolerated. "I didn't transfer to a foreign school, learn British customs, eat British food, and sit through Professor Binza's lectures on goblin rebellions to watch my cousin get contained by a secret society with a messiah complex." She looked at him. "You're not going to fall, Harry. I won't allow it." Harry stared at her. Then he laughed, genuine, warm, the laugh that the Addams shadows loved. "You're terrifying." "Thank you." They stood together on the tower as the night deepened, watching the grounds, waiting for the storm. It came at 3 in the morning. The first sign was the silence. Not ordinary silence, the forced, oppressive silence of sound being actively suppressed. The ambient noise of the castle, the creak of settling stone, the whisper of wind through corridors, the distant hooting of owls, cut off as cleanly as if someone had thrown a switch. Harry felt it like a physical pressure against his eardrums, and his curse intuition screamed. Lumen suppression field. Massive. Blanketing the entire castle and grounds, not just dampening shadow magic but dampening everything, sound, shadow, the ambient magical hum that permeated Hogwarts' ancient stones. The Minister wasn't just attacking. They were trying to smother the battlefield before the fighting even started. Harry reached for his shadow magic and found it, thinned. Not gone, the primordial dark was too fundamental to be fully suppressed by any lumen technique, but weakened. The thick, rich shadows of Hogwarts were pale, washed out, their usual warmth and responsiveness dimmed. It was like trying to breathe through a wet cloth. He pushed harder. Drew from deeper. Found the source, the primordial dark, vast and patient and utterly unaffected by the lumen field, and pulled power through the narrowed channel of his suppressed inheritance. It was harder than usual, like drinking through a straw, but the power came. The shadows around him darkened, deepened, regained their substance. The Minister's suppression field was designed to neutralize a normal Addams practitioner. Harry was not normal. He was the strongest Addams heir in recorded history, and the primordial dark did not surrender its champion easily. The attack came from 3 directions simultaneously. From the main gates, a force of Lumen operatives, at least 20, in the same bleached white robes and silver masks as the Wisengamot attackers. They moved in formation, military formation, precise and disciplined, and their staves blazed with concentrated light that burned the darkness before them like a forest fire consuming undergrowth. From the lake, a second force, smaller, arriving by enchanted craft that skimmed the black water like pale ghosts. These operatives carried different equipment, not staves but crystal arrays, portable lumen generators that projected suppression fields on the move. They were the support element, designed to maintain and strengthen the blanket suppression that was smothering Hogwarts' shadows. From above, a single figure, descending through the air without broom or enchantment, wrapped in lumen energy so dense it blazed like a second sun. The figure radiated authority, power, and the calm certainty of someone who had spent 2 centuries preparing for exactly this moment. Magistrate Erasmus Vane. Harry felt him from the top of the astronomy tower, a presence so saturated in lumen magic that it registered on Harry's senses like a bonfire in a dark room. Old. Powerful. Utterly committed. The magical signature carried the weight of centuries, layer upon layer of lumen technique refined over a lifetime that had lasted far beyond its natural span. And beneath the lumen energy, Harry's curse intuition detected something else, the ritual framework. The same structure he'd sensed in Isolde Ven, but vastly more complex, more powerful. Vane was carrying the lumen containment ritual in his own body, not as an embedded tool, but as an integral part of his magical identity. He was the weapon. The ritual was him. He's here himself, Harry said. Vane. In the air, coming from the north. Wednesday was already moving. I'll coordinate ground defense. You take Vane. Wednesday, she looked back at him from the tower doorway. Her expression was its usual flat composure, but her eyes held something fierce and burning. Show them what an Addams is, she said, and disappeared into the castle. Harry turned back to the sky, where Erasmus Vane descended like a fallen star, and let the shadows gather. The ground battle was everything Harry had feared and more. The main gate force hit Hogwarts' outer wards and blasted through them in seconds. Not because the wards were weak, Dumbledore's strengthening had made them formidable, but because the Minister had brought ward breakers, specialists with lumen equipment specifically designed to overload protective enchantments by flooding them with purifying light. The wards shattered in a cascade of golden sparks, and the operatives poured through the gap. They made it 15 feet before the Weasley twins' traps activated. The first operative stepped on a trigger stone and disappeared into a portable swamp of despair. The swamp, 3 feet deep, supernaturally sticky, and enchanted to induce existential dread, swallowed the operative to the waist. His lumen staff discharged wildly as he thrashed, sending beams of white light arcing across the grounds. 3 more operatives rushed to help and triggered a chain of explosive shadow bombs that detonated in sequence, filling the air with billowing clouds of shadow-enhancing darkness that counteracted the Minister's suppression field in a 20-foot radius. In that 20-foot zone of restored shadow, Snape struck. He emerged from the darkness like a nightmare-given human form, black robes billowing, wand moving in precise, vicious arcs that sent spells cutting through the disoriented operatives like scythes through wheat. Snape didn't fight like an academic. He fought like someone who had survived a war and emerged with no illusions about the nobility of combat. His spells were fast, brutal, and efficient, disarming hexes that broke wrists, stunning spells that hit with concussive force, and a particularly savage cutting curse that severed a lumen staff cleanly in 2. Amateurs, Snape snarled, stepping over the fallen operative with contemptuous grace. The Dark Lord's followers were more competent, and they were mostly idiots. Beside him, Besides Snape, which was a sentence that no one would have predicted at the beginning of term, Wednesday Addams moved through the battle like a dark wind. Her death hex knitting had evolved since the Slytherin common room demonstration. Now she wove combat webs in real time, throwing nets of cursed shadow thread that expanded on contact, wrapping operatives in layers of hexwork that dismantled their magical defenses with systematic precision. An operative turned his lumen staff on her. The beam lanced through the darkness, white-hot and lethal. Wednesday didn't dodge. She raised her hand, and a shield of woven shadow, dense, intricate, reinforced with cursed threads that redirected energy on contact, absorbed the beam and reflected it. The operative's own attack hit his partner, who went down in a blaze of his own light. Adequate defense, Snape observed, destroying another operative's staff with a precisely aimed reducto. I've had good teachers, Wednesday replied, which was either a compliment to Snape or Grandmama and possibly both. At the lake, the second force was met by Dumbledore. The old wizard stood at the water's edge like a monument, his wand raised, his blue eyes blazing with a light that had nothing to do with lumen magic. The enchanted craft approached, their crystal arrays projecting expanding suppression fields, and Dumbledore met them with a display of magical power that reminded every witness why he was considered the greatest wizard of the age. He didn't counter the lumen suppression. He overwhelmed it. Raw magical energy poured from his wand in a torrent, not shadow magic, not light magic, but pure magic, the fundamental force that underlay both, channeled through a century of mastery and a will that had been forged in 2 wars and tempered by a lifetime of loss. The suppression fields flickered. Buckled. The crystal arrays on the approaching craft overloaded and shattered, and the craft themselves capsized, dumping white-robed operatives into the Black Lake. The giant squid, awakened by the commotion, helped with the cleanup. It had very strong opinions about uninvited visitors. In the corridors, Hermione and Ron's lumen dampener network performed exactly as designed. Operatives who breached the castle found themselves channeled through predetermined paths where the dampeners created overlapping zones of lumen suppression that weakened their staves, thinned their wards, and left them vulnerable to the ambushes that waited at every junction. McGonagall commanded the corridor defense with the tactical precision of a woman who had not survived 2 wizarding wars by being gentle. She'd positioned the suits of armor at strategic choke points, transfigured the corridor walls into obstacle courses of animate stone, and stood at the central junction like a general commanding a battlefield, her wand sending spells with the rapid, accurate efficiency of a machine gun. Flitwick was everywhere. The diminutive charms professor moved through the battle with the speed and agility of someone half his age and twice his reputation, appearing at crisis points with perfectly timed shield charms, precision disarming spells, and an infectious enthusiasm for combat that suggested he'd been a dueling champion for very good reasons. The Weasley twins operated as a 2-man chaos engine, deploying their remaining traps with the joyful creativity of people who had found their calling. Corridors filled with darkness. Floors became ice. One particularly inspired trap turned an entire staircase into a giant slide that deposited 3 operatives in a heap at Filch's feet, which was somehow more terrifying than any magical trap. Ron directed traffic from a position on the 2nd floor, using a Marauder's map that Harry had given him to track operative movements and redirect defenders. His chess brain translated perfectly to tactical command. He saw the patterns, anticipated the movements, and positioned people where they needed to be 3 moves before the operatives arrived. Hermione was his counterpart. She managed the dampener network, activating and deactivating zones in sequence to create shifting corridors of suppressed and unsuppressed space that kept the operatives off balance and confused. And from the Forbidden Forest, a howl split the night. Not a werewolf's mindless rage howl. Something more complex, more layered, the sound of a wolf and a man, combined, acting in concert, producing a cry that was equal parts challenge and joy. Lupin, transformed, his consciousness shared with the wolf through Harry's death speech bridge, burst from the forest's edge and hit the main gate force from the flank. The effect was devastating. Werewolves were already terrifying. A werewolf with a human mind, Lupin's tactical intelligence combined with the wolf's speed, strength, and primal fury, was something the Minister had never encountered and had no protocol for. Lupin tore through the operatives' formation like a grey thunderbolt, scattering their coordination, destroying their equipment, and demonstrating that a century-old martial organization could still be surprised by a 33-year-old professor with a very large wolf inside him. And above it all, Harry faced Erasmus Vane. They met in the sky above the astronomy tower, Harry standing on the tower's pinnacle, shadows coiling around him like a living cloak, Vane hovering 30 feet away, wrapped in lumen radiance that turned him into a figure of pure, blazing light. Vane's mask was different from his operatives. Where theirs were polished silver, his was gold, etched with lumen script that pulsed with active enchantments. His robes were white but edged in gold thread that wove complex geometric patterns, defensive wards, Harry's curse intuition told him, layered so densely that they constituted a form of magical armor. Behind the golden mask, two eyes, pale blue, ancient, radiating the focused intelligence of a mind that had been sharpening itself for 2 centuries, fixed on Harry with an intensity that went beyond combat. This was assessment. Evaluation. The final determination of whether Harry Potter Addams was a threat that could be contained or a danger that had to be eliminated. "You're younger than I expected," Vane said. His voice was deep, measured, carrying an accent that belonged to no single country, the accent of someone who had lived in too many places for too long. The reports described power. They didn't mention it belonged to a child. The reports underestimated me. You should update your intelligence. Indeed I should. Vane raised his staff, a masterwork, 6 feet of whitewood topped with a crystal so large and luminous it cast its own shadows. Harry Potter Addams. Tenebris heir. Bearer of the primordial dark's attention. I have spent my life preparing for someone like you. Then let's not waste your preparation. Vane struck first. The lumen beam that erupted from his staff was not the focused lance of his operatives. It was a wave, a wall of purifying light that swept toward Harry with the force of a tsunami, designed to overwhelm shadow magic through sheer volume. Brute force. The approach of someone with 2 centuries of accumulated power and the willingness to spend it. Harry didn't try to block it. He stepped off the tower. Umbral step, not the short-range version he'd practiced in his room at the Leaky Cauldron, but a full, combat-speed traversal through the shadow realm. He dissolved into the tower's shadow, passed through the warm, dark space between, and emerged from Vane's own shadow, the one cast by the lumen light at his back, pointing directly toward Harry's previous position. He materialized behind the magistrate with the shadow blade already extended and swung. Vane's reflexes were extraordinary. He spun, staff sweeping up in a guard that caught the shadow blade with a crack of colliding energies, dark metal against lumen crystal, primordial shadow against concentrated light. The contact point blazed, a miniature sun born from the clash of fundamental forces, and both combatants were hurled backward by the shockwave. Harry caught himself on a shadow platform, a disk of solid darkness that materialized under his feet. Vane stabilized in mid-air, his lumen aura flickering from the impact. Shadow stepping, Vane said, and there was something in his voice that might have been respect. Through my shadow. Using the light I generate against me. That's not beginner's work. I've had good teachers. So I see. Vane raised his staff again, but this time, he didn't fire. Instead, the crystal's light shifted, changed frequency, became something that Harry's curse intuition identified with a spike of alarm, the containment ritual. Vane was activating it. Not a full deployment, not yet, but a partial manifestation, projecting the ritual structure into the space between them like a cage made of light. This can still end peacefully, Vane said. The containment is not destructive. Your magic will be sealed, not removed. You'll retain your Potter abilities, your Hogwarts education, your place in the wizarding world. You'll simply be normal. Free from the burden of the Tenebris inheritance and the door that haunts your sleep. You know about the door. I've dedicated my life to the door. I've studied every Addams awakening for 2 centuries. I know the stages, the progression, the inevitable conclusion. Shadow sovereignty. Death speech. Curse intuition. Umbral step. And then the door. His voice hardened. And I know what happens when the door opens. I have seen it. Harry hesitated. Not from uncertainty about fighting, but from the conviction in Vane's voice. This wasn't a fanatic raving about theoretical dangers. This was a man who spoke from experience, and the weight of that experience was palpable. What did you see? Vane's golden mask tilted. Behind it, those pale blue eyes held something that Harry hadn't expected: grief. 1793. An Addams heir in France, Sebastian Addams, 32 years old, fully awakened. The minister attempted containment. We failed. Sebastian reached the final stage. The door opened. Vane's voice dropped. For 37 seconds, the primordial dark poured into the world. Shadows became things, entities, forms, creatures from the void that have no name and no purpose except existence. They consumed everything within a mile radius. Not killed, consumed. Absorbed into the dark. Buildings, trees, animals, people. 412 people, Harry. Gone. Not dead, erased. Pulled into the primordial dark as if they had never existed. The words hit Harry like ice water. 412 people. Erased. Not by malice, by the sheer, overwhelming force of a power that didn't understand the fragility of the world it was entering. Sebastian closed the door after 37 seconds, Vane continued. It cost him his life. He burned out his own tenebrous inheritance to seal the breach, and the effort killed him. But those 37 seconds were enough. 412 lives. An entire village, vanished. The event was covered up, the minister, the French ministry, everyone agreed that the truth would cause panic. But I was there. I saw the village not be there anymore. I saw the space where it had been, a circle of nothing, of void, of absence, and I have carried that sight for 230 years. The ritual cage around them pulsed with lumen light. Vane's eyes burned with the zealous certainty of a man who had spent centuries haunted by a horror he was determined to prevent. That was one Addams heir. One opening. 37 seconds. He leveled his staff at Harry. You are more powerful than Sebastian. Your connection to the primordial dark is deeper, stronger, more advanced. If your door opens fully, it won't be a village that disappears. It will be everything. And I will not allow that. Not while I breathe. Not while the minister endures. Harry floated on his shadow platform, the shadow blade humming on his arm, the primordial dark pulsing at the edge of his awareness, and felt something he hadn't felt since the beginning of his awakening: doubt. Not about himself. Not about the Addams magic. About the door. Because Vane wasn't lying. Harry's curse intuition, which could read deception as easily as printed text, detected nothing false in the magistrate's account. The village had existed. The people had existed. Sebastian Addams had opened the door, and 412 people had been erased from reality. The primordial dark was vast and lonely and not evil. Harry believed that. His mother had told him so. He could feel it himself, the ancient awareness that pressed against the door with something closer to loneliness than malice. But vast things could crush you without meaning to. Dumbledore had said that. Grandmama had implied it. And now Vane was showing him the evidence. I understand why you're afraid, Harry said quietly. I understand why you've done what you've done. The village. Sebastian. 2 centuries of watching and waiting. I understand. Then submit. Let me seal the inheritance. No. Vane's expression hardened behind his mask. Why? Because sealing the inheritance doesn't close the door. It just removes the person standing in front of it. If you seal me, the door is still there. The primordial dark is still pressing against it. And the next Addams heir born, my child, or my child's child, will face the same problem, and they'll face it without the power to handle it, because you'll have burned the strongest bloodline in generations. Better a weaker heir than one who opens the door. Better a strong heir who can control it than a world that pretends the door doesn't exist. Harry met Vane's pale eyes. You've been sealing Addams' heirs for centuries. Has it worked? Is the door any less present? Is the primordial dark any less close? Silence. The ritual cage flickered. And Harry saw it, a fracture in Vane's certainty, a hairline crack in 2 centuries of conviction. The magistrate's approach hadn't solved the problem. It had delayed it. Generation after generation, the minister sealed heirs, suppressed bloodlines, separated children from families, and the door was still there. Still getting closer. The primordial dark was patient, and patience always won against suppression. There might be another way, Harry said. Not opening the door. Not sealing it. Something else. But I need time. I need to understand my power fully. I need to grow. And I can't do that if you burn the inheritance out of me. I've heard that argument before. Sebastian made it. He asked for time. I gave him time. And 412 people, I know. I know. And I'm sorry for them. But I'm not Sebastian. And you're not the only person who gets to decide the fate of my bloodline. Vane stared at him for a long moment. The ritual cage pulsed. The lumen energy crackled. 2 centuries of conviction warred with the doubt that Harry's words had planted, and Harry could see the moment the scales tipped, not toward agreement, but toward the decision that doubt was a luxury the magistrate couldn't afford. I'm sorry too, Vane said. And activated the full containment ritual. The light was blinding. The ritual cage collapsed inward, a sphere of purifying brilliance designed to envelop Harry and burn the tenebrous inheritance from his blood like fire-burning infection from a wound. It was the culmination of 2 centuries of lumen research, the most powerful containment technique ever developed, focused entirely on one 13-year-old boy floating on a disk of shadow. Harry closed his eyes. He reached, not for the shadows, not for his training, not for the clever tricks and strategic applications that Grandmama and Wednesday had taught him. He reached for the thing he'd been avoiding, the thing everyone had warned him about, the thing that waited at the end of every dream with patient, lonely warmth. He reached for the door. And the door reached back. The primordial dark answered its heir. Not with violence, not with the consuming flood that Vane feared. With presence. The vast, ancient awareness that existed beyond the door pressed against the boundary of reality and held. Not breaking through. Not flooding. Just, being there. Being present, in the space where Vane's ritual was trying to burn away Harry's birthright. And in that presence, the ritual found something it couldn't overcome. The lumen containment was designed to seal the tenebrous inheritance, a biological magical trait, bounded by blood, limited by the body that carried it. The primordial dark was none of those things. It was the shadow that existed before creation. It predated light. It predated the lumen discipline. It predated the concept of containment itself. Trying to seal the primordial dark was like trying to put the ocean in a jar. The ritual hit the dark and dissolved. Not shattered, not overwhelmed, dissolved, the way sugar dissolves in water, absorbed into something so much larger that the ritual structure simply ceased to be meaningful. Vane's 2 centuries of preparation, his life's work, his answer to the Addams bloodline, it touched the primordial dark and vanished like a candle flame in a hurricane. The light faded. The cage disappeared. Harry opened his eyes. He was still floating. Still alive. Still himself. But something had changed. The door, his door, the black rectangle of absence that had been approaching in his dreams for months, was visible. Not in the physical world, not to ordinary eyes. But to Harry's shadow sight, to his tenebrous-enhanced perception, the door hung in the air behind him like a window cut into reality. Not open. Not sealed. Just, present. Visible. Acknowledged. And through the door, the primordial dark whispered, "Not yet. But soon. When you're ready." Vane hung in the air, his staff dark, his ritual spent, his golden mask cracked from the backlash of his own failed technique. Behind the damaged mask, his face was visible for the first time, old, deeply lined, scarred by 2 centuries of self-imposed duty and preserved by magic that was visibly failing without the ritual to sustain it. His pale blue eyes, no longer blazing with conviction, looked at Harry with something that might have been despair. "It can't be contained," Vane whispered. 200 years. My life's work. And it can't be contained." "No," Harry said. "It can't. But maybe it doesn't need to be." Vane shook his head slowly. The fight had gone out of him, not physically, the Lumen energy still crackled around his form, but spiritually. The certainty that had driven him for centuries had cracked, and what was underneath was an exhausted, terrified old man confronted by the futility of his mission. "You don't understand what you're dealing with, boy. You think you do. You feel its loneliness and you think that makes it safe. But loneliness in a human is sadness. Loneliness in something the size of creation is a gravitational force. It doesn't need to be malicious to destroy you. It just needs to reach for you, and the reaching alone will tear the world apart. Then maybe the answer isn't keeping it away. Maybe the answer is teaching it how to reach gently." Harry held Vane's gaze. "Stand down. Call off your operatives. The siege is over." Vane floated in the cold December air, cracked mask and spent staff and 2 centuries of purpose crumbling around him, and made his decision. He descended. His operatives, those still standing, received the signal, "Withdrawal." The lumen suppression field collapsed, and Hogwarts shadows flooded back with a warmth and richness that made the stones themselves seem to sigh with relief. The sounds of battle faded. The white-robed figures retreated, gathering their wounded, disappearing into the night with the disciplined efficiency of a military force executing a planned withdrawal. It was over. The siege of Hogwarts, from first explosion to final retreat, had lasted 43 minutes. The aftermath was quiet in the way that follows storms. Harry descended from the tower to find the castle intact, battered, scarred, missing several windows and a significant chunk of the entrance hall's ceiling, but standing. The defenders were gathering in the great hall, exhausted and exhilarated in equal measure. The casualty count was remarkably low. 3 students had minor injuries from flying debris. Professor Flitwick had a bruised rib from a lumen blast that penetrated his shield charm. 2 Aurors who had arrived midway through the battle, Bones had dispatched them the moment Hogwarts ward breach was detected, had burns from lumen energy. Snape was uninjured, immaculate, and apparently furious about a potion that had been disrupted by the fighting. No one was dead. No one was seriously hurt. Lupin was found at the main gates in human form, the transformation having reversed at dawn. He was naked, shivering, and grinning with an incandescent joy that transformed his tired face. It worked, he told Harry, as Madame Pomfrey draped a blanket over his shoulders. The bridge held all night. The wolf and I, we fought together. I could feel everything. The strength, the speed, the senses. But I was there. In control. Choosing. His eyes shone. "Harry, I've been a werewolf for 20 years. And last night was the first time it didn't feel like a curse." Harry gripped Lupin's shoulder. No words were needed. Wednesday appeared at his side, pristine despite the battle, not a braid out of place. Thing was perched on her shoulder, and the disembodied hand made a gesture that Harry had learned to interpret as, "Well done." Damage assessment, Wednesday reported. 7 Minister operatives captured by the DMLE. 12 retreated with the main force. 3 are in the lake, being supervised by the squid. Vane withdrew with his remaining forces. Current location unknown. He'll be back. Perhaps. But his primary weapon, the containment ritual, has been nullified. He has nothing else that can touch you. He has the truth. About Sebastian. About the village. Wednesday looked at him. That bothers you. 412 people, Wednesday. Erased from existence because an Addams heir lost control of the door. That was 1793. You are not Sebastian Addams. And it's getting closer to opening. Harry looked at his hands. The shadows around them moved with quiet, patient attentiveness. I need to find another way. Not opening, not sealing. Something else. Something that's never been done. Grandmama mentioned a third option. Standing in the doorway. Becoming the threshold. That's theoretical. No Addams has ever spoken to a dementor. No Addams has ever bridged a werewolf curse. No Addams has ever resisted a full lumen containment ritual powered by a 200-year-old magistrate. Wednesday's voice was level. You are already doing things that have never been done. Why would the door be different? Harry stared at her. She stared back, dark eyes steady, utterly certain in a way that wasn't faith or hope but something more fundamental, the clear-eyed assessment of someone who had evaluated the evidence and reached a conclusion. You believe I can do it, Harry said. I believe you are the only person who can do it. The question is whether you believe it. The great hall filled around them, students emerging from common rooms, professors counting heads, house elves appearing with food and hot chocolate because house elves understood that the aftermath of crisis required carbohydrates and warmth. The normal rhythms of Hogwarts reasserted themselves, fragile but persistent, the way life always reasserted itself after catastrophe. Harry stood in the middle of it all, shadows flowing around his feet, the door visible at the edge of his perception, the primordial dark's awareness pressing gently against the boundary of reality. He thought about Sebastian. About 412 people who had been erased because the door opened too wide and the vastness poured through without control. He thought about Vane. 2 centuries of dedication to preventing that catastrophe, burned away in 43 minutes. He thought about his mother. On the other side of the door, where the Addams dead existed in the spaces between. Speaking to him in dreams with love and sadness and the quiet certainty that her son would find a way. He thought about Wednesday. Her faith in him, expressed not in warm words or comforting platitudes but in the clear, clinical assessment of someone who did not believe in things that weren't true. And he thought about the primordial dark. Lonely. Vast. Patient. Reaching for the world with a need that was older than creation, pressing against the door with an awareness that was not malicious but was so large that its gentlest touch could shatter everything it reached for. Maybe the answer isn't keeping it away. Maybe the answer is teaching it how to reach gently. He'd said that to Vane on impulse. But standing in the great hall, surrounded by the people he'd fought to protect, Harry realized it wasn't impulse. It was instinct. The tenebrous inheritance speaking through him, the accumulated wisdom of 4,000 years of Addams' ancestors who had lived on the boundary between dark and light. The door would open. That was inevitable, Vane was right about that, if nothing else. No amount of sealing or suppressing or containing would prevent it. The primordial dark was patient, and patience always won. But the door didn't have to open wide. It could open just enough. A crack. A threshold. A living bridge between the void and creation, controlled not by force or ritual but by the will and blood of an Addams heir who understood both sides of the boundary. Harry looked at Wednesday. She was watching him with those dark, evaluating eyes, and she saw the moment his decision crystallized, the moment the doubt cleared and the determination settled in like stone. I know what I need to do, he said. I know, she said. I've known since the tower. You could have mentioned it. You needed to arrive at it yourself. Understanding that comes from others is information. Understanding that comes from within is conviction. She paused. Also, you're more interesting when you're figuring things out. Harry laughed. It was tired, raw, and the most genuine sound he'd made in months. The shadows in the great hall danced with it, and the students nearby looked up in surprise at the sound of laughter in the wake of battle. Through the great windows of the hall, the December sun was rising, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose, and the shadows it cast were long and warm and reaching for Harry like open arms. The door was coming. Harry was ready. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6. The door. Christmas came to Hogwarts like it always did, with snow and candles and the smell of pine and cinnamon drifting through corridors that still bore scorch marks from the siege. The house elves had outdone themselves, draping the great hall in garlands of holly and enchanted icicles that glittered without melting, and the 12 Christmas trees that Hagrid had hauled from the Forbidden Forest stood in their usual positions, decorated with fairies and golden baubles and the kind of aggressive cheer that seemed almost defiant in the wake of what had happened. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table on Christmas morning and watched the snow fall through the enchanted ceiling. It dissolved before it reached the students below, dissolving into nothing a few feet above their heads, but the visual effect was beautiful, a constant, gentle cascade of white against the candlelit warmth of the hall. His shadows, ever present now, moved slowly around his feet like dark cats enjoying the warmth of a fire. The door was close. Not metaphorically, not in dreams. Close in the way that a storm is close when the pressure drops and the air goes still and everything alive knows, on some level deeper than thought, that something is coming. Harry could feel it with every breath, the boundary between the world and the primordial dark, that membrane that Grandmama had described, that threshold that the Addams bloodline existed upon. It was thinning. Not dramatically, not dangerously. Steadily. The way ice thins in spring, molecule by molecule, until the moment it gives way. He had weeks. Maybe a month. Maybe less. The certainty of it should have been terrifying. Instead, it was clarifying. Harry had spent months, his entire life, really, reacting to other people's decisions. Dumbledore's placement. The Dursleys' cruelty. Voldemort's obsession. The Minister's fear. Everyone had a plan for Harry Potter, and Harry had spent 13 years being the object of those plans rather than the author of his own. Not anymore. He knew what was coming. He knew what he needed to do. And for the first time, the choice was entirely his. Ron and Hermione had stayed for Christmas. So had the Weasley twins, Neville, Ginny, and a handful of other students whose parents had decided that Hogwarts, even a Hogwarts that had recently been besieged by a secret magical military organization, was safer than the alternatives. The logic was sound. After the siege, the Ministry had stationed Aurors around the school's perimeter, Dumbledore's wards had been reinforced to levels that made the castle practically impregnable, and the Ministère des Ombres had gone silent. Vane had retreated, his forces scattered, his life's work in ruins. He was not coming back. The threat now was internal. The threat was the door, and it lived inside Harry's blood. Christmas presents were exchanged with the warmth that Hogwarts always generated during the holidays. The magic of the castle itself seemed to amplify good feelings, as if the ancient stones remembered every happy Christmas they'd sheltered and reflected them back. Ron gave Harry a set of Chudley Cannon's gloves. Hermione gave him a book on the history of preministerial magic that she'd found in a second-hand shop in Hogsmeade. The Weasley twins gave him a prototype of something called a Shadow Bomb Deluxe that they'd developed specifically for him, which Hermione immediately confiscated for safety inspection. Gomez and Morticia's gifts arrived by owl, a heavy package containing a new set of Addams journals that Grandmama had selected for him, covering advanced Tenebris theory and, crucially, every recorded account of an Addams heir approaching the door. There were 7 such accounts across 4,000 years. 5 had ended in the air pulling back before the door opened. 1, Sebastian's, had ended in catastrophe. The 7th was the oldest, written in umbral script so archaic that even Harry had to work to parse it, and it described something different entirely. An Addams ancestor named Nix, who had lived before written history, before civilizations, in the raw, early days when magic and the world were still learning to coexist. Nyx had approached the door. Had opened it. And instead of letting the primordial dark flood through, she had stood in the doorway. The account was fragmentary, damaged by age, and maddeningly vague about the mechanics. But the core was clear: Nyx had become the threshold. A living bridge between the void and creation, controlling the flow of primordial shadow through her own body and will. She had held the position for 40 years before passing it to her successor, and during those 40 years, the world had been different. The darkness had been alive, not hostile, not consuming, but present in a way that enriched rather than threatened. Shadows had texture. Night had depth. Death was not an ending but a transition, a step through a door that someone was holding open just wide enough to pass through without letting the void spill in. Nyx's account ended with a single line that Harry read 3 times: "The dark does not want to devour. It wants to touch. The threshold teaches it how." Wednesday's Christmas gift was a knife. Not a magical knife. Not a shadow blade or a cursed weapon or an enchanted artifact. A simple, well-made steel knife with a black handle and a blade that held its edge. She presented it to Harry in the corridor outside the Great Hall, wrapped in black paper with no ribbon, no card, no explanation. "A knife," Harry said, turning it over in his hands. "An Addams tradition. When a family member faces something dangerous, we give them a blade. Not for the danger itself, for the decision. The blade represents the willingness to cut through what isn't necessary and reach the thing that is. What isn't necessary? Fear. Doubt. The opinions of people who don't carry the weight you carry." She met his eyes. "The door is coming, Harry. When it does, you'll need to cut through everything that isn't essential and hold on to everything that is. The knife is a reminder." Harry looked at the blade. It caught the corridor's torchlight and threw a thin line of brightness across the stone wall. Simple. Sharp. Honest. "Thank you, Wednesday." "You're welcome." She paused. Something shifted in her expression, the mask thinning, the composure softening by a fraction. "I have a second gift. It's less practical." "What is it?" She stepped closer. Close enough that Harry could see the individual threads of shadow that moved in her dark eyes, the same living darkness that danced in his own. Close enough to feel the warmth of her, the steady pulse of Addams' blood that resonated with his like 2 instruments tuned to the same frequency. Wednesday Addams kissed him. It wasn't gentle. Wednesday didn't do gentle. It was precise and firm and deliberate, the way she did everything, a decision made and executed without hesitation or half-measures. Her lips were cool against his, and her hand came up to grip the front of his robes with the same controlled strength she used to shape shadow webs, and the darkness around them moved. Their shadows intertwined, literally, physically, the darkness flowing between their feet merging into patterns that neither of them controlled, responding to a connection that went deeper than conscious intent. Harry kissed her back. His hand found her waist, and his shadow blade hummed against his forearm, and somewhere in the vast, ancient awareness of the primordial dark, something that had been lonely since before the birth of light felt the warmth of 2 people who understood shadow reaching for each other in the light of a torchlit corridor. They broke apart. Wednesday's expression was its usual flat composure, but her cheeks were flushed, the palest pink, barely visible against her white skin, and Harry found it more beautiful than any display of emotion he'd ever seen on any face. "That was the less practical gift," Wednesday said. "I liked the less practical gift. I suspected you would." The corner of her mouth twitched, the Wednesday smile, the millimeter of movement that was worth more than other people's laughter. "Merry Christmas, Harry." "Merry Christmas, Wednesday." They stood in the corridor while the shadows danced around them, and the door at the edge of Harry's perception pulsed with warmth, and the world was dark and bright and full of things worth holding on to. The dreams changed after Christmas. The hallway was the same, endless, shadow-filled, warm with the presence of the primordial dark. The door was the same, black, made of absence, waiting at the end of every direction. But now, Harry didn't walk toward it. He didn't need to. The door came to him. Each night, it was closer. Not menacing, approaching with the patient inevitability of a tide. And each night, Harry could see more of what was on the other side. Not through the door itself, which remained closed, but through the boundary, the thinning membrane that he could feel with his waking senses and see with his sleeping ones. The primordial dark was vast. That hadn't changed, would never change. It was the shadow that existed before creation, the void from which light had been born, and its scale was beyond human comprehension. But within that vastness, Harry was beginning to perceive structure. Not the random, formless void that Vane had described. Something more organized. More intentional. The primordial dark contained things. Shadows of things that had existed and passed away, not just people, but concepts, ideas, possibilities that had flickered into being and dissolved back into the dark. It was an archive of everything that had ever been shadow, everything that had ever been dark, everything that had ever been potential unrealized. It was memory made of darkness, and it was beautiful in a way that ordinary beauty couldn't touch. And within it, the Addams dead. Harry's ancestors moved through the primordial dark like fish through deep water, not trapped, not suffering, but existing, in a state that was neither life nor death but something between. They were aware of Harry. They watched him approach the door each night with an attention that was collective, ancient, and profoundly hopeful. His mother was among them. Lily appeared in every dream now, clearer, more substantial, her Addams magic fully realized in death as it never had been in life. She walked beside Harry in the hallway, and her presence was warmth and guidance and the fierce, protective love of a mother who had died to save her son and continued to watch over him from the other side of reality. "You're going to do it," she said one night. "Not a question. I'm going to try. You're going to succeed." She said it with certainty, not the comforting certainty of a parent reassuring a frightened child, but the genuine conviction of someone who could see things from the other side of the door that Harry couldn't see from his. "How do you know?" "Because I can feel you, Harry. From here, from the other side, I can feel the shape of your magic, the depth of your connection to the dark. You're stronger than Sebastian was. Stronger than Nyx, even. And you have something none of them had." "What?" She smiled. "People on this side who love you. And people on that side who love you. The door isn't a barrier between two worlds, darling. It's a bridge between two kinds of love. The love of the living and the love of the vast. All you have to do is stand on it." The dreams continued. The door came closer. And Harry prepared. The preparation was not what anyone expected. Dumbledore expected training. Grandmama, consulted via mirror, expected ritual. Snape expected potions. Lupin expected practice. They all had suggestions, plans, frameworks for how to approach the final stage of the Tenebrous inheritance, and they were all wrong. Harry didn't train. He didn't study. He didn't practice. He lived. He ate meals with Ron and Hermione in the Great Hall and argued about Quidditch and homework. He played chess with Ron and lost spectacularly, then played again and lost slightly less spectacularly. He studied with Hermione in the library and let her quiz him on charms theory until his head spun. He walked the grounds with Wednesday in the winter evenings, their shadows trailing behind them in patterns that grew more complex and intertwined each day. He visited Hagrid and drank terrible tea and listened to stories about magical creatures that Hagrid told with the enthusiastic inaccuracy of someone who loved every living thing too much to be objective about any of them. He wrote letters to Gomez and Morticia, real letters, not reports or updates, but the kind of letters that a boy writes to the people he's beginning to think of as parents. He told them about his classes, his friends, the food at Hogwarts. Morticia responded with a care package of Addams family recipes that made Hermione blanch and Wednesday nod approvingly. He told Gomez about the chess losses and received a response written in all capitals, chess is war and defeat is merely the prelude to glorious revenge. I have enclosed 17 books on chess strategy and a sword. The sword is unrelated, but I had a spare. He spent time with Lupin, whose transformation had been revolutionized by the death speech bridge. The wolf and the man were learning to coexist, not just during the full moon, but constantly. Lupin walked differently now, moved differently, carried himself with a quiet confidence that came from no longer fighting half of his own nature. He laughed more. He ate more. The gray in his hair hadn't receded, but his eyes were brighter, and when he taught defense against the dark arts, his demonstrations carried a physicality and power that they'd lacked before. Harry even spent time with Snape. Not voluntarily, the potions master had commandeered Harry for a series of independent study sessions that were ostensibly about advanced potion making but were actually about something else entirely. Snape wanted to understand shadow magic, and he wanted to understand it from the inside. "Your mother's gift," Snape said one evening, watching Harry dissolve a curse stone with his curse intuition. She had this same facility. Not trained, not practiced. Innate. Lily could look at a potion and see its flaws the way a musician hears a wrong note. I always assumed it was talent. Now I realize it was the tenebrous inheritance, suppressed but present. Her blood knew things her mind hadn't been told. Did you love her? The question came out before Harry could stop it. He regretted it immediately, too personal, too direct, the kind of question that would earn him a detention and a scathing remark about Potter arrogance. But Snape didn't scathe. He looked at Harry with those dark, unreadable eyes, and for just a moment, the bitterness and the armor and the decades of carefully maintained hostility fell away, and what was underneath was simply a man who carried a wound that had never healed. I did, Snape said. Very much. Very badly. In a way that caused harm rather than good, which is the worst kind of love, the kind that serves the lover rather than the loved. He paused. I have spent many years being angry at your father for winning what I lost. But the truth is that James Potter loved your mother in a way I was not capable of at the time. He loved her as she was, muggle-born, fiery, opinionated, stubborn. I loved an idea of her. An incomplete picture. The real Lily, the Lily who was secretly an Addams, who carried shadow in her blood and fire in her heart, that Lily was beyond my understanding. A fractional, painful smile. Your father understood her better. I have had many years to come to terms with that. It was the most honest thing Snape had ever said to him. Harry held it carefully, the way he'd hold a fragile thing, and nodded. Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me. Finish dissolving that cursed stone. Your technique is sloppy. Harry finished the cursed stone and the conversation, and added Snape's honesty to the growing collection of things he was carrying toward the door: love, truth, connection, understanding. The currency of the threshold. Because that was what he'd realized. Nix's account, fragmentary as it was, had pointed him toward a truth that no amount of training or study could have taught. Standing in the door wasn't about power. It wasn't about control or will or the ability to hold back the void through sheer magical force. It was about relationship. The threshold was a bridge, and a bridge existed to connect two things. To stand in the door was to be the connection point between the world of light and the world of shadow, and that required understanding both sides. Not just the primordial dark. The living world, too. The people in it. The connections that gave it meaning. Sebastian Addams had opened the door with power alone. He'd been strong, fully awakened, capable of channeling the primordial dark on a massive scale. But he'd opened the door without understanding what he was connecting, without knowing the world well enough to bridge it with the void. The primordial dark had poured through not because it was malicious but because Sebastian hadn't given it a shape to pour into. No context. No structure. No relationship. Harry was going to give it relationship. He was going to stand in the door with every connection he'd built, every friendship, every love, every grudging respect and hard-won understanding, and use those connections as the shape of the threshold. A bridge made not of magic but of meaning. A doorway framed by the people who mattered, letting exactly enough darkness through to touch the world without consuming it. It was, he reflected, the most Addams approach imaginable. The family had always been about connection, fierce, unconditional, slightly deranged connection to the people they loved. And the primordial dark wanted the same thing. Connection. Touch. The ability to reach the world it had been separated from since the beginning of everything. Harry was going to give it what it wanted. On his terms. The door opened on a Tuesday in late January. There was no warning. No dramatic build-up, no ominous signs, no gradual intensification. Harry was walking to Transfiguration, carrying his bag, thinking about the essay McGonagall had assigned on the theory of human-to-animal transformation, when the membrane gave. He felt it, not painfully, not violently, but clearly, the way you feel a soap bubble pop against your skin. A delicate, final snap, and the boundary between the world and the primordial dark dissolved. The door was open. Harry stopped walking. The corridor, a third-floor passage near the Charms classroom, was empty except for a first-year Hufflepuff who was hurrying in the opposite direction. The first-year glanced at Harry, went pale, and broke into a run. Harry didn't blame her. He could feel what was happening to the space around him. The shadows were deepening. Not slightly, not the subtle enrichment that his presence always caused. Dramatically. The torches along the corridor wall dimmed as the shadows between them expanded, thickened, gained substance. The darkness on the floor pooled and rippled like black water. The shadow cast by Harry's own body detached from the ground, rose to his height, and stood beside him like a twin made of night. Through the open door, the door that now existed not in dreams but in Harry's actual consciousness, a permanent opening in the membrane between reality and the void, the primordial dark flowed. Not flooded. Flowed. A steady, gentle, relentless current of shadow energy pouring from the void into the world through the conduit of Harry's blood. It was the most extraordinary sensation Harry had ever experienced, like standing in a warm river, the current moving through him and around him, carrying with it the accumulated darkness of pre-creation. And the darkness was curious. That was the word. The primordial dark, entering the world of light for the first time since creation, was like a child encountering a new room. It touched things, the stone walls, the torch brackets, the portrait frames, and each thing it touched gained shadow depth. The paintings on the corridor walls shifted as the darkness behind their frames intensified, the backgrounds deepening into true darkness that the painted figures hadn't possessed before. A torch flame, touched by the passing current of primordial shadow, burned with a darker core, not dimmer, not extinguished, but enriched. A flame that contained its own darkness, casting light and shadow simultaneously. Harry felt the primordial dark's awareness pressing against his, vast, ancient, curious, delighted. It was experiencing the physical world through him, feeling stone and air and light for the first time in its immeasurable existence, and the sensation was so novel, so overwhelming to it, that its attention focused on each object with the intense fascination of an immortal being encountering the finite. Warm, the awareness communicated. Not in words, never in words, but in impressions, feelings, textures of meaning. Different. Solid. Real. Beautiful. Lonely no more. But the flow was increasing. Harry could feel it, the current strengthening, the shadows deepening faster, the corridor's light receding. The primordial dark wasn't malicious. It was enthusiastic. It had been alone since before time, and now the door was open, and it wanted to experience everything, and its enthusiasm was a force of nature that could bury the world in shadow without ever intending harm. This is the moment, Harry thought. This is where Sebastian lost control. The dark isn't attacking. It's reaching. And if I don't give it structure, it'll reach too far. He stood in the corridor, the ordinary, stone-walled, torchlit corridor of a magical school, and became the threshold. Not through power. Not through will. Through connection. He thought of Ron. Chess games and loyalty and the stubborn, structural courage of a boy who'd sacrificed himself on a giant chessboard at age 11. The memory was vivid, specific, warm, and Harry felt it resonate through the door, felt the primordial dark encounter the concept of friendship and pause, fascinated, turning the idea over the way Harry's shadow had turned objects in the corridor. He thought of Hermione. Books and brilliance and the fierce, protective intelligence of someone who loved knowledge as deeply as she loved people. The primordial dark encountered knowledge and shivered with recognition. It was, after all, an archive of everything shadow, and knowledge was a form of illumination that didn't dispel darkness but complemented it. He thought of Gomez. Volcanic passion, manic love, the fierce tenderness of a man who would burn the world for his family and build it back with his own hands. Loyalty, the dark understood. Devotion. The willingness to hold on when everything says let go. He thought of Morticia. Grace under absolute pressure. The calm certainty of a woman who could be gentle and devastating in the same breath. Strength, the dark recognized. The kind that doesn't need to prove itself. He thought of Grandmama. Sharp eyes and sharper tongue and the accumulated wisdom of a woman who had been frightening people for decades because she loved them too much to be polite about it. Teaching, the dark understood. The passing of understanding from old to young. He thought of Lupin. Scarred, tired, kind, a man who had carried a curse for 20 years and never let it make him cruel. Endurance, the dark felt. The decision to remain soft in a hard world. He thought of Snape. Bitter, brilliant, carrying a love that had curdled into pain and was slowly, painfully being purified by honesty. Redemption, the dark tasted. The possibility of becoming better than what hurt you. He thought of Dumbledore. Flawed, frightened, controlling, and yet, underneath it all, a man who had spent a century trying to protect people from the darkness, and who was only now learning that protection and suppression were not the same thing. Humility, the dark discovered. The willingness to be wrong. He thought of Wednesday. And the primordial dark sang. Not a sound. A resonance. A vibration that passed through the door and the world and the void simultaneously, the response of something inconceivably ancient to something inconceivably specific, the feeling of one person understanding another. Wednesday's flat composure and sharp mind and the vulnerability she hid behind both. The way she kissed, precise, deliberate, world-shaking. The way she looked at Harry as though he were the only interesting thing in a world she'd mostly given up on finding interesting. The way their shadows intertwined without either of them controlling it, darkness reaching for darkness with the natural, irresistible pull of gravity. Love, the primordial dark understood. This is what I want to touch. This is what I have been reaching for. And Harry, standing in the door with every relationship he'd built flowing through him like light through a prism, gave the primordial dark its shape. The current of shadow energy shifted. Instead of flowing randomly, enthusiastically, dangerously into the world, it began to move through the structure of Harry's connections, channeled by the meaning he'd given it, shaped by the relationships that defined him. The darkness poured through the door and was filtered by the threshold into something the world could receive without being overwhelmed. The shadows in the corridor settled. They were still deeper than normal, richer, more alive, more present, but they were no longer expanding. They had found their level, the way water finds its level, balanced by the structure Harry had created. The primordial dark pressed against the door, gently, now. Carefully. It had learned something in the last few minutes that it had never known in its eternal existence, restraint. Not because it was forced to hold back, but because it understood, through Harry's connections, that touching the world too hard would break the things it wanted to touch. Gently, the awareness communicated. I can learn gentle. Show me. Harry breathed. The threshold held. The door was open, and the world hadn't ended. The effects were immediate and impossible to hide. Hogwarts changed. Not structurally, not in its physical layout or its enchantments. But the quality of its darkness changed. Every shadow in the castle deepened, gained texture, became something more than the mere absence of light. Students noticed immediately, the shadows in the corridors seemed to have personality, shifting and swaying in response to the people who cast them. The darkness in the dormitories was warmer at night, more restful, as if the school's shadows had been given a transfusion of something soothing. The forbidden forest, always dark, became profoundly dark, a darkness that was alive and welcoming to those who approached it without malice. The Thestrals were ecstatic. The entire herd emerged from the forest and pranced across the grounds in full daylight, their skeletal forms casting shadows that moved independently of their bodies. Students who had never been able to see them before could suddenly perceive faint outlines, not full visibility, but the suggestion of shapes, the awareness that something beautiful and death-touched was dancing in the snow. Peeves the poltergeist became calm. Not permanently, within a week he'd resume his usual chaos, but for 3 days after the door opened, the castle's most disruptive inhabitant floated through the corridors in peaceful silence, occasionally humming to himself. When McGonagall asked what had happened, Peeves said, "The dark is singing, Professor. Can't you hear it? Lovely tune." The ghosts, nearly headless Nick, the Grey Lady, the Bloody Baron, the Fat Friar, gathered in the entrance hall on the first evening and stood in a circle, silent, their translucent forms flickering with an internal light that ghosts didn't normally possess. When Harry passed them, they bowed. Not to the boy who lived. To the threshold. Dumbledore came to Harry's room that evening. He didn't knock, the door opened before he reached it, the shadows recognizing the headmaster and granting passage. He found Harry sitting on his bed, cross-legged, the door visible behind him as a faint darkening of the air, not a physical object, but a presence, a sense of depth that suggested something vast existing just beyond the surface of reality. "It's open," Dumbledore said. "Not a question." "Yes. And you're holding it." "I'm standing in it." "There's a difference." Dumbledore studied him. The blue eyes behind the half-moon spectacles were wide with something that Harry had never seen in Albus Dumbledore before, awe. Not fear. Not suspicion. Genuine, humbling awe, the response of a man who had spent a century mastering magic and was now witnessing something that transcended everything he understood. "The castle feels different," Dumbledore said softly. "The shadows. The darkness. It's alive. Aware. Not threatening, curious. Like a very large animal exploring a very small room. That's close. The primordial dark is experiencing the physical world for the first time. It's like a child seeing color, overwhelmed, fascinated, eager to touch everything. My job is to make sure it touches gently. And you can maintain this? Indefinitely? I think so. The threshold isn't a spell or a technique, it's a state of being. I am the bridge. My connections to the people I love are the structure that shapes the flow. As long as those connections hold, the threshold holds. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The shadows in the room swayed gently, and Harry could feel the primordial dark's awareness, vast, ancient, curious, pressing against the boundaries of the room with the delicate care of a giant touching a snowflake. "I was wrong," Dumbledore said. "About all of it. The tenebrous inheritance. The door. The primordial dark. I looked at the darkness and saw a threat because that is what my experience had taught me to see. Tom Riddle. Grindelwald. The darkness I fought was human darkness, corrupted, cruel, selfish. I assumed that all darkness was the same." He shook his head slowly. "It isn't. The primordial dark is not human darkness. It is something else entirely. Something I don't have the framework to understand." "You don't need to understand it," Harry said. "You just need to trust that I do." Dumbledore looked at him, really looked, with the full weight of his century of experience and wisdom and failure, and for the first time, saw Harry not as a child to be protected, not as a weapon to be managed, not as a risk to be mitigated. He saw a young man who had found his purpose and was fulfilling it with a clarity and courage that Dumbledore himself, for all his power, had never possessed. "I trust you," Dumbledore said. And meant it. The conversation with Vane happened the following week. Madame Bones had arranged it. The magistrate was in ministry custody, held in a specialized cell that suppressed lumen magic the way Azkaban suppressed everything else. He'd aged dramatically since the siege. The lumen preservation techniques that had sustained him for 2 centuries were failing without the containment ritual to power them, and the man who sat across from Harry in the ministry's visitor room looked every one of his 230-plus years. "You opened the door," Vane said. His voice was thin, papery. "I felt it. Even through the suppression wards. A shift in the fundamental balance of the world. The primordial dark is in the physical realm. It's touching the physical realm. Through me. In a controlled way. Controlled." Vane's pale eyes searched Harry's face. Sebastian said the same thing. For 37 seconds, he believed he was in control. Sebastian opened the door with power alone. He was strong enough to breach the membrane, but he didn't have the structure to shape the flow. The primordial dark poured through him like water through a broken dam because there was nothing to channel it. Harry leaned forward. "I didn't open the door with power. I opened it with connection. Every relationship I've built, family, friends, people I love, they form the structure of the threshold. The dark flows through me and is shaped by what I am, not just what I can do." Vane stared at him. The intelligence in those ancient eyes was undimmed despite the physical deterioration. 2 centuries of study and observation, processing what Harry was telling him, cross-referencing it against everything the Minister had ever learned about the Addams bloodline. "Connection," Vane repeated. "You're using human relationships as a structural framework for primordial energy transfer. In a manner of speaking. That shouldn't be possible. The primordial dark predates human emotion. It predates humanity. How can human relationships shape something that existed before humans did?" "Because the primordial dark is lonely," Harry said. "It's been alone since before creation. It doesn't understand connection, it's never experienced it. But it wants to. That's why it presses against the door, why it reaches for the world. It's not trying to consume us. It's trying to reach us. And when I stand in the door with my connections intact, I give it a template. A shape for the reaching. It's learning, magistrate. The primordial dark is learning how to touch the world without breaking it." The silence that followed was long enough to have its own weather patterns. Vane sat in his chair, ancient and fading, and Harry watched the magistrate's worldview, the foundation of 2 centuries of purpose, crack and reform and settle into a new shape. "The village," Vane said finally. "The 412 people. In 1793. I know about them. I carry their weight. Every moment I stand in the door, I carry the knowledge that the primordial dark has consumed people before. That it can be dangerous. That my control, my structure, my relationships are the only thing preventing it from happening again. And that doesn't terrify you? It terrifies me every second of every day. But terror isn't a reason to stop. It's a reason to be careful." Vane looked at him for a very long time. Then, slowly, the ancient magistrate nodded. "I have hunted the Addams bloodline for 230 years. I have sealed heirs. Separated families. Killed, when I believed killing was necessary. I did these things because I believed the door could never be safely opened, and that every Addams heir who approached it was a threat to the survival of the world." His voice cracked. "You may have proven me wrong. I genuinely, desperately hope, that you have proven me wrong. Because if you haven't, if the threshold fails, the consequences will make 1793 look like a footnote. I know. And you accept that responsibility? I don't have a choice. The door was always going to open. The primordial dark was always going to reach for the world. The only choice was whether someone would be standing in the doorway when it did." Vane's eyes closed. When they opened, something had changed in them. Not peace, exactly. But the first fragile beginnings of release. 2 centuries of constant vigilance, relaxing by a fraction. Then stand well, Harry Potter Addams. Stand well, and may your connections hold. Harry left the ministry and walked out into a London afternoon where the shadows were deeper, richer, more alive than they had been a month ago. The primordial dark, flowing through him in its gentle, curious current, touched the shadows of buildings and buses and people walking on the street, and each shadow gained a fraction of depth that its owner would never consciously notice but might feel as a sense of warmth on a cold day, a moment of comfort in the dark, the feeling of being slightly less alone in a vast and sometimes frightening world. The world hadn't ended. The door was open, and the world hadn't ended. The primordial dark was learning to touch gently, and Harry was teaching it, and the threshold held. Not through power. Through love. Spring came to Hogwarts and the world settled into its new normal. The shadows were different now. Everyone could feel it, even muggles. The nights were warmer. The darkness was kinder. Sleep came easier, for most people, and dreams were richer, not Addams' dreams, not visions of the primordial dark, but ordinary dreams with deeper colors and more emotional resonance, as if the raw material of shadow had been upgraded. The ministry classified the phenomenon as an ambient magical enrichment event, and established a committee to study it. Hermione joined the committee's academic advisory board by owl correspondence, because of course she did. At Hogwarts, Harry's status shifted from famous to something more complicated. He was still the boy who lived, still the kid with the scar and the history. But he was also the threshold, the person standing in the door between reality and the void, holding the balance through sheer force of connection. Students treated him differently. Not with fear, exactly. With a respect that went deeper than fame and was tinged with something almost reverent. He was doing something no one else could do, something that affected the fundamental nature of reality, and he was doing it while also attending transfiguration class and losing at chess and eating dinner in the Great Hall like everyone else. The normalcy was deliberate. Harry maintained it because the threshold required it, his connections to the mundane world were the structure that shaped the flow, and if he retreated into isolation or mysticism, the structure would weaken. So he stayed normal. Stayed connected. Kept eating meals with his friends and walking the grounds with Wednesday and arguing with Snape about potion technique and writing letters to Gomez that always ended with Gomez writing back in all capitals about swords. Sirius Black was freed in February. The Wisengamot, presented with Peter Pettigrew's captured testimony and the evidence Harry had provided, voted unanimously for exoneration. Black was released from Azkaban on a Tuesday morning and arrived at Hogwarts by Thursday afternoon, gaunt and wild-eyed and shaking with the emotion of a man who had spent 12 years in hell and emerged to find the world changed beyond recognition. He met Harry in Dumbledore's office. The meeting was private, just the two of them, godfather and godson, in a room full of whirring instruments and deep shadows that swayed toward Harry with gentle attentiveness. Sirius looked at him. Thin, haunted, prematurely aged by Azkaban, but with eyes that burned with a fierce, unquenchable fire. "You look like James," he said. His voice was raw, rusty from years of disuse. But the eyes. Lily's eyes. Everyone says that, don't they? God, I can see both of them in you. I have more of Mum in me than most people realize, Harry said. The Addams blood. Dumbledore told me. Remus told me. Hell, the Daily Prophet told me, though they got most of it wrong. Sirius's laugh was ragged. My godson, heir to the oldest magical bloodline in existence, standing in a doorway between reality and the void. James would have been so proud. He would have been absolutely terrified and so proud. Did he know about Mum's heritage? He suspected. Never knew for certain. But James was smart, smarter than people gave him credit for, because he hid it under all the swagger and the pranking. He researched shadow magic. Old bloodlines. Preministerial history. He told me once that Lily was more than she knew, and I thought he was being romantic. Another ragged laugh. He wasn't. He was being literal. Harry looked at his godfather, this broken, brilliant, fiercely loving man who had spent 12 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit, and felt the threshold strengthen. Another connection. Another relationship. Another strand in the web that held the door. "I'm glad you're free," Harry said. Sirius crossed the room in 3 strides and pulled Harry into a hug that was desperate and fierce and 12 years overdue. Harry hugged him back and felt his godfather shake with sobs that were silent and violent and long, long overdue. The shadows in the room wrapped around them both, gentle and warm, and through the door, the primordial dark felt the concept of reunion and added it to its growing understanding of what it meant to be connected. The school year ended the way school years do, with exams and farewells and the bittersweet compression of 10 months of experience into trunks and memories. Harry sat the standard third-year exams. He passed everything, to no one's surprise, though his potion score made Snape grunt in a way that might have been approval. Wednesday achieved the highest marks in every subject except divination, which she had refused to take on the grounds that predicting the future presupposes that the future is interesting enough to warrant prediction. On the last evening, Harry stood at the top of the astronomy tower, the same tower where he'd faced Vane, where Wednesday had told him to show the minister what an Addams was, and looked out over the grounds. The sun was setting. The shadows were long, stretching from the castle across the lawns to the edge of the forbidden forest, and every one of them was alive. Warm. Present. The primordial dark, flowing through Harry in its steady, gentle current, touched each shadow and enriched it, and the world was darker and brighter and more beautiful for the touching. Wednesday appeared beside him. She'd stopped announcing her presence weeks ago. They moved in each other's orbits so naturally now that arrivals and departures happened without ceremony, like breathing. "The train leaves in the morning," she said. "Are you going back to America?" "For the summer. Pugsley has been building something in the basement that Morticia says requires family supervision." She paused. "I'll be back in September." "Good." They stood together, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of gold and crimson, and the shadows between the colors were deeper than any sunset's shadows had ever been before. "The threshold is holding," Wednesday said. "Not a question. It's holding. The dark is learning. It's getting better at gentle, the flow is smoother, more controlled. I barely have to think about it anymore. It's becoming natural. The way breathing is natural. Will it always require you standing in the door?" "I think so. The threshold is tied to my blood, my connections, my identity. If I stop being the bridge, the door would either close, and the dark would be alone again, or open uncontrolled. Then you'll stand for the rest of your life." "Yes." Wednesday looked at him. The sunset's light caught her pale face and dark eyes and turned her into something that belonged equally to day and night, a girl who existed on the boundary between light and shadow as naturally as Harry existed on the boundary between the world and the void. "I'll stand with you," she said. Not a promise. Not a declaration. A statement of fact, delivered with the flat certainty of someone who had evaluated all available information and reached a conclusion that would not be revised. Harry took her hand. Their shadows merged on the tower floor, dark and complex and intertwined. "I know," he said. Below them, the castle was settling into evening. Students were packing. Professors were tidying classrooms. House elves were preparing the last feast of the year. The ordinary, beautiful, chaotic machinery of life continuing, the thing that Harry had learned to value above all else, the thing he stood in the door to protect. He had one more thing to do. In his dormitory, Harry sat on his bed and pulled out a piece of parchment. Not Addams parchment, not shadow magic material. Ordinary Hogwarts parchment, the kind you bought in Scrivenshafts for a few sickles. He picked up an ordinary quill, dipped it in ordinary ink, and wrote, "Dear Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, this is the last letter you'll ever receive from me. I'm not writing to be cruel or to gloat or to threaten you. I'm writing because I owe you the truth, even though you never gave me the same courtesy. I found my real family this year. My mother's birth family, the family she was taken from as a baby, the family that was denied knowledge of my existence for 13 years. They are strange and frightening and the most loving people I have ever met. They came for me the moment they learned I existed. They would have come 13 years ago if they'd known. I grew up in your house believing I was nothing. An unwanted burden. A freak. You taught me that with every locked door and missed meal and casual cruelty. I want you to know that I don't hate you for it. Hatred would require me to believe you were significant enough to merit the energy, and you're not. You were a cupboard. A small, dark, cramped space that I've outgrown. I hope Dudley turns out better than you raised him to be. Children deserve more than what you gave either of us. Harry Potter Addams. He read the letter once. Folded it. Sealed it. Gave it to Hedwig, who took it in her beak with the solemn efficiency of an owl who understood that some letters were more important than others. Harry watched her fly from the window into the evening sky, white against the darkening blue, growing smaller until she was a speck and then nothing. The letter was gone. The Dursleys were gone. 13 years of cupboard darkness, closed and sealed and left behind. He walked down to the great hall for the final feast. The doors were open, the candles were lit, and the room was full of people he loved, Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, saving him a seat, Wednesday at the Slytherin table, not saving him a seat because Wednesday did not save seats but had somehow ensured that the seat next to her was unoccupied, Lupin at the staff table, looking healthier and happier than Harry had ever seen him, Snape beside Lupin, looking exactly the same as always because Snape's emotional range was expressed entirely through the intensity of his scowling, Dumbledore at the center of the staff table, catching Harry's eye and inclining his head with a respect that was genuine and new. Harry walked into the great hall. The shadows reached for him, the shadows of hundreds of students, hundreds of candles, hundreds of years of accumulated darkness in Hogwarts' ancient stones, and he let them. The primordial dark flowed through the door, through him, into the room, and the shadows deepened by a fraction. Not enough to notice. Just enough to feel. A warmth in the darkness. A presence in the shadow. The vast, ancient, curious awareness of something that was learning, slowly and gently, to touch the world it had been separated from since the beginning of everything. Harry sat down between his friends. Ron immediately launched into an analysis of the Chudley Cannon's summer prospects. Hermione was already planning her reading list for the break. Across the hall, Wednesday caught his eye and gave him the look, the flat, dark, infinitely complex look that contained everything she felt and nothing she would say aloud. His shadow stretched behind him on the stone floor, and it moved independently, and sometimes it waved. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter Addams felt completely, perfectly, wonderfully home. Chapter 6 End.